Absolute brawl breaking out here.
1 KO, they're looking for more. They finally go down. They got it! They got it! Now this getting worked on by T2, and they clutch it out. They have the ability to score. Oh, big push.
Now here comes the heroic move. No! Couldn't stop it. They couldn't stop it.
They eke it out in the final moment.
The best of the best.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Pokémon UNITE Championship Series. We are here today for the April finals for the European region. I'm Kellosaurus and joining me today we have the one, the only Chris Heroes. Hello Chris, it's so good to see you. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling amazing. I'm so excited to be back again, watching the best European teams that we currently have, battling it out. Honestly, I'm a big Tali Believers fan, but I kind of just want to see a different team win at home and bring it home today.
Oh, you want to see some chaos happening, some mix-up in the brackets, but the brackets have been underway so far. Teams have been battling it out, so we'll have to wait and see what the results are. Let's go have a look at what we have in store for us today.
Yeah, we had already a lot of teams playing out, but first we're looking at the schedule for these final tournaments. We're currently April finals, we just had the EOS Cup wrap up, we had amazing games there as well, and now we have the May finals up next, and always heading towards the regional finals, which are going to be another just amazing and big tournament. And all of this leads towards the World Championship in Japan. All of these tournaments still matter a lot, because you have to win these tournaments if you want to qualify directly for Japan.
Exactly, that is the ultimate goal to make it to Yokohama, Japan. And thankfully, there are two ways to get there, two ways to qualify. Number one is the top regional championship point earner. We do have some regions that do have multiple spots. And the second way is via the regional finals winner.
Yeah, exactly. Europe has 3 spots, so the top 3 teams of the CP will directly qualify, and then the winner of the regional finals will also qualify. So in case you haven't had the time to earn all your championship points, you can still try to win the regional finals and make it and get your last chance ticket towards Yokohama if you win everything. Of course, it's going to be quite difficult, but again, the regional finals are going to be the final chance for you to make it.
Now, before we do move forward with today's matches, we have to recap what happened last month. We did have the EOS Cup and the in-person event at the EUIC. Now, Chris, you were there to witness it all. Can you please tell us a little bit about it? The highlights. What happened?
It was just honestly one of the best events I've attended. It was the first official in-person event we had for Europe, and these teams really gave it their best. We had amazing close series. We had all the top teams, of course, of Europe still showing why they're the best teams in Europe. But we had Bounce Esports struggling on the first day. They got knocked down into the loser bracket by Time to Shine, and then on the second day they looked like a completely different team. They completely went through the loser bracket. They looked very dominant, and of course, Tali Believers was waiting for them in that grand final position. They have just completely dominated the EOS Cup so far. And then on esports, they forced them towards a bracket reset. We had 7 or 6 total grand final games, and all of it ended in this final score. In the final seconds, Tali Believers were able to bring victory towards their team, as you can see right here, still with the eject button in the score last second. And then we had this amazing side-to-side picture between both teams with that score graph in the end. And I was in the crowd, and the crowd just went completely crazy. This was probably one of I had instant goosebumps as well. Like, this moment was probably my favorite as well for since maybe Unite Esports has been a thing.
Honestly, it was just so nail-biting, how close the points were. Like, nobody knew whether they had enough, and just that result, it was absolutely amazing to see. But you know what? It is a brand new month, a brand new cup. So today, let's have a look at our format.
Yeah, the format, we had the top 8 teams of the April qualifier making it towards the April finals, and now they're all in a double elimination bracket, all 8 teams. Every single game will be a best of 3, also for the grand final, but the grand final also has a bracket reset. And double elimination just means that if you lose in the winner bracket, you still have a chance in the loser bracket to still make to the grand finals. Even if you get maybe beaten by Tali Believers in the first round, you can still make towards the grand final and try to have another chance at winning this tournament.
I guess that's a good thing, but first and foremost, you have to do the grind there. But we can see it's all for one reason, and that is to rack up those championship points. We can see that the top team for today takes home 1,500 points split between the teams, so split between 5. And then we can see that 7th and 8th, you know what? Just for participating today, they end up getting 490 points.
Especially had 3 new teams making it towards the top 8. They're going to be very happy about those points. And even just winning one best of 3 gets you already up to 615 points. But of course, the big numbers are top there, 1,500. And Tali Believers have their eyes on that as well again. Same for Nouns Esports, because they're still not too far behind. They're barely 900 points behind Tali Believers. They can still take that first position. But the most important thing is that third place fight for Woof Woof, Time to Shine, Tilted, Sapphire Esports. All of them can still make the top 3 position quite easily, depending on how they perform today, how they perform in May, and how they specifically perform at the regional finals.
Yeah, we can see that the points are very close. So every point matters, as you could say. But another thing that's really exciting about today is the newest Pokemon to come and enter the competition to be eligible to be picked is that lovable pile of slime, Goodra.
Honestly, I'm a big fan of Goodra. I really enjoy playing this Pokemon. It's very fun. It's a very strong late game tank that deals a lot of damage, gets very tanky as well. You can pick it as like, there's multiple different ways of playing this Pokemon as well. You can go towards top path, play more like a damage deal as well. You know, you stack it up, you become very strong, or you play it as an XP share, you know, support defender on bot path, and just try to make one of your lane partners much stronger as well. So there's multiple ways of playing this Pokemon, and it's very fun. It does struggle a bit in early game, but once you get to your Unite move, level 11 and stuff, you're going to be absolutely amazing.
Absolutely amazing. And you know another thing that is amazing? These stats from the April Cup so far. So these stats do come from the EU and the NA region, and we can see not only is it a tank, it can take some damage, averaging 65k, but you know what? It can actually deal out some damage as well with 63k average.
And the most popular build is double stacking with a focus band. Muddy Water and Power Whip are for sure the way to go. But there's multiple different items you can play on this Pokemon as well. You can go for a spoon, you can go for a muscle band. You don't necessarily have to go for stacking. You can also go again for XP share and again play this Pokemon in multiple different ways, which allows it, especially in the draft format, you're right, you can pick it quite early on and then still pick it into different roles if you decide later on where you want to actually play Goodra in.
I absolutely love how many possibilities there are to play this character. Now, another person that actually has played Goodra this far in the competition is Karaki Osoru. So we can see that in the April Cup, it has a 65% win rate so far.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty good win rate for a new Pokemon, and I hope to see Karaki pulling out the Goodra maybe later in this tournament as well. I really just want to see this Pokemon be played by the top players of Europe.
Oh, I completely agree. I would love to see somebody pick up a Goodra today. We can see this purple dragon on the field, but let's go have a look at how the bracket has stacked up so far. We can see that Tali Believers and Nouns Esports, they are in the winners final, but they do have to hang tight as we have Tilted Deviant going up against Woof Woof next.
And the semi-finals look very close. Tali Believers 2-1 against Time to Shine. It went all the way. Nouns Esports also dropping one map to Tilted X Deviant. So very close semi-finals. And then a big surprise, Time to Shine against Woof Woof. They had to face in the losers quarters, and Time to Shine dropped out in a very close last game as well. And now Woof Woof will make a top 4, which is also very important for them because this means more championship points for their third position.
I think at this point in the competition, it's really interesting to see so many Game 3 situations in that bracket. You can see that this is the top caliber of players that we have here today for the EU region. But let's have a quick squiz at Tilted Deviant versus Woof Woof. So the players that we have is, as we said, at the top, we have Karaki Osoru, Japa, Trafi, Dana, and Cesaru on the side of Tilted Deviant.
Tilted is quite the interesting team. They've been together for a long time already as well. And I feel like they're always a team that can make upsets happen and make a very good, bracket run in the tournament. They always fall short a bit, like getting towards the top 4 position, but finally they have the chance of actually maybe making towards the grand finals of this tournament. They already beat Woof in the winner bracket, and now they're up against Woof as well again in the loser semi-final. And again, they beat them earlier today, so maybe they have a second chance at making that top 3 position, which would be huge for this team. Up against Woof, of course, one of the fan favorite teams, I feel like, with Kali, Marv, Potato, Human, and their new addition to the team, Landaru as well. He has replaced Xanti after Landaru had an insane showing at the EOS Cup for Tali Believers, winning this entire tournament. Woof decided to pick up this player.
Yes, and we know that they have had quite the run so far, coming 4th in EOS. They were defeated by Nouns, so whether they'll end up coming up against Nouns again today, we'll have to see how this next match pans out. All right, well, you know what? I think it's time we bring in some friends, shall we? The duo you have been waiting for. Those mustachio bros, Spraggles and Doob Snacks, here they are. Now, you have been with us every single step of the way, Spraggles and Doob Snacks. How are you feeling about what we have just seen in terms of the bracket so far today, Spraggles?
I mean, obviously, we're seeing some incredible matchups right now. The Tilted matchup coming up is going to be amazing. Woof versus Time to Shine was also really incredible. And I have to say, I know Chris Heroes likes making a lot of enemies out there. There are a lot of players that Chris doesn't like. I still like Talibobo Believers. I still want to see them do well, even though Chris would like to see them fail. Unbelievable, Chris.
Yes, I know. Unbelievable of me.
Unbelievable indeed. Now, Doob Snacks, you are the eye in the sky after all. Is there anybody that you have your eye on in particular for today?
Well, I mean, Talibobo Believers are always in your face, so they're pretty easy to see. But I've got my eye on Tilted Deviant. Best opportunity they've had to make a run at this thing. They're in the top 4. Woof might be a little shaky after their Time to Shine matchup, so this is a heck of a one to kick this day off with.
Yes, I completely agree. These teams are on a roll, so we'll just have to wait and see how these matches panned out. But I think we are going to leave them for now, Chris, and put you traders in good hands. Maybe the best hands.
Right into it,
Here we are, Doob Snacks, starting off right away with the draft for Tilted Deviant versus Woof. Yeehaw to you and yours, ladies and gentlemen. We have got our first game here of the April finals underway.
Yeah, we really shouldn't have told the production booth about all the jokes and gimmicks we were going to do leading into this. That's why they went straight to the draft.
It's straight to draft. They said there's no way we're going to do that. Straight to draft. And we are banning out some big Pokemon. Dodrio on the side of Tilted Deviant and Comfey on the side of Woof as we have an early lock-in for Slowbro. Without question, the premier defender inside of Pokemon Unite right now.
Yeah, without a doubt. Callie locking in the Zoroark. I hope that is something that Woof has been kind of working on a little bit, but no, they're actually going to grab the Mew for Lundaroo, and that's a great choice by them as well, and Hoopa is going to allow them to get all over this map. Human, no slouch.
Yeah, speaking of Lundaroo, obviously we saw Lundaroo on Talibobo Believers last month play some amazing games. Now they've moved over here to Woof, and they are a real star player to watch on this roster. Blissey and Eldegoss, 2 big supports locked in for Tilted Deviant. They didn't get the Comfey, so they had to pick up 2.
Yeah, without a doubt, and definitely building a robust front line for whomever they end up wrapping this draft with. Marv has been an absolute mutant on this Snorlax, this event in particular, and of course at EOS as well. And Buzzwole, a great lock-in. So Potato might end up on Buzzwole, and it looks like there's a real opportunity for Callie to get the Urshifu here, and we know they're securing Fiend with it.
Here we go, Woof locking in Decidueye. I can't wait to see. Obviously, they've got Buzzwole there, and they're going to swap that over to Potato. Potato's Buzzwole is a thing of beauty. Tilted Deviant, I'm loving this Venusaur choice, a Pokemon that we have not seen a ton in, some of the recent tournaments here, but given that they have a Blissey and an Eldegoss, we have a semi-protect the president, if you will, composition where they need to get this thing fed, get it a ton of experience, and just make sure that no one anyone can take down this Venusaur.
Yeah, this is shades of what we saw in UCS Season 1, right? Spragle was about halfway through the season. It really became about how well you could insulate your Venusaur and let that big pedal dance Giga Drain take over. The way that Woof Woof can really stress this composition is get on top of the Bulbasaur early and keep it behind all game and levels.
Yeah, it's a Pokemon that needs to evolve twice. If they can make sure it doesn't get its experience, that would be huge. But obviously, Tilted is well aware of that. They're going to try to feed this thing as much as they can. Get it to level 13 before that big final fight here. As Tilted Deviant, Woof Woof, get ready to square off here in our first broadcasted game of the day. Woof Woof looking so good in the AOS Cup last month. We didn't get to see much from Tilted Deviant, though.
No, and that's what I was speaking to. This is their opportunity to really get a good jump start for themselves, right? Make it known they have always been in top 8, as Chris mentioned, you know, or always on the outside, just barely. But this is their opportunity. Great run into top 4. Woof Woof has not looked as dominant as we've expected them to. They've had a tough road through this losers bracket, and this is really their opportunity here.
And here we go, everybody. Tilted Deviant, your purple team. Woof Woof, your orange team. As we head in here to game number 1, we've got that Espeon Blissey in the bottom path against Mew and Snorlax. This is going to be a tough one, I feel like, for Woof Woof. But if you can play well enough with that Mew, you can steal enough away from that Espeon. And so far, they've been doing it. Marv getting pushed back right here. But I think that Snorlax should be okay, and they are.
Nice little eject button to make sure they get back to their pad. And of course, the Mew Lundaroo on top of it, making sure they have the opportunity to light screen if that needs to happen. And there you see just Lundaroo blinking in front of the Snorlax, believe it or not, taking damage for the tank so that Marv does not give up any KOs the other way.
All right, and we actually have the Ivysaur coming down to the bottom path for Tilted Deviant, and we have up in the top path Caligula on that Decidueye. So we're going to have an uneven split here as Ivysaur maybe deciding to move around in sort of a sneaky way over to the other side of Woof Woof right there, setting up a little bit of a play, coming on in, seeing if they can make something happen here. The Psyshock misses. What a great Solar Beam there from Lundaroo.
Yeah, I mean, that was phenomenal. Boosted Auto comes through and Traffy forced to retreat. They did not get anything there. They did a clever little move here to get some space on the birds, but weren't able to convert that into anything. And now Woof Woof is playing super far forward. Human babysitting Potato here. Potato poaching that Slowbro with a little hyperspace hole under it. Can they convert into the KO? No. They just blink the Buzzwole black so they can come back with full HP and put more pressure on.
Now we can see both of these teams just performing extremely well in these engagements in the top and bottom path. However, take a look at this. We have a little bit of an invade in the central area here of Tilted Deviant as Woof Woof is just trying to mess with him. Human on that Hoopa, really able to head into that central area and not get punished at all for it. Able to send itself home through that hyperspace hole.
Yeah, putting tons of faith in Potato to hold down the top path, and that is a good person to put some faith in, as Potato is a good top lane player. Human still just kind of bullying in weird spots on the map, maybe just causing just enough static for Tilted Deviant to keep them off their game plan. Marv playing very far forward, a good stitch in by the Decidueye Cali, and now Woof Woof is starting to heat up a little bit.
Yeah, Woof Woof is heating up. You can see they're trying to funnel experience over to that Decidueye. It's got the Spirit Shackle right now, and just as we said before, they're just trying to delay everything they can on the side of Tilted to make sure that that Venusaur does not get to evolve early here in this match.
Yeah, quick little highlight of Dodrio, ban rate 12%, because that win rate just being a shade under 60 is nothing to scoff at. Little dipsy do there by Human getting back on the backside supporting Potato, but here comes Traffy with another flank. They're all over Potato. Can they get it? Can Traffy get the reset? But no, Potato gets out just in time. Now they're sitting on the goal zone, a decent little siege here. Potato is back full HP right down to the Ivysaur. It's exactly when you get that experience too. The K opener going to Traffy, and that's who they wanted to. First KO to them as they're putting the pressure on Human. They catch the hyperspace hold downstairs, and now the pressure is on this Registeel. Woof Woof is all over it. Marv trying to buy some space, but the Espeon is chewing him up. Another shot can seal that up, but no, Human darting through and pushing back J-Pa.
And there we go. Tilted Deviant obviously deciding to give up the bottom path here for this positional advantage and breaking the top path goal. We're going to have to see if it's the strategy that's going to pay off for them. Obviously, Regieleki now being taken by Tilted. Bottom path goal being broken here. So the score is very close. Only 10 points separate these teams, but we have a Regieleki pushing towards this top path. However, Tilted deciding to not push with it. Instead, look for experience elsewhere on the map. Well, a massive Solar Beam just eats up everything in that central area. area.
I mean, Lundru is throwing absolute missiles from the outfield here with that solar beam, and it looks great. It's getting good experience for them in the face of 3 tilted deviant players, and that's exactly what you want.
Looks like we're doing a little hiding, maybe waiting for a little bit of an ambush here in the top path. We have 3 members of Tilted Demon. They also could be discussing strategy. I require my team to all get together in the tall grass to discuss a plan.
Yeah, I mean, you see it in the NFL all the time. Huddle up, get the gang together. We need to talk through this thing. But they're going to get the birds, and honestly, that's kind of throwing Woof Woof for a loop. They're not sure where the other team is, and they're not really making any pushes anywhere because they just don't want to step on that landmine that you're talking about, that little trap. So now Traffy's going to be able to get back, get some more experience for free without really getting pressured at all. And that's what we mentioned. If that Venusaur gets out of pocket or gets out of control, Woof Woof's going to have a tough time.
Here we go. We actually have the Slowbro here. A lot of plays where they're getting a ton of vision, just figuring out what their opponents are doing for the side of Tilted Deviant right here, while Woof Woof is just continuing to gather experience, KO these wild Pokemon, get big and strong for this next fight. We have a bottom Reggie spawning here in 15 seconds. We also have Regieleki here in 30. It looks like Tilted is saying we are coming down here for this fight. We have our Venusaur. We have 4 Unite moves on our side. There are 5 Unite moves on the side of Woof Woof, as this thing might be starting very soon. Nice big Spirit Shackle, finding 3 members. Now another one hits Slowbro.
Lunder just chipping the Registeel, gonna leash it out. But look, they're all bundled together here. A good heavy slam can get a heck of an engage for the team here. Oh, big Spirit Shackle comes through. We have a Telekinesis on Marv. Marv can't engage. The Hyperspace Hole is gone. But Tilted Deviant is just on the backside, just catching arrows, catching solar beams all over. Tons of damage being rained in. This Registeel, yes, it was pulled towards Tilted Deviant, but they're not really making anything happen here. The Espeon shots go wide, Spraggles, and Woof Woof somehow gets this Registeel to leash while still having tons of damages. Another Telekinesis on Marv. The Spirit Shackle still raining in half HP on 3. Huge solar beam, Cirque du Soleil, making Tilted Deviant look like clouds out here, and they're going to take this Registeel as all of Tilted Deviant is forced to scramble backwards.
Nice Unite move here from Tilted as they're trying to run in, but it looks like it might be too little too late. Registeel already down at half. Here comes the Hoopa Unite move. Nice KOs from the side of Tilted, but here comes the Spirit Shackle for the secure.
What?
Woof Woof, beautiful.
What a clutch by Callie, and I thought that Registeel would have been gone way earlier than that, but Tilted Deviant seeing that they still had an opportunity to go back in, but that re-engage is costing him a lot. 3 players down, KO streak of 3 for Callie. He's getting absolutely huge. Caligola making it happen for Woof Woof right now, and they are pivoting onto Traffy. It's a huge KO that they want. The Surf is coming through, trying to buy some time, but it's not really working. No, Traffy is still standing and getting KOs back the other way. How long is Tilted Deviant willing to feed here? Callie leaving with 5 KOs in the last 40 seconds. 6 KOs.
That arrow just taking 3 at once. The range that Woof Woof is playing at in this match, these solar beams and Spirit Shackles are just doing so much damage to Tilted. I have to give it up to him. That Venusaur lasted so much longer than I thought it would before it got KO'd right there. But still, Woof Woof is playing very safe while at the same time dishing out insane damage.
The range between Decidueye and Mew, you know, Callie and Lunder working together to just rain in massive amounts of damage. Yes, the Venusaur never went down, but everyone around it did.
Taking a look here, we actually have this Regieleki here that Tilted Deviant looks like they're pushing towards. 30 seconds left until the first Rayquaza here of our April finals for the EU region. This looks like it's going down for Tilted. However, we have the Solar Beam. No, just a little too early right there. Tilted able to send this towards the side of Woof Woof. The question is Woof Woof going to try to defend this or just position themselves around this Rayquaza that's about to hit the map here in 10 seconds?
Well, it looks like Tilted Deviant definitely wants to be there. Marv is getting some good vision for the team. Woof Woof is standing out and holding on. They let that Regieleki crash. Now it's up to Tilted Deviant to make a move.
Nice Spirit Shackle, just letting them know where they are. We have 5 members of Tilted all together. This is that protect the president composition right here. Venusaur still staying healthy, even though it's taken the slings and arrows, the solar beams and arrows from Woof Woof here, as they are deciding when they are going to engage here on Woof Woof. Tilted Deviant now backing out of this central area. Looks like they're actually going to back up and grab their blue buff right here so they can get increased cooldowns on that pedal dance.
Yeah, that's a great call. Make sure this Venusaur is as big as it can possibly be. Woof Woof has no real impetus to get on top of this Rayquaza, so they're really forcing Tilted Deviant to come at them. And with the ranged poke that they have, that's a great spot for Woof Woof to be in.
And take a look at Woof Woof's scoreline right here, 284 to 126. So they're really able to make Deviant have to be the one to push in right here. They are tapping this Rayquaza, and here they come. They're moving in.
The pedal dance all over the Mew, but Lunder was able to back up. They're going to catch a reset, boosted auto right before they blink out, and now that forces Traffy to back up. They didn't get the engage that they wanted. Big Surf comes through. That only chips Marv, and Knock Arrows coming through, ledging in, just shelling in some damage. Spriggles. Tilted Deviant is getting tilted to the ground. That's called getting laid out, knocked out. 2 players down. Woof trying to find another. Bliss assistance on Venusaur. That's exactly you'd think. But they're blocked back into the middle. Mew with the big time surf. Heavy Slam comes through. Traffy's caught. There's nobody around him. Decidueye takes care of the Blissey. This is an opportunity to take out the big carry here. If Woof can smother Venusaur, they've got a heck of a chance on this one. 2 more players down, and Traffy still stands. The Giga Drain is making it happen, but finally Potato says, I've had enough of this. Your French fried son, Rayquaza, going down.
Beautiful play there by Woof Woof, zoning out that Espeon right at the end, coming in for a Psyshock and the steal, not able to make it happen. The points are now raining in for Woof Woof, 550, 600 something, 800, 5,000, 10,000. Woof Woof takes game number 1. Great fight, and they just zone them out the entire time with Solar Beams, Spirit Shackles. Tilted could not make anything happen.
No, you like the theory behind Tilted Deviant, what they were trying to do, right? However, Woof with that last pick, choose Decidueye. I thought for sure Urshifu, right? Give Callie Urshifu. They secured everything under the sun with it. They switched to Decidueye, and it makes tons of sense. If you can't ever get that Venusaur close to your big damage carries, then it can't ever just stop getting damage shelled on it, and that worked like a charm.
Yeah, absolutely. And they did such a great job on the side of Woof Woof, you know, to zone out members of Tilted Deviant. You saw when they tried to jump in on Callie there in those final moments. You had the Surf from Lundaroo. You had Potato ready to push people away. You had the amazing Heavy Slam and block from Marv. They just had everything at their disposal to keep Callie, you know, happy, healthy, ready to land those massive Spirit Shackles, and they did all match.
Yeah, you mentioned funneling experience into Callie and how pivotal that was. So much so that Lundaroo understood their responsibility. Yes, it was damage, but however, if it comes down to it, they need to throw their body out in front of this Decidueye and make sure they're the ones getting KO'd instead of them. That's where the Surf came in big in the final moments there to really ensure that spacing. And look, Callie took over at that Registeel fight and really took over in that Rayquaza fight. 92k damage, come on, too easy.
I mean, huge numbers here from Callie and Lundaroo, obviously, on the side of Woof Woof. And we were talking about it all game. You look at the side of Tilted, we see an Espeon here, you know, shut down to under, you know, 40,000 damage. It's doing less damage than the Hoopa on the side of Woof Woof. So Woof Woof positionally had that match completely under control from top to bottom.
Without a doubt, they identified exactly what they needed to be doing, and that's exactly the type of play that we'd expect out of Woof Woof. Tilted maybe trying to throw a curveball out of the gate, keep Woof Woof's, keep Woof Woof on their toes, or trying to catch them sleeping a little bit. Well, they didn't. Woof Woof is alive and well, and they are looking to make this thing happen. They're up a game here.
They are up a game and they're looking incredible. Tilted's going to need to do something a little different. And we see the start of this match here. We have the 4-player push here in the top path. They're able to actually score a couple big KOs, but at the same time, you know, they were able to secure the bottom Reggie here for Woof Woof. Most professional teams, Dupe Snacks, would rather have this bottom Reggie secured. They'd rather win the bottom path.
Oh, that's without a doubt. And this was just an absolute smothering of a fight here. They completely bullied Tilted back out. And of course, when Tilted gets all their players and re-engage, a nice snipe shot by Callie to get the objective. And when they have that buff, that extra damage here, they're able to push, get another series of KOs. And like I said, Callie left this little exchange with 6.
Yeah, massive here. That beautiful Spirit Shackle right there. And those were so on point. An absolute sniper bird here as we move towards this final fight. Here is the Venusaur. I mean, staying alive for the longest time possible, seeing if they could get a secure here on the Rayquaza as we have the Espeon moving in from the left side right here, coming in for that Psyshock. However, boom, massive positional move there by the Hoopa, pushing it out, is not able to get close enough for the secure, and Woof Woof takes this game.
Yeah, quick highlight to Human with those hyperspace holes. They were on the money, and every single time that they would find under a player, they would fire off a Spirit Shackle, fire off a Boosted Auto, then blink home, then come back and keep dealing damage. This was the Marv show, though. I mean, a ton of points, 8 assists. Look at that damage taken, 50K. They were up front. I'm sure if we threw Callie's numbers up there, it'd probably be under 10K, right? I mean, Callie never got touched this game.
Incredible stuff for Marv, and you have to love it when you see a player that's just so incredibly valuable and useful running a defender and getting that MVP. I love it. It was the Marv show, and as I've said many times, there should be a TV show called The Marv Show. Please, Hollywood, get back to me. I don't understand. My emails keep bouncing back.
Why? They're not even bouncing back. They're just not responding, Spraggles. Unfortunately, that's just how it is. Marv, real quick to touch on them, they leveled up their game at the AOS Cup. I mean, they were on one there, and it looks like that's continued to this weekend, and that's exactly the type of performance Woof Woof is going to need out of their shot caller and big tank player if they want to make a run at it.
Woof Woof right now looking to shut this thing down 2-0 against Tilted Deviant as we head in here to game number 2, Doob Snacks. Interestingly enough, Tilted Deviant actually 2-0'd Woof Woof at the start of our winners bracket here. The matches that we did not get to see on broadcast, they took them down right away. So this must be a different strategy here from Woof Woof that's really shutting down Tilted Deviant.
Yeah, Slowbro being banned, definitely don't want that in the hands of Woof Woof, says Tilted Deviant. However, I don't think Woof Woof cares. I mean, they had the opportunity to get Trevenant last time, and they took Snorlax. So, I mean, that was a conscious decision there. I don't think they're too concerned about what Tilted Deviant is doing here, but an early lock-in of the Mew, clearly that can go just do miles worth of work, and no matter comp that Tilted Deviant puts together, Lunder looking great.
Here we go, Woof Woof hovering for a second there. We had that Lapras Chandelure, 2 new Pokemon that just hit Eos Island. They're not ready yet for the Championship Series. I can't wait until they are because they're very, very exciting choices. Something we talked about earlier was that Goodra. I was wondering if either of these teams were maybe going to switch something up. Maybe we'll see Deviant bring that Goodra here into game number 2. I mean, they don't have a Slowbro. I don't know if they want to bring the Tree or they want to bring the Goodra.
Well, they have Potato has played Goodra a little bit, specifically in that matchup against Time to Shine, but it looks like Potato is eyeing up their comfort pick, their bread and butter. Is that going to be a Garchomp block out of Potato? I hope so, because that thing looks good.
And here we go. Once again, it looks like Woof Woof continuing this extreme play with range here. We have both the Mew and the Decidueye once again on the side of Woof Woof, and you can see the positioning that they had with Marv. They just set up some amazing plays.
I think we might see a little bit of a switch here where Human was babysitting Callie and Lundaroo in that first game because of the hyperspace holes. Now I think Human's going to be in Marv's pocket and Potato's pocket to allow them to really have a chaotic front line and let Lundaroo and Callie just chuck bombs from a distance.
I gotta say, I'm so excited to see this Greninja. I mean, we don't get to see as much Greninja anymore. It's a really exciting pick, a Pokemon that you probably are going to see in that central area. However, they have 2 on the side of Tilted Deviant that I would like to see take that central area. Urshifu struggling early, as well as that little Froakie struggling early. So the question is, where are we going to see these 2 Pokemon? And what kind of Greninja are we going to see? Most professional players picking up that Surf build, but we could see something with Water Shuriken.
Yeah, just to talk about who's going to go in the middle, my gut tells me you kind of split it, right? And then you have at least the Urshifu peel with like level 3 deep, level 4 early, and have it go with the Hoopa to really help it stay up and try and get to that level 5 while not taking too much away from the Greninja that needs to scale tremendously.
Well, I can tell you if that Greninja is heading into either the top or bottom path, this is being done by a professional team. All of my solo queue teammates at home, please be very careful when you are trying something like this. These are professionals. It is very dangerous if you do this at home.
Yeah, just a crazy validation we're throwing out into the echo chamber here if that happens. But hey, if Tilted Deviant can make a lane Greninja work, I'm all here for it. Because on this stage, it's all about throwing everything in the kitchen sink at a team like Woof Woof. And if in the kitchen sink is a lane Greninja, then so be it.
There we go. It is heading up to the top path right here as we see Caligula in that central area for Woof Woof, the Cubfu in the central area here for Tilted Deviant. No, actually, Doob Snacks, I think you might be a prophet because it does look like they're splitting some of that experience there.
Yeah, it's definitely splitting a little bit, but also protecting the Kubfu. As we know, it can be invaded very well, and Snorlax is a great Pokemon to do so. So, you know, just offering a little bit of insulation there to that. Meanwhile, Woof getting some good experience. They're playing on the safe side of the map, not pressuring too far forward. They're giving themselves a moment here to just get their experience, their levels up.
And here we go. We actually see they handed that red buff over to the side of the Greninja for Tilted Deviant. It had the rapid fire scarf and the muscle band, so its auto attacks are going to be able to do even more now that it can slow down its opponents right here. We still have the evolution in for the Urshifu, and it has become the Dark Bear, the Wicked Blow build.
Yeah, that's great for secures. We know that. That's exactly what they're going to need them to do. But right now, it's about securing some of these birds and getting all the experience. Big chunk up. That's an evolution to the Gabite for Potato. Great spot for them and what could have been a tough exchange. Espeon coming through with the K opener on Snorlax. Marv going down early.
Lundaroo in a little trouble here as J-Paul lands another big size shock. And yeah, we have more points raining in here. The hyperspace highway sending him down to the bottom path. Tilted Deviant right now on a little bit of a roll.
Yeah, they're flipping, flopping all over the map, and that's exactly what they want. They're throwing Woof at some different looks, right? We said everything in the kitchen sink. This is part of it. A big-time KO allows a preemptive rotation from Karake and team to get a bunch of points in, spin the tree back up top to give the support over to that poor Hoopa that was holding it down alone. And here we go, looking good. J-Paul holding it down by themselves as well. A lot of individual efforts here from Tilted, allowing these kind of wacky rotations.
Big Spirit Shackle, seeing if it can secure anything here in this central area. Missing the Trevenant just barely. However, it gets a boosted, it gets a big Electro Ball, and it does go down. The range once again on the side of Woof is so incredible. Mew, how?
I mean, J-Paul wanted that. They a eject button forward to try and get the next little pot shot on it and fell just a bit shy. And now, you know, they're stuck without anything. The hyperspace highway is open, and we see Karake rolling downstairs to try and put some pressure on. But we've got a 4 versus 2 situation in the top path. But if there's 2 players to do it, it's certainly Potato and Human. Let's try to hold it down. Big Woodhammer's coming through. We see the side shock engaging as well. Potato sitting on their goal zone. They're chucking in a ton of damage. Who's going to get low? The Greninja's caught on the backside. The Blissey gets both berries. There are so low. Can they get the convert? No, because Gabite is down. They were easily smothered, but on the backside, on the downstairs situation, Woof's making a push because they just took out Karake themselves.
Once again, Tilted Deviant prioritizing this top path right here, coming in with a very sneaky play. The Greninja through that smoke screen. However, Blissey able to defend that very, very well for Woof. Registeel getting quite low right here as they're looking for a secure on the side of Woof. Are they able to get it? They are once again. Caligola looking amazing on Decidueye.
Yeah, Caligola's secure is not only phenomenal on Urshifu, but we're getting learned that their secure is pretty much good on anything. That Decidueye Spirit Shackle is finding its forehead every single time, getting those objectives no problem. If it's anything like Gay 1, they're going to start snowballing some KOs too.
Regieleki almost going down right here, but it looks like it actually made it to its maximum range. Had to walk back, gets leashed. The Surf Secure not able to make it happen. Finally, they have to go back in right there. Potato just watching that all go down, deciding not to engage, realizing that they could lose more than it was worth. They actually just let it walk into that top path goal right there and not give a ton of value over to Tilted. Probably a better play here actually for Woof as they now have unlocked a lot of free experience in the top path.
Yeah, and Potato went for it immediately, right? They were able to peel down, and they're going to be able to take that and hopefully make it in time for the next objective. You know, they have their Garchomp. They're going to keep trying to get bigger and bigger as time allows. Tilted Deviant, on the other hand, they're trying to scrub as much of that contestable experience off the map as they can before exactly Potato makes it back to the top path.
And here we go. We have members of Tilted positioning around here, just seeing if they can get some vision right now. Everyone wants to know where their opponents are, but we got a lot of hiding going on, a lot of setting up some plays, setting up some ambushes right here as 5 members of Tilted are moving towards this top path goal. And I'm not sure Woof is aware exactly how many players are about to crash onto this tier 2 goal.
Well, they're trying to get on Karake, but they get wood hammered and stunned down. They forces out the Unite move. Water Shuriken comes through, the big giant Water Shuriken trying to find its mark. Knock arrows stitching up the Tilted Deviants. Caligola, say it smooth, silk like butter. They're making it through and they're getting KOs back. And you want to talk about a surprise push. We weren't even sure if Woof knew that was happening. Oh, they knew, Spraggles. They knew indeed.
Even if they didn't, I'd be more impressed if they didn't know and they can react to something that incredibly quick, as we have Hoopa bringing the entire team of Tilted Deviant down to this bottom path for Registeel. They want to try to zone out these two long-range Pokemon right here. We're charging up the Wicked Blow, maybe a little bit too early. However, Espeon able to secure that.
J-Paul making sure that another objective isn't just taken out from under him, but that solar beam made it very, very close, Spraggles. And now 4 minutes left. We're on these contestable birds, and these teams are really good about mirroring each other up and down the map and scrapping when they need to.
I love some of the plays that we've seen here from Tilted, by the way. Again, a team that we don't get to see enough on broadcast because they're so unbelievably exciting, especially this Greninja play. We talked about them having to do something different here in game number 2. This is completely different.
It really is, but look how quickly they're just going up and down the map, right? I mean, Woof is a little bit more calculated. They're having less of kind of violent switches from top to bottom path, but Tilted Deviant is using that to their advantage because they seem to get player advantage every time, but now they're getting caught out. Espeon Unite forced out, and so does Snorlax Unite. 2 blink out, Hoopa just in time making it happen. The pressure keeps coming, though. Oh, the heavy slam engaged by Marv. Can they get Karaki? Karaki's low, knows the Spirit Shackle that sorts him out, and now Espeon needs to catch a reset. The heavy slam does not keep them from getting that reset. J-Paul making it back, full HP, and immediately going to the top path to try and keep Potato from scoring 48.
Woof is just able to expertly counter everything Tilted is throwing at them. It's really impressive. Every time Tilted goes to make a play, they have some information, they have some vision because they're hiding here in the tall grass. They know where Tilted is moving and they react to it beautifully. Woof saying, we're going to 2-0 you because you 2-0'd us earlier. They are looking fantastic here and they want to make it up to those grand finals today.
Oh, that's without a doubt. Woof has felt like they've missed just the boat by a few minutes every single week. AO's Cup was no different. April finals are no different. Tilted Deviant stands in their way, and although Tilted Deviant is throwing a lot of solid looks here at Woof, they're adjusting well and keeping their composure, and man, are they punishing.
Here we go. We actually have a bottom Reggie spawning here. 30 seconds left. This is going to get secured by one of these teams. We're getting ready. Here comes the Wicked Blow and the Side Shock. Who's going to be able to get it? And it is once again the Espeon for the side of Tilted Deviant.
Yeah, J-Paul really putting the team on their back in this situation, finding a good opportunity to get tons of damages on the opposing team, but also getting those objectives. Look at Traffy just hanging out, making sure that Woof thinks they're lost in the sauce here. Tilted Deviant's got something up their sleeves, Spraggles.
Tilted Deviant looking to put 100 points in this bottom goal as soon as the time ticks over. If they can see enough members of Woof, we have the Greninja ready to do it. No one ready to secure this Rayquaza. Woof, however, just needs one more win. If Tilted loses here, they go home. So Woof could make a pretty bold play right here if they want to. However, they are up by almost 100 points. They are not the team that needs to make a drastic play.
Yeah, but look at where Karake is. They're always on the top. They've got 2 players flanking with the opportunity to score hundo burgers early. Don't even need to worry about Rayquaza. Oh, Potato's peeling back. I think they're going to be late, though. I'm not sure. Oh, the Dragon Rush comes in and forces Karake to stop the score. That's huge. And now Greninja's caught out. Lunder is moving in on them. The big Hoopa Unite comes out to pull the team through, get them out of trouble, get them out of hot water. Marv engages on the backside. Another Snorlax Unite coming out, chipping up J-Paul. I don't know if they'll be able to get the secure. We're coming back through. J-Paul does it again. J-Paul does it again. Tilted Deviant's got a chance here. They got to scramble and score 2 players down for Woof. Fill up your pockets and go for it. We know the Greninja's got 50. We know Karake's got 50. Dana peeling 2. They got 50 ready to score. KO streak 3 for Karake, making it happen. And now Tilted Deviant is up by 1 point with more on the horizon.
That's right. Tilted Deviant scoring again in this bottom path. Really difficult to break the Rayquaza shield on that Trevenant as we have more scores going up in the top. 46, and if we can get that Hoopa or that Espeon up in there too, this will be massive. I don't know. Yeah, Espeon still does have that scoring shield right there as well, as Tilted now about to go up 488 to 241. 30 seconds left for Woof. I don't know if there is enough time, but they're going to need to make a push right now.
Yeah, they're going to have to make a push indeed. And Hoopa and Espeon collectively for Tilted Deviant have been true game changers for them, able to make big time moves in the final moments of this one. Woof Woof scrambling to score. They've got an opportunity. Cali sussed out immediately. Karake's going in through light screen, solar beam, doesn't matter. Karake gets the KO on the bird. KO Shrika 2, Espeon unites. Spraggles, I think we're going to a game 3.
We are going to a game 3 between Woof Woof and Tilted Deviant. What an incredible change here from game number 1. Tilted strategy obviously not able to make it happen, and I mean, you have to give it up to J-Paw. What an incredible, just over and over again, objectives are going down to the Espeon on the side of Tilted Deviant.
I mean, J-Paw was there every single time, taking the last 3 objectives on the map for themselves. I guess, let me rephrase that. The last 3 contested objectives on the map for Tilted Deviant, including the big Rayquaza at the end. And Karake popping off too, getting some big time KOs. And you can't undersell Saz. Those hyperspace holes for the resets were critical in making this thing happen.
Yeah, some really incredible stuff. I love that peel off at the end where they had Traffy and Karake both try to make a score in the top and bottom path respectively. I gotta say, I actually think Karake makes that score happen. I think Garchomp misses right there. It was very, very close. I'd love to see a replay of that at some point right here. As we take a look at the score line, obviously Woof Woof in a commanding position. Tilted Deviant needed to make something happen, and boy, did they.
Yeah, you look at the secure that Woof Woof has between the Mew and the Decidueye, and just J-Paw, the absolute Achilles heel of those 2 secure monsters. They got it done, and that was really the recipe to success for Tilted Deviant in this one. Doesn't matter what that damage dealt line says, J-Paw was doing everything under the sun for this team.
Without question. But take a look at the side of Woof Woof. That is a very different damage line from game number 1. They are not putting up the same numbers that they did. Now, a lot of that could be because they're not going into that sort of protect the president, we got to keep this Venusaur healthy at all costs build. We actually have some more range, more sneaky plays on the side of Tilted Deviant this time. And we can see Woof Woof's strategy not working as well into this new composition.
I mean, Tilted Deviant game 1 really felt like they were doing their best impression of feeding a meat grinder, right? Specifically on that Registeel, just going in. But here in game 2, as we'll see, Tilted Deviant was literally just track starring up and down the map, not really taking any silly engagements, and making sure that those damage numbers stayed low by only taking fights that they wanted to, including this one where they get a good KO on Potato and are able to score some points.
No silly engagements, but silly engagements are the only kind that I take, dupes. Snacks. Whoop whoop in the bottom path right here, just raining in some points. Nice play here from Tilted, but this is where Woof Woof just responds so beautifully right here. We have the Bliss Assistance, the long range Unite move there from Caligula. Beautiful stuff from Woof Woof. It felt like they were really countering all of the trick plays that Tilted were throwing at them.
Yeah, this was another opportunity where Tilted Deviant kind of caught Woof Woof out, but Woof Woof was able to turn the tides of that pressure. And yeah, I think that would have gone in, Spraggles. I don't think Potato gets there, to be quite honest. But Karake rather not risk it coming back through. They join up with the team at half HP and get 3 KOs. Come on, are you kidding me? Wicked Blow coming through, but it's still J-Paw that gets it done. They got it dialed in.
Beautiful play there, whether it's the Psyshock or that time the Side Beam. They've just got their secures on lockdown. It's one of the reasons that you see Espeon banned out a lot in some of these bigger games. It's just such an incredible Pokemon. Our player of the game, Karake on her Shifu, well, they did play an amazing game as well.
Yeah, getting all those KOs at the very end when the team desperately needed them. And you know, when you get a KO streak of 3, it's pretty easy to secure objectives for J-Paw if you don't have anyone else on the other team trying to do it in your face. So good job on Karake, not only making it back in time, not being delayed by the Garchomp engage, and getting it done. And of course, 164 points to boot. I'm for it. I'm here for it.
I'm here for it. I'm here for everything that Tilted is doing there in game number 2. As we're heading here to a game number 3, again, we're in our losers bracket right now, Dupe Snacks, which means if these teams lose now, they are going home. However, both of them need this win. They want to keep pushing forward. They want to make it to those grand finals. This would be huge for Tilted. Tilted just, again, always on the cusp of being one of the top teams in EU, and they could make it happen here today.
Yeah, you have two unique angles going on in this matchup, Spregos. You have Tilted, of course, trying to finally prove themselves as one of the top teams in EU and have people stop discounting them. On the other hand, you have Wolf, who's currently in 3rd place in the CP race. So finishing high here is not just a matter of getting in a better position to like win this event. It's getting in a better position to go to Japan. For them, that is within grasp, and they need to just keep up these consistent performances. But going out here is going to make that exponentially more difficult going into May and the regional finals.
Absolutely. You know, there are a couple big dogs in EU, of course, right? We've got Tally Bobo and we've got Nouns, and they're extremely consistent. Woof is right there, and they want to keep that position. In fact, of course, they want to win this whole thing today. But if they can keep that position, if they can keep very, very high placement every single month, like you said, they're going to Yokohama.
Yeah, without a doubt. And that's what it's about. There's 4 slots available for EU. The regional finals winner and then the top 3 in CP. If one of the top 3 in CP are the regional finals winners, that ticks down to the next highest in CP. So like if you're in 4th, you still got a really good chance and you need to keep competing here. 5th as well, because you have a chance to spike the regional finals, maybe not win, but get enough CP to leapfrog another team and make a run for it. And Wolf, it really does not want to give any team under them a chance to catch up.
That's right. But if there was a time for a team to do it, it'd be right now for Tilted Deviant, especially if they were able to pull out a big win here in the April finals for the EU region. As we headed to game number 3, Tilted, your purple team, Woof, your orange team. We have that Comfey banned out again, and Tilted saying, no, we're actually going to ban out this Hoopa this time, grab Slowbro right away. That means they could be losing out on that Espeon, which was so incredibly important for them.
We have a real opportunity here for Wolf. That means Dodrio is unlocked and they have the opportunity. I think Snorlax drops to the bottom half of this draft. I would choose something else if I'm being completely honest. Wolf doesn't believe in it. Marv wants the Snorlax. That's what they get.
Interesting. Tilted Deviant, once again, it's possible that they're heading back towards this Venusaur composition that we saw here in game number 1 as Blissey and Eldegoss are locked in. They are not picking up that Espeon. I'm kind of shocked. It felt like it was a game changer.
I agree completely. However, I do like what they're doing here because, you know, they're choosing in a way that makes Dodrio kind of awful if that's the direction they end up going with their team. And if it isn't, they still got some really good Pokemon, but at least it takes the pressure off of Wolf from having to pick it. Marv picking and locking in Buzzwole as well as a Clefable is going to be tons of frontline heals for that Buzzwole for those engagements. We got a Machamp and a Cinderace? What year is it, Spraggles?
Come on, Pokemon Unite. I mean, that looks like a season 1 team. That's a year 1 team that we're looking at from Tilted Deviant. I gotta say, I love seeing the Greninja. I love seeing the Cinderace. Let's freaking do this. Tilted Deviant, I'm a fan. Get me the t-shirt. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, march to the beat of your own drum indeed. Tilted Deviant, not about anybody else's music today. Wolf with a more, we'll say, traditional composition here. Callie picking up the Glaceon. That is a Pokemon that really surprised at the AOS Cup in terms of its performance, and I don't see it changing anytime soon. So Callie being on that Pokemon is going to be critical. Something that they are missing that they had before, though, is 2 different Pokemon with high secure ability.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting from Tilted Deviant. It looks like they are looking to fight, obviously, when you see a composition like this. Cinderace, you know, on one hand, it does have incredible objective rip. I mean, they can just get something from full health to nothing very, very fast with those flaming soccer balls that it deals out tons of damage with. But you're right. I mean, a totally different look from Tilted as far as secure is concerned.
As we see both these rosters, a player we haven't talked about too much, Saz, specifically in game 2, a real quiet cog in the Tilted Deviant machine. They were humming out there with those hyperspace holes, and that really is what allowed J-Pa Karaki to pop off in that second game and carry. So I want to tip of the cap to them while we've got these squads on the screen. Wolf, you might be a little bit more familiar with Caligula, Marv, Potato, and company there. Human, of course, and yeah, we got it.
Here we are, losers semifinals, game number 3, Tilted Deviant, your purple team, Woof, your orange team, and I got to give it up to Tilted. They are bringing something new and exciting into every match. Haven't seen a Clefable yet today either, so that's pretty cool from the side of Woof.
Yeah, but the story here for Tilted is definitely Tilted Deviant. We haven't seen a Cinderace in quite some time, Spraggle, so I'm glad to hit the map here. It's here in the Thea Sky Ruins, ready to do some work and prove us non-believers wrong. Can't wait.
I actually am getting word from our production team. We haven't seen Cinderace in over 40 years, Doob Snacks. They told me I had to say it in that voice. I don't know why.
Yeah, you know, I get it. If Jamesy just let the hamburger helper mitt coming down and squashing themselves a legendary Pokemon, no questions about it. Sending somebody else to the Pokemon Center for once, feeling good about it. J-Paw on the Slowbro, if you can believe it, Spraggles. That's very interesting switch up.
Karake here looking to make something happen in the top path, just hiding in this tall grass, hoping that members of Woof Woof don't see them coming up. They're going to see this now as it jumps on in with a big dynamic punch. Not able to make a KO happen yet as they're continuing this push right here. The flaming soccer balls, Potato trying to get out, but they cannot.
That's the big problem with this Clefairy not being a Clefable yet. It doesn't have that Moonlight. It can't get the HP regeneration going for the Buzzle, and Potato goes down. No questions asked.
Here we go, J-Pod moving back towards their side of the map right here. Human still not a Clefable yet, which means, yeah, the healing is really not there for the side of Woof Woof, having to back up right now.
A lot of pressure being put on by J-Paw in the face of Lunderu. Lunderu gets scalded, and here comes the Raboot to Rabucha back home, and they're going to be able to siege this thing. Marv in the face of 3. Can they hold it down? They just have a heavy slam to their disposal here, and they're scrambling back to get a berry, but these points are going in. Half of that gold zone is already gone, and Marv just forced to sit there and wait for their team to come back.
Something I just love that I saw there from the side of Tilted. We actually have the Safeguard Blissey. So we're going to see a Blissey that's able to give its allies a shield, make sure that they can't get stunned and knocked up in some of these crazier fights. And also that probably means we're going to see Helping Hand, which is a move that lets your team move faster and attack faster. You put a Helping Hand and a Safeguard on a Cinderace, you know, pair that with a Rapid Fire Scarf, it's going to be insane.
Yeah, that's clearly what they're trying to make the recipe for success here in Game 3, is they've got a real opportunity to quiet down one of the best teams in EU. They're making a move here, and the pressure is on, and Machoke gets the Clefable. I mean, really no problems at all, as Tilted Deviant again just out-rotating Woof Woof, keeping them just on the back foot constantly. Woof Woof trying to do a little bit of that action on their own on the downstairs goal zone, but they are still behind on this score sheet.
And here we go, Tilted, once again, like you're talking about here, Doobsnacks, they love prioritizing this top path, getting some big KOs right here, as Woof Woof is able to secure this in the bottom path. Possibly, we have the Skull Bro running down here. Can it make something happen? Here comes the, yes! The surf from J-Pod, doesn't matter what they're on, they're taking the objectives. Unbelievable in the face of 3 from Woof Woof.
Well, the thing is now they got that objective. They get smothered quickly, but Woof Woof is forced to reset because the pressure is all over their side of the map, as Tilted Deviant is taking everything in their central area. So they couldn't even capitalize on that KO after J-Paw makes the hero play.
Incredible stuff here, and here we have Machamp pushing on in here, possibly looking for a moment to unite. It's a level 10 Machamp on the side of Tilted.
I'll tell you what, Woof Woof is looking a little jarred right now, Spraggles. They are not playing like the Woof Woof we even saw in Game 1, for example, or most of Game 2. They're a little rattled. Tilted Deviant has to feel that, and they need to just keep executing their game plan of these hyper strong, hyper fast rotations, and really keeping Woof Woof trying to guess where on the map they actually are.
We are so close to a massive breakpoint in level 2 on the side of Tilted. That Cinderace, once it hits 11 and has the access to that upgraded Blaze Kick, the attack speed is just insane on this Pokemon. As they're moving in, picking up possibly another KO, and Clefable gonna have to run out. No, not able to pick that one up, but getting close.
Yeah, Moonlight's incredibly strong, laying down a good gravity to prevent the engage as well. Not a bad look by Human to get them back to the goal zone, but it's still J-Paw just down here harassing by themselves. His Potato is just getting chewed up by this Machamp and Eldegoss combo, and it's gonna happen again. We just see a little puff go, giving them allergies right here, but Buzzwole finds a KO on the Eldegoss. That level 11 Machamp would have been a great prize for Potato, but they make it out.
Yeah, they do make it out, although they have to use a Unite move to do it. We don't see that on the side of Tilted. We still have the Unite moves for both their Machamp and for their Eldegoss here, as we have 10 seconds until the objective spawns in the bottom path, 15 in the top path, 4 members of Woof Woof in the bottom path, 4 members of Tilted, as we have everyone else running down here as well. This fight's about to start. Nice big boosted Eden there by J-Paw.
Yeah, the Scald, however, falls just a bit short, and they're trying to engage in the backline. Mew uses their Unite move to go invisible. Machamp taking out the Clefable. The heals are gone, and now it's the Cinderace that takes out Marv. They've got tons of action going in the face of Woof Woof. Machamp takes the Regice, and now they can push here. Woof Woof is down. They have 2 players sitting on this goal zone. Finally, the rest of the team is showing up. Tilted Deviant, are they going to show epic levels of backbone and composure and back up? No, they bout that action. They go right back in. They're all over the goal zone. They're smothering. Bliss Assistant comes through onto the Cinderace just in time. Can they make the moves happen? They're shelling in tons of damage. Finally, Potato poaches the Slowbro. They try to get it done. Blissy's forced to retreat, and Woof Woof might have made a pretty decent defensive stand here. Marv still goes in with the heavy slam, and finally, Tilted Deviant looks like they have to give up on this thing.
Incredible defensive play there by Woof Woof. I mean, it really looked like at any moment things could go poor for them. In the heavy slam and the block there from the Snorlax. Again, season 1 vibes, year 1 vibes right here, as we got the Snorlax just making massive plays for Woof Woof.
Absolutely, massive plays is an understatement. I mean, they needed that goal zone to stand to just keep their head above water here, Spraggles. They're finally bringing some parity to this experience gap, but Tilted Deviant is still ahead. No question about it.
Regieleki looks like it's going to be taken down by Woof Woof. We have a possible secure. No, it looks like Buzzwole actually going to back off. Mew not making it up to that top path as well. That's going to be sent down towards that tier 2 goal of Woof Woof. Tilted up right now on points. Both teams have a tier 1 goal, and the bottom path still available to score on.
Dana getting some good vision for Tilted Deviant, allowing Woof Woof and Tilted Deviant to really understand what is where. That heavy slam was way late. That thing already secures. Callie, this Glaceon really needs to find its footing and get into the mix. I feel like they've been a non-factor so far, and with less than 3 minutes left, you need to start making your presence felt.
We got the level 13 on the Machamp. Huge break point for this Pokemon when it has that cross chop. It's going to be able to stack even higher attack stat, which is going to make that Unite move a thing of beauty if they're able to land a nice one in this final fight. 30 seconds, by the way, until Rayquaza, as Regirock looks like it's about to be secured here by Woof Woof. We have 3 members of Tilted coming down to see if they can make something happen, though.
Yeah, and this Regirock not going down. I am shocked Marv did not heavy slam on top of Traffy just to make sure that Woof Woof can secure that. Dana taking it for Tilted Deviant, and now Woof Woof finds himself with the Rayquaza on the horizon and not taking a basement Reggie and still struggling in the experience gap.
10 seconds, 5 seconds now till Rayquaza hits this map. The score is so incredibly close between these 2 teams. What's going to happen here is going to be the difference maker. Cinderace starting to put some damage out right now. Massive Solar Beam finds huge damage for the side of Woof Woof.
Tons of damage chunked in. Tilted Deviant playing a little bit composed here, peeling back to get their HP levels, give some space for the Blissey to get some heals. Look where Machamp is going, though. Keep an eye on them as this is going on. Woof Woof still finding an opportunity. They're used to playing a normal game here. The Machamp is actually flanking back, and they're going to try and pick up Potato here on the backside. We are just chucking in damage to each other. A little bit of a middle school dance type action. Oh, the Machamp dives in, but actually catches the gravity, and they're caught out. Big Unite move takes out Callie. Can they make it happen? We've got the Moonlight. They're trying to keep up the team, but they're caught in the middle. Absolute blender. 2 players down for Woof Woof, and Tilted Deviant's flipping on this thing. We've got an opportunity here. Lunderu and Potato are trying to make their move here. Human is stuck, but they're just a Clefable with nobody to heal. They are worth nothing. They get eviscerated. Another KO for the Machamp. Potato is trying to make some magic happen. Look at the spacing out on Lunderu. They're absolutely gutted here. Holy smokes. Tilted Deviant takes down 2 more. This Rayquaza's low, and Woof Woof is nowhere to be found. Tilted Deviant seals it up, and it's ducket time. Let's see how many burgers they're eating. There's 1.
Here we go. There's number 2. Cinderace putting in number 3. Is that 5 whole burgers going in for the side of Tilted Deviant? They are taking this here in game number 3. What a beautiful fight from them. We talked a little bit about that Machamp Unite move. It found a huge target, taking out that Glaceon, doing a ton of damage, and then they were just able to rip down each member of Woof Woof. Tilted Deviant looking incredible, and they're going to be moving forward in our tournament. Is this the month for Tilted Deviant to win the whole thing? We're going to find out today.
Wow. wow, did they look good in that final fight. Even I believe it was Saz on the Machamp, even Saz getting caught, going for the deep cross chop and getting caught in the gravity. Wolf thinks they have an opportunity. They collapse, but the rest of Tilted Deviant follows up with a big time engage. Huge engagement, making Wolf scatter, and there is all they wrote. Karake, Saz was on the Eldegoss. Karake on the Machamp, coming through, gets a KO streak of 2 and the objective. Come on, Tilted Deviant making it happen in April. Well, I guess May, but in the April finals.
Absolutely making it happen in the April finals right here that are in May. Tilted Deviant looking amazing. Cinderace, Greninja, who'da thunk it, Doob Snacks?
Who would have thunk it indeed? Wolf really felt like they couldn't ever get a grasp of what Tilted Deviant was doing. Their first composition in game 1, a little bit easy to read, right? It's pretty clear, it's in the character sheets here. But when you look at the Pokemon that they selected in game 2 and 3, it made it a little bit more difficult to understand what they were trying to achieve. And quite honestly, Wolf could not catch up with Tilted Deviant's rotations.
And we talked about it just for a sec there. I mean, that score was so incredibly close. We had Machamp. It had the moment where it could peel off. It could score 100, but also it could flank around, come around that backside through the central area there of Woof and make a massive play. That's what they ended up doing. And it just felt like dominoes kept falling for Woof as each member getting taken down here. Cinderace putting up 82,000 damage right there with a little bit of a helping hand from the Blissey.
What a composition by Tilted Deviant, and they even got the opportunity to, in game 3, draft like they were going back to the Protect the President comp from game 1, and then completely flipped the script with Cinderace Machamp in those last 2 picks.
It's such incredible stuff here, Doob Snacks. Tilted Deviant looking like the team they need to look like right now if they want to try to secure their spot to Japan. Obviously, all of these teams very close in the EU region. All of these monthly finals so incredibly important. You want to stay in contention, and Tilted Deviant doing that here today.
Yeah, Tilted Deviant, this is your time to shine. Prove to EU that you deserve to be here. They're making a run. Woof back against the wall for the rest of the season to try and make it to Japan. But let's kick it back to the analyst desk here. Let them break this thing down a little further. Over to Kellosaurus and Chris Heroes. They're going this way. Oh, my camera's backwards.
Thank you so much, Spraggles and Doob Snacks. Now, Tilted Deviant, not only did they defeat Woof once today, but they have defeated them twice, making it even further. Chris, these matches, who would have thought? Season 1 comp.
This was a crazy series, honestly. And I feel like the final decider in this match was the Machamp, right? You saw in the first game they played a similar team comp with that Venusaur and Espeon though, so they didn't really have engage. And in this game, they just picked the Machamp, and Machamp is one of the best engaging Pokemon in the game. It can always eject button in with that Unite move, and I think this was the key to victory this was the one thing they were missing in the first game for Tilted. So Woof also played obviously amazing, but Tilted, man, twice now beating Woof today in this amazing team fight. And we saw the Machamp is just so scary for any backline Pokemon to be up against. Wonderful flank there by Karaki, really showing the potential of what you can achieve still with Machamp.
No, the power of a teamwork, as you mentioned, just having the helping hand from the Blissey, assisting their teams, making sure to get in those dunks and make the difference. As I said, like this comp, something that we would see in Season 1. I didn't think we would see it in this day and age, especially, you know, with the current meta.
I also really like the Safeguard and Helping Hand. You know, the biggest problem is that if you go for this bit, you don't have any healing. But they still have the Eldegoss, so they're allowed to go for Helping Hand and Safeguard, and then Buzzwole can't do anything the entire game anymore, right? It's so hard for Snorlax and Buzzwole to actually find those engages, because Safeguard just ruins it instantly. And this time, then for the Glaceon instead for the Decidueye, and it just didn't work out the same. Play of the game is going to be the Cinderace, though, of Treffy. Was pretty much, I felt like, very untouchable the entire game, right? With those double supports, with the Helping Hand, Safeguard, and the consistent healing from Eldegoss, they just couldn't take down the Cinderace.
No, exactly. I guess it's that Protect the President comp. That is your attack damage carry. You want that Pokemon to dish out the damage. But let's have a look at the April Finals bracket so far. We can see that Tilted Deviant, they are now in the losers final. We'll have to see who they go up against next. Is it going to be Taliboba Believers or Noun Esports? Only one can come up on top and make it towards the grand final.
Already huge achievement for Tilted, making top 3, and they even showed earlier they won an entire map against Nons Esports, right? So I think Tali announced as well they have to be careful playing against this team, and they're also playing their own style. I feel like no other team is doing what Tilted does. If you look at all their 3 games today, they play different things every single game, and nothing really any other team plays.
No, exactly. And this is what we love to see. Different things, different Pokemon being picked up, and it's just their different play styles. But that is that match wrap up for today. Now, while these teams are participating in the April final, it isn't over for the rest of the region, as we do have the May Cup also coming on up. Registrations are open, so if you do want to still get a team together, you can do that. And if you need some squad members, feel free to visit our Discord and, you know, possibly get some championship points, possibly participate in the regionals, possibly go to Worlds.
And again, playing competition is always a different feeling, right? Playing ranked with those tournaments is for sure a completely different experience, and I feel like everyone should experience at least once.
Oh, I completely agree. The competitive scene is completely different to, you know, a ranked match. Much more that goes into it. But we will get these next 2 teams ready on up. We are going to take a short break and bring it back to you very shortly. Hello trainers and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. We are here today for the April Cup, the finals for the EU region. I'm Kellosaurus and we do have Chris here with us today. Now we have just witnessed a great first set for the day. Tilted Deviant defeating Woof Woof, which means we do have to say goodbye to them. But we still have more matches to come. Next up we have Tally Bobo Believers going up against Noun Esports. And this is two teams we have seen battle it out against each other time and time again this season.
This has to be the most looked forward a match that we have in Europe still. Tali against Nouns Esports. But there's one crazy stat. Tali Believers this year has not lost a single winner bracket final yet. And if there's one team who wants to stop this streak, it's probably Nouns Esports. They're so hungry. I feel like to finally beat Tali Believers and be the first team to make towards the grand final and then watch Tali Believers in the loser bracket as well. So it's all down to Tali against Nouns. We have of course Servas, Klaus, Yutao, Mego, Toonslim. Yutao now back after missing out on the EOS Cup and looking as good as ever.
Yes, they are looking as good as ever, but I think Nouns Esports, they are looking quite good. And as you said, quite hungry to take that win and have those bragging rights, you know. Also, those championship points. But on Noun Esports, we do have a Giz, Gatlu, Adesu, Bruv, and Sixies.
And this team is just... I mean, they have not won anything yet this year, but they're always so close. Again, the EOS Cup as well, they were so close of beating Tali Believers in that grand final. And I think Gatlu especially is very angry lately and wants to really make sure they can beat Tali Believers.
Exactly. And while I know there are obviously those top 3 spots that make it to Worlds, it's just the feeling that you're after, the feeling that where you can say, we won a cup, you know, put that down on a resume and you are set to go.
Yeah, especially most teams play for points, but I think these two teams for sure play for bragging rights as well. They want to be the teams that win all these tournaments and be like, yeah, guys, we are the best team in Europe. And I feel like currently, if you're the best team in Europe, there's also a high chance you might just be the best team in the world just because of how strong Tali Believers has been looking in all these past tournaments.
Yeah, I think they might have been training all month for this moment, the rematch. This is all what we have been waiting for.
Oh yeah, Tali Believers against Nouns Esports. It's just a classic, right? And both teams. I'm just curious to see if Nouns Esports has something new. I mean, we just saw Tilted playing completely new team comms, so I'm curious to see what Nouns has, bringing us today.
You know who else is curious to see what Nouns and Tali Bobo Believers have to bring us today? Spraggles and Doopsnack. So I reckon we throw it to them.
All right. Thank you guys very much. I mean, of course, we want to see what's going on with Tali Bobo. And now, oh, hold on. Chris is texting me. I hope Tally loses. LOLOLOLOLO. I hate them. What is this? Please stop doing this, Chris Heroes.
All right, let me get you back on track here. This is a tale as old as time, and I'm not talking about the beauty and the beast that is me and you. I'm talking about Nouns Esports and Tally Bobo Believers. These two have been scrapping it out all season long, and Tally Bobo have gotten the best of this Nouns team every single time. And Nouns last year was the #1 spot squad for EU, no questions asked. They need this. I think just as a gusto of effort, they need this to be able to show up for May. And, you know, they're in a good position to make it to Japan, no questions asked. But it doesn't feel great to make it to Japan and always have been, you know, the bridesmaid, never the bride in this situation. They want to win, Spraggles. They want one bad.
Absolutely. And they've come so close so many times. The question is this the month they're going to be able to do it? Tally Bobo bringing back one of their star players who didn't get to make it to the EOS Cup, however. Yutao back on the roster for Tally Bobo. That's something that Nouns is going to have to deal with. But you're right. A tale as old as time, a song as old as rhyme. It's Tally Bobo versus Nouns. And these matches are always barn burners, Donnybrooks, all the things.
All the things. Slobber knocker, we'll throw that in there as well. You know, Yutao is not going to miss a beat. That's without a doubt, right? So Yutao is going to be an X factor for me. Of course, Lundaroo, great sub-in for EOS Cup. I mean, they shined there. Found themselves on Woof Woof, now on the retreat, though. So really, my eyes are on Yutao to see how they bounce back, getting back into this lineup and having the opportunity to play here on Broadcast Again.
Here we go. I can't wait to see this draft. Nouns Esports is the kind of team that always brings out really exciting picks. And then I feel like Tally Bobo has a few weird ones up their sleeves as well. You see Toon Slim picking up some really interesting picks also. So this draft is going to be very exciting.
It is. I mean, we've seen Toon on Comfy before, right? In the finals of a month. I believe it was March finals. So, I mean, why not? Throw everything at this Nouns Esports team because you know they're not going to pull any punches.
Here we go. First pick, Zervis possibly locking in that Espeon. I mean, we know Espeon is just so incredibly good inside of Pokemon Unite right now. All of the Eevees really shining.
Oh, yeah, they're all great. And we actually saw a triple EV comp just absolutely dominate just a few weeks ago. Listen, Nouns getting 2 quality Pokemon. Urshifu, of course, both Rapid Strike and Single Strike, quality. But I'm looking at Eldegoss. Geese on this Eldegoss is going to be huge. Zervis really the one to kind of make this Eldegoss shine at the AOS Cup, but tons of teams have picked it up since then.
Take a look at Tally Bobo Believers, by the way. I mean, you've got the Utao on Zoroark here. We've got the Trevenant. We've got the Espeon. These are all Pokemon that very recently in this season have become dominant forces, and it's really cool to see them all on one side. Ooh, possibly picking up that Comfey collar as well.
Yeah, I really like this Bruv Wigglytuff pick because it's going to make it harder for Utah to engage. You know, if you go Sing, and of course that passive that draws your opponents to you to allow them to really buckle a Zoroark and not let it get too off the rails and stop, you know, if it goes Feint Attack, stop that big combo.
I love seeing this Wiggly right here. This is a very exciting choice. Garchomp getting locked in for Tally Bobo. Let me tell you, EU loves themselves some Garchomp, and you see it make a huge difference in a lot of these games. Gotlu hovering the Gardevoir right now getting locked in. I know a lot of teams pick up a Delphox in a spot like this. Gardevoir also extremely popular.
Yeah, Gardevoir, just tons and tons of damage being rained in from a distance, which is critical, of course, when you have a Garchomp and a Zoroark on the other side of the map. You know, the distance that it gets to play from is just a hair further away than the Delphox, which is great for this particular composition. They need to move around Bruv very well if they want to make sure that these engagements happen, because Megu on that Trevenant is no slouch.
I feel a little giddy getting ready for this match right here. I mean, it's just so exciting watching these two teams. As mentioned earlier, you're possibly looking at 2 of the best teams in the world. It looks like EU is one of the regions to watch right now. And this is Tally Bobo versus Nouns, game number 1 of our winners bracket. You wouldn't want it any other way.
I always have to highlight the Utah and Megu trainer cards, as they have the same kid on the same border, but they turned their characters so that they're looking at each other. That's adorable. That's awesome. I'm here for it.
Let me tell you, Bruv's trainer card is something to take a look at. We got the Clefable with that rusted sword coming down on the Rayquaza, looking for the secure right here. I love that. It's telling a whole story as we head in here to game number 1.
Yeah, on the, in the NA region, we have, same vein, Lutana.
That's true. Yeah, we have that same level of trainer card love from Lutano, who really needs to step it up.
Without a doubt, his storytelling a little paltry. Here we go. We've got Tally Bobo Believers in purple. Nouns Esports putting the pressure on early here. As you know, there's no slouch in 60s on this Mew. They're putting the action in. We got a good little rollout into that Megu. Just a little defense curl, chipping them up.
Yeah, here we go. Bruv pulling back right here, just getting the experience on both sides right now. Adesu up in that top path on the Gardevoir, as we have Kubfu in that central area for Nouns. That is Gotlu who's picking up the Kubfu. We're going to have to see what kind of bear we have, either the water bear or the dark bear, the rapid strike or the single strike build.
60s and Bruv, decent spacing here, putting tons of damage on Megu. Megu's still level 3, not a bad look. The fact that Bruv has ticked over to 4 is great. It's going to be able to leverage these things. If they catch Toon or even this Zoroark, I mean, 60s can pop off and deal tons of damage on top of Utah.
Here we have Utah coming down to this podcast right here, picking up a massive KO early on the Mew, just eating them up. Toon zoning out Bruv. Nice play there for Tally Bobo.
Utah had no interest in those contestable wild Pokemon. They wanted 60s and they got 60s, but now Utah's low. Bruv can electro ball right back the other way. The K opener may have gone to Utah, but they catch their receipt in short order. 60s coming through.
Without question, did you see Bruv right? I mean, dancing, bobbing, and weaving. Incredible stuff. Muhammad Wiggly on that goal zone. Insane.
Wiggly light on its feet for sure. As now Esports just peeling back to their goal zone here. You're going to see Gatlu, big wicked blow coming in. Tons of damage on Zervis. But really, we've seen the traditional, give Cubfu until they can get to that Urshifu and then allow another big carry Pokemon to swing into that central area. So a Desu most likely going to go get that wild Pokemon in the middle, those buffs, and make sure they can take over some fights.
Incredible stuff here from Nouns to start. I love the play there from you. Utah looking for another one right here. Jumping in on Gatlu. Not able to make it happen, though. Getting pushed back. Using the illusion right there to make sure that they didn't take damage. You get a moment of invulnerability when you use that illusion for Zoroark. Very nice stuff there from Tally Bobo and Utah.
Yeah, definitely me not properly timing my illusions is the reason I'm a terrible Zoroark player. Don't ask anything further. Oh, big wicked blow taking everything. But they get engaged on pretty well. Great job by Geese to make sure that Gatlu stays standing and is not worse for wear, despite Utah being there ready for a big engage.
And they're moving down to the bottom path right here. We had a moment where definitely they both saw each other just running to the bottom path, racing to this bottom path to see who is going to be able to secure this first Reggie, as we have Reg Ice hitting the map. Is it going to be the secure from Toon Slim, or is Gatlu with the wicked blow going to make it happen? Let's see what they can do here on the side of Nouns Esports.
Utah trying to go in on Mew, but here we go. Just big solar beam back the other way with a wicked blow combo. Takes care of Megu in short order. Utah still trying to engage. Mew is getting low, but there's this thing to get some spacing and face check that bush a little bit. Regice gets leashed out and it's going to get leashed back. And I just want to point out, Geese late to this party because they were 1v1ing Klaus up top, who's still a Gabite, finally forced to join the team downstairs.
Here we go. They're pushing in towards this. Regice getting very, very low. Who gets the secure? It is Toon Slim on that SP on a Pokemon you can never count out to not get a secure as they push forward right here. Utah picking up a double KO, trying to make more happen. Toon Slim getting a big old punch, but no, it looks like Gatlu going down as well, and everyone getting wiped off the map there. Tally Bobo, nice big victory here in the bottom path.
Good night. Utah coming unglued there. KO streak of 3. It takes so long for the game to catch up how quick those KOs happen. We're seeing that tick about 15 seconds after it actually happened, and all of that in a 4v5, allowing Klaus to get huge in this top path. I mean, this is a nightmare scenario for Nouns Esports.
Yeah, nightmare scenario. Big old goose egg on the score as well. 0 points for Nouns, 175 for Tally Bobo. We talked earlier about a tale as old as time. We might be seeing it once again here. Tally Bobo looking incredible. Really the only team that can consistently beat Nouns.
Listen, Bliss's assist on Megu, Trev Unite for 4 players, Woodhammer push, and now they're just getting KOs. Toon Slim's cashing in. Now Klaus is getting in the mix too. Look how far they've chased Nouns Esports off this goal zone. That thing is just shattered. This score lead is ridiculous. Tally Bobo believers 2-2-2 put them on repeat because they're getting all the KOs everywhere.
Jeez, Tally Bobo up an insane amount here. It's 229-0. I'm hearing from our stats department that's a difference of over 200 points right now. Nouns still not able to score anything. We're gonna have to see. I mean, was it the Wiggly? Was that the choice? Was it the Gardevoir? What is Nouns thinking right now as they are absolutely getting rocked by Tally Bobo?
Well, that's the thing. The Wiggly is engaging fine. Bruv's getting in there. They're putting Pokemon to sleep, but then you just see a Bliss assist on a Trevenant, and by the time the rest of Nouns Esports was there for the support, they're getting KO'd because the Trevenant hits their Unite, catches 4, and the Tree Hammers start landing, or excuse me, the Wood Hammers start landing, and now Nouns Esports is trying to siege in the face of 3. If they can get Utah, that's a good consolation prize here. Even closing out the goal zone, not a bad look, at least getting on the scoreboard, right? Make sure you don't get rinsed like that. But Nouns Esports, I mean, they have so much work to do to catch up in both experience and score, and meanwhile Tally Bobo believers are just here by themselves working on this Registeel. Bruv gonna have to do an absolute miracle play, but nope, they get chipped up by the Registeel slam and they can't get it. Come on, Tally Bobo believers all over this one.
Yeah, Tally Bobo's looking incredible right now. Nouns did have, a little bit of a sign of life there in the top path, but it kind of felt like Tally was just able to let them have that goal. They didn't really even pick up a KO. They're going to rip down this Reggie. Alecki right here is Toon Slim hiding in the tall grass, watching this bottom goal. Another engage here from Nouns as they're trying to push forward.
Forcing out the Mew Unite there is huge with the Trevenant Unite. Now Megu can go play on the bubble here and get the spacing. They're forcing all of these players from Nouns Esports to retreat and reset. Meanwhile, Klaus is just picking their pockets in the just pure daylight for everyone to see, getting themselves a buff, peeling out, no questions asked. Tally Bobo Believers is winning on every single axis.
Yeah, I mean, there really isn't anything that's going well for Nouns right now. They had a couple nice moments throughout this match. Just look level-wise. They're just in so much trouble. They need to get some experience over to their Urshifu, over to their Gardevoir right here. They're just trying to get some of these wild Pokemon. Tally Bobo able to just get so aggressive in the face of Nouns and try to steal all that from them.
Klaus kind of finding where 60s is. 60s peeling, see if they can get the attention over to them as they go for a score. Utah's on the chase, and Mew should not have their Unite move, which means this is an easy KO, no question. I mean, they didn't even get touched, Spraggles. I mean, Mew's only retreat tool there is their Unite move, and we knew it was just expended. That was an easy KO, an easy experience for Utah.
I gotta say, Zoroark feels like the Mew counter. It's just so good. One of the slipperiest Pokemon in the game. Mew doesn't really get countered by much, but Zoroark can actually chase it down and get these massive KOs here. 15 seconds now until Rayquaza. Nouns needs a little bit of a miracle here in this next huge fight, Doobsnacks.
Yeah, Tally Bobo Believers need to fold like laundry is absolutely what needs to happen for Nouns Esports to have a chance. We've seen some wackier stuff, and Nouns Esports likes playing from behind. We're going to see where they posture and how they engage this thing.
Let's take a look at what they're able to do right here. We still have Gotlu, the Urshifu, getting experience in that central area. Now moving down over to this tall grass. They might get spotted here and caught, though. They're the only one down here. If Tally Bobo wants to make something happen, as we have 4 members of Nouns up in the tall grass on the top side right here. And it looks like they're actually not even hiding. They're ready for a fight. They want to take something onto the side of Tally Bobo. No, nobody's there. They're looking to find, they're saying, where's Klaus? Where's this Garchomp? They're looking for him right now everywhere.
Yeah, Klaus actually baiting out of the bushes to give Nouns Esports information to try and get them to move in a weird way so Tally Bobo leaders can collapse. Finally, Klaus goes in. Big Dragon Rush as the Urshifu tried to engage. Can they get them down? Wicked Blow comes through. Dragon Unite, Garchomp Unite is all over. There's the big Unite back the other way. Bliss Assistance on top of the Garchomp. They're pushing through. Nobody's down yet, but players are getting low. Megu is still trying to chase down 60s. Finally, the Utah goes down. Big time KO. No players down for Nouns Esports. They have an opportunity to pivot here. Bruv is at half HP. Gatlu is at half HP. 60s catches the reset, and Nouns has an opportunity here, but they need to make something happen in the next 20 seconds because once Utah comes back, it is going to be a mean machine.
That's right, 20 seconds now, 15 until Utah. The Zoroark is back, and Nouns knows this. They are pushing right now. Garchomp coming in. They want to pick up another big KO. If they can make it happen, something really good could happen for Nouns right now. Massive Dragon Claw picks up multiple members of Nouns, but that's another one down. Utah back on the battlefield right now, needs to get back in this fight as Megu is in a ton of trouble. We have a KO down now, or Shifu down on the side of Nouns as Utah has re-entered this battlefield, picked up a KO on Wiggly. Nouns getting pushed out. There's only 10 seconds left, Doobsnacks.
Yeah, them going back to farm up was really not the recipe for success. They don't even have time to get in. Big time SB on Unite. Toon Slim making it happen, and that's not to deal damage, Spraggles. That was to keep those scores from going in. Tally Bobo Believers wins this thing, despite Nouns Esports having a great engage in the Ray Pit.
Wow, incredible stuff. I mean, Tally Bobo just dominant throughout that match, able to hold them really well in that final fight, even without Utah in that moment. There really was not a lot Nouns could do. They showed them the Rayquaza. They said, be our guest, but they were not able to do anything with Utah down.
Yeah, that was wild to me. I would have expected maybe some resets to get your HP back and get back into the mix and try and make some magic happen there. That being said, Tally Bobo Believers hang on, and of course once Utah was re-injected into the mix, they got 2 quick KOs in quick succession, and Nouns didn't really have the firepower to take down Rayquaza or the Aos energy in pocket to go make a scramble score.
Yeah, they just really did not have a path to victory outside of feels like taking that Rayquaza, which it looks like they thought they would not be able to do in that moment. Let's take a look here at some of these numbers. Pretty close across the board. Obviously, big time damage coming out here from Utah as it picks up so many KOs throughout that match. Toon Slim also putting in some work on that Espeon.
Without a doubt. You mentioned Zoroark, how strong it looked in the face of Mew, and I think the Wigglytuff approach was good in practice, right? Sing it down when it engages and use your passive to attract Utah onto Bruv rather than 60s to allow them to shell in a ton of damage. It just didn't quite work out that way. Whenever Bruv was engaging, now Esports was just a hair too late to capitalize on the players that were asleep, and we'll get to see that kind of in retrospect here as we go through the highlights of Game 1.
Yeah, some big moments right here. Here's Utah with that massive KO early. Really nice stuff from Tally Bobo. Regice fight, huge solar beam pushing Tally back right here. Utah once again coming in. I love this play, by the way, just barely making it into the tall grass so that the Mew does not go down. However, Tally Bobo coming on in. Toon Slim with the huge secure.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Espeon secures as the day is long, and Toon Slim is one of the best at it going, no questions. A couple good KOs here for Nouns Esports taking care of Toon Slim, but Tally just getting more the other way. And this is when that big Bliss Assistance hit Megu. They're able to Trevenant unite 4 players, and then they absolutely collapsed. Yes, the Fairy Singularity came out from the Gardevoir, but it didn't KO anybody, and they took that goal zone in a mean fashion.
Here we have these final moments of this match. Unfortunately, not able to make anything happen here. It felt like it was incredibly close, but the Blissey and Trevenant able to hold on long enough for Zoroark to get back in here. Utah coming in, cleaning it up, getting a KO on Wiggly. And without them being able to score, without them, having anywhere close to a point differential there, they just couldn't do anything in those final moments, completely holding them all match.
Yeah, I mean, given that they had the kind of 1v1 advantage between Zoroark and Mew, that eliminating that Mew from the equation is huge. Obviously,
Chris
that's a key
says he's so sad. Chris says, "I'm so sad." I don't even. What's
Why
to
is
be
Chris
done about
texting
this?
us so much? And when I say us, I mean definitely just you. Chris, text me, please, Chris. Please, Chris, text me, please, just once. That being said, Zoroark taking care of Mew there. Listen, I don't think the Wigglytuff was the detriment to why they didn't win that game. I don't think it did exactly what they wanted. I think that's a fair statement. So let's take an opportunity here to look at who the highlight reel for Tally Bobo Believers was and who else but Utah there. Player of the game, 86 points, but really it's those 70 KOs. 70 KOs, good night. 7 KOs and 60k damage. 70, that's a record, right? It has to be 70 KOs on Zoroark.
I actually got 71 one time. It was a bot game, but who cares? Taking a look right here. I mean, obviously, Utah back in the saddle, giddy up. Tally Bobo looking incredible right now. And it's easy from us up in the cheap seats, Doob Snacks, to kind of call out what was happening in that moment. But I really feel like once this player was down on the side of Tally, it's now or never. Nouns had to make the play in that moment. Unfortunately, they just weren't able to do it.
Yeah, I don't want to let Nouns off the hook too much. You've played against Tally Bobo Believers so many times, and you know exactly what Utah was capable of, and you saw what they were capable of in that game specifically. So that should have been the green light go, try and make some magic happen, because they had a great engagement and a fast KO on top of Utah. Leverage that.
Here we go. Our next draft here, Nouns Esports, Tally Bobo Believers, the two titans of EU going at it in your winners bracket finals. Let's see what they decide to ban out. I mean, there are just so many amazing Pokemon. It doesn't feel like you could have 5 bans against Tally Bobo, and I think they'd still be okay.
Nouns wants that first pick Dodrio, I think. That's what Espeon and Slowbro bans mean to me. We're going to see if Nouns Esports believes. Do they believe, Spraggles? Do you believe? Do I believe? We know the Tally Bobo Believers believe, but does Nouns believe?
I believe Nouns believes as they're picking up this Urshifu once again. Tally Bobo now hovering this Hoopa. Obviously, Hoopa is just such an incredible Pokemon. Zervis, I feel like you can't go wrong with the Eldegoss. You can't go wrong with the Hoopa. Let's see what they lock in. Are you? Oh. Come on, you're baiting me with that Gengar right there. You're making me believe, Tally Bobo.
Tally Bobo only almost went full woof woof there, locking in Gengar. We're seeing Nouns Esports taking the tree. Good choice. I mean, we saw Bruv literally had to be target banned off of this tree, so that's a great pick for them. I hope they go there. Bruv has really been a key catalyst for the Nouns Esports squad, but they elect to go with the high octane Dodrio.
Interesting plays here. So they are not going to be getting that Trevenant, as we are seeing the picks on the side of Tally Bobo. What are they bringing out here for Toon? What are we going to lock in? Come on, buddy. Find something. You got a whole roster in front of you. It's the Mew.
I mean, that's a late Mew, and that's a great pick for Tally Bobo believers. You know, Electro Ball into Dodrio, Bruv getting their signature Mr. Mime, Gatlu closing the door on this thing for Nouns Esports with a Delphox. And I wouldn't mind, you know, honestly, a Glaceon out of Tally Bobo right now. They have a great Glaceon. Lundaroo was actually playing a lot of Glaceon for them at the AOS Cup. But of course, Toon Slim and Utah, Klaus, no slouches. They can really make the engagements happen. But they're going to take Lucario. That's going to go to Klaus. And of course, Utah's going to pick up that Zoroark again.
Here we go. Nouns bringing out the Delphox. This should be interesting. And of course, we've got Bruv on the Mr. Mime. There's no one who you would rather have Mr. Miming than Bruv. Probably the best mime in the world.
Yeah, and there's a reason only Nouns Esports seems to be picking Mr. Mime. It's because Bruv elevates that character in a way that no other single individual has really been able to do yet in the EU region or NA region from what we've seen. That's why they can really use that as a leverage point in their other picks. They don't have to stress too much about other defenders to draft because they can draft this super kind of pseudo tank supporter character in Mr. Mime and know that Bruv is going to play it to a level above what it's actually theoretically capable of.
Without question. Take a look at our teams loading in here as we get ready for our next match. Tally Bobo, if they win this thing, they're heading straight to the grand finals. And you know, they're pretty used to heading straight to the grand finals, Dupe Snacks, as they have done it. Let me check the records every single month.
Yeah, and they're not looking to end that streak right here. It's starting to turn into the Undertaker streak, right? Like they just always make it to the grand finals through winners. You just can't keep them from it. Nouns Esports needs to win 2 games on the hop, and whatever happened in game 1, they need to erase that from their memory because they need to show up and play a completely different game in this one.
Yes, they do. Actually, switching up, we've got Adesu now taking this Cub Fu into the central area. Gatlu on that Dodrio in the top pass, so things are different. Tally Bobo believers, by the way, are 10-7 versus Nouns Esports in the 2023 season. I mean, Nouns can give them a run for their money, but Tally Bobo always taking home the top prize.
Yeah, exactly. You know, close is only good in horseshoes and hand grenades, and holy smokes, Pokemon Unite does not fall in that list. So Tally Bobo believers getting big dubs all over the place. I love this top path for Tally Bobo believers. Klaus is a menace on Lucario, and Zervis giving them the Astonish support to allow them to engage and just take wild Pokemon like we just saw is huge. We're buying in for Utah. Utah engages on the Doduo, but no, Gatlu makes it out just in time and doesn't get taken out. Utah's on the hunt for someone else.
Oh, here we go. Adesu has now become the water bear, that rapid strike style Urshifu that's so incredibly oppressive, especially early. Really difficult for teams to deal with as it can just combo like crazy. Here in the bottom path, we're going to see who can get this big secure here. Looks like a bit goes both ways.
Yeah, Bruv actually got more of that than you'd kind of think. The light screen comes out, then the barrier, then they confusion blast into the light screen and get a good crop of that. But Tally Bobo believers sieging this top goal zone. Geese is left alone and just a poor Gossifleur, and they get eviscerated between the blender that is Utah. No questions asked, and Tally Bobo believers even able to put pressure on Bruv. Now Boosted Auto comes through, tons of damage rains in, but they make it through the goal zone and get a berry.
Now, while that's all happening, they sent Dodrio into the central area of Tally Bobo. They recognized that they were going to lose that fight up top, and instead they decided to make sure that they could get something done in that central area. Dodrio taking a lot of the experience away from the Zoroark, however, getting caught right now. Nice drill peck, able able to take down the Zorak, and that's exactly what Nouns wanted to do right there, is find another area of the map to dominate.
That's the type of really quick skirmish that you want to win. Gatlu needed that one to get Utah back on a leash a little bit and slow down their progress in being able to pressure the other side. Toonslim so low, they dart over the wall here. Utah's gonna dive in for the pickup. Can they collapse on the Delphox? No. 60's getting good spacing. Gatlu making that spacing happen, and another KO for Gatlu. Gatlu on this Dodrio is looking very good in the face of this Talibobo Believer squad as their Blue Shifu gets caught out a little bit.
Here we go. Bruv taking a couple big wood hammers, a massive solar beam, but still able to make something happen in this bottom path. Nice secure there by Toonslim. Like we said, they can play just about anything on the Mew this match, and that's going to be really exciting to see.
Just hanging out as Megu and Toonslim, making sure they have their responsibilities covered. Here is Klaus going to come down early. We've seen them stay up top quite some time. Yes, Utah's going to go pivot up and try and cut off the Blue Shifu. That's allowing the rest of the Talibobo Believers to come through. It's just Bruv here now. Geese looks like they might be joining the mix, or maybe Nouns is looking for a completely push in a different direction. Talibobo Believers has an opportunity to just rip this thing down. We'll see if Bruv wants to engage. They put a wall up. Reggie Alecki's taken from Nouns, but can they get it back the other way? Big Lucario Unite pushes forward to seal up Red Ice, and now are they going to be able to pivot on Bruv and get a KO? Utah comes through, and no, Klaus gets credit for it, excuse me, as they're pushing through, and time to get some points in. Sprago's Fanciful Fireworks going to stop that in short order as Talibobo Believers got to go do some work somewhere else.
Nice. Take a look at Nouns right here. I mean, they weren't able to get that bottom objective, but leaving this top goal at 1 puts them in a great position for a big overcap, and at the same time, not breaking this goal yet. Here is that huge overcap. We have the eject button moving in with that flame charge to make sure that they can get a massive 39 points up there. Really nice stuff from Nouns. They're now up 118 to 114.
Yeah, Zervis getting a quick KO streak of 2. They knew they weren't going to be able to defend that goal zone, so what did they do? They took the body and they got 2 for it. Talibobo Believers looking pretty good on experience, about matched across the board. Klaus a little bit ahead here, but Nouns Esports, no matter if they're up in experience or down in experience, always seem to find a way to have a good volume of points to always give themselves a chance.
Yeah, absolutely. It's something that you see a lot of these top teams do. You know, they can get a really, really sizable score lead early in the match. That way, if things don't go well as the match starts to go on, they have a bad fight at Rayquaza, they are still in this thing. Talibobo is incredible at that.
Just Megu and Bruv staring at each other. Megu willing to show themselves, expose where their position is, allowing 60s to come in and get a little pot shot in as 60s kind of ability checks the other bush. Utah looking to engage on Gatlu. They get the KO this time. A little bit of revenge there. A dish best served cold. They get the KO. Talibobo Believers now still up on the scoreboard, 138-118.
And you see Utah heading towards this central area right here, maybe looking for a score, maybe looking to take some of the wild Pokemon away from Nouns. Zoroark very, very mobile, and Adesu in a lot of trouble right here. Just ran into the wrong side of 2 members of Talibobo. The Unite move trying to get the secure on the KO, but it is Lucario that picks it up.
Yeah, and now 60s is dealing with 3 players up top. If Talibobo leaves with this Registeel, they're in good. They're ported through with the Hoopa Unite. The Mew Unite comes out as well. So does Trevs. Right, everybody's on this Registeel chucking damage at it, and it's the Mew that gets it locked up. Toonslim making it happen. Another basement objective notch on their belt as now they're sieging this goal zone, but the Fanciful Fireworks great at defending the goal zone, forcing Talibobos to retreat and reset through the hyperspace hole.
Really nice stuff. Adesu barely getting that KO on Utah, but they're able to make it happen. And then Lucario coming right in with a big old power-up punch, securing one for the side of Talibobo. Talibobo expertly taking all of these bottom objectives here away from Nouns. Feels like Nouns really not even positioned to try to contest it at all.
No, you're exactly right. It seems like Nouns is a little disjointed on where they want to be in the map. You know, they had 1-2 players up top as Tally was getting, you know, through the basement Reggie. Finally, a good KO on Klaus, which is one they needed. Their highest experienced player on Talibobo. That's good experience for Gatlu here, who is still sitting at level 11, needs to tick up. Would love to be, you know, 12, 13 here in the next minute so they can really make some impressive picks.
Toon Slim right now, seeing if they can put some points here into the bottom path. Bruv in a little bit of trouble. Here comes Utah, missing that move a little bit, but they're still able to pick up a big KO right there. Oh boy, well, they are in trouble now. Talibobo getting pushed back right here. Here comes Sixies on that Decidueye with the Mystical Fire just moving in. 4 members of Talibobo ready to fight. Massive Trill Peck as they're continuing this push. That's a double KO for Sixies as finally one goes back the other way.
Yeah, Talibobo Believers needs to play. Oh, big Urshi for Unite, 11 hits. Let's see if we can dial that up a little bit higher. Turn the knob all the way up to 11. It's one louder, says Adesu. As they're reigning in points, they're going to close out this goal zone. Nouns Esports showing signs of life. Don't oversend your welcome. We've seen this happen too many times. Now Utah's feasting. If Gatlu gets caught, this could be the tides turned right back into the face of Nouns. But Adesu caught on the backside. This is going to be a KO for sure. Back into the hands of Utah. Talibobo Believers getting a little bit back for their efforts.
Absolutely. Talibobo getting something back. Once again, a bottom objective is coming up. Talibobo looks like they are ready to take this one, and they do. Again, taking every single bottom objective this match right here. But we have the Mystical Fire just hurling damage over to the side of Talibobo. 5 seconds right now until this Rayquaza hits the map. Nouns Esports is ahead. We'll see if they can keep it that way as this big drill peck almost takes down Utah, but not able to make it happen.
That was the best Zervis hyperspace. If the Utah goes down there, this thing is over. Now Nouns Esports is bummed. They had an opportunity to take Utah off the map, and they just missed it after phenomenal support play here. Where's the next engage, though? That's what we're going to look for. Oh, it's all on top of Utah again as Adesu clears them out of Surf by space from Toon Slim, pushing out the Urshifu. But where do they want to go? Megu is low. Now it's Nouns Esports all around this Rayquaza, and they're going to, Klaus is going to push forward. They want to find a mark. That close combat goes wide. Talibobo Believers needs to regroup a little bit.
Now, this is a different situation for Nouns Esports than game one because they are up right now, so they can actually take this moment maybe to reset, get themselves ready for this next fight. Talibobo is the one who has to make a play in this moment, and they are looking for it. They have the Mystical Fires just trying to find members. Nice! Huge confusion into the wall. 2 for the Mr. Mime right there as Hoopa Unite's coming out.
Yeah, Bruv is getting chewed up, though. That was a great effort. Trev Unite and Fanciful Fireworks on top of each other. We're going to see if they can make that happen. 3 players down for Talibobo Believers. You want to talk about making happen. Gatlu getting it done, and so is Sixies on the backside, and we are feeling the flow. Water, my friend. 14 hits, KO Shrika 3. Adesu sorts one out themselves. Yes, Utah took out Sixies, but that is not worth it here as we are going to score. Nouns Esports just not even taking the objective, seeing their opportunity and getting more points.
Yeah, really great stuff there from Nouns. Even though Utah was able to pick up a big KO, Nouns peels off, scores more. They need to take this Rayquaza right now. There's 20 seconds left. This is very, very close here for Talibobo. But there just isn't a lot of time, even if they get this, as Nouns is trying to stop this from happening. It does finally get secured here for Talibobo, but there's just no time on the clock. They need to score immediately.
Yeah, and we saw Megu peel to that tier 2 goal zone, but the tier 1 was still standing. Talibobo Believers, you have to respect what they tried to do there, but they were just a bit shy. Not enough time on the clock. Nouns Esports evening this thing up. Let's go.
There we go. We're heading to a game number 3, and you wouldn't want it any other way. Nouns Esports, Talibobo. These matches are always so unbelievably exciting. I can feel Chris Hero celebrating from all the way over here. Incredible stuff. Gatlu with 10 KOs there.
Chris Hero is going to celebrate this win by finally texting me, I hope. Nouns Esports 421, Talibobo Believers 138. Let's take a look. I mean, Gatlu, come on. 10 KOs. They came alive on this Dodrio, and it was all about them in those final moments. And you can actually see where that score line changed was when Gatlu got all those critical KOs.
Yeah, huge moments for Nouns here. And once again, when they are ahead by that much on score, it really is Talibobo that needs to make a play in this moment. Very different from game number 1, where Nouns was so far behind all game. Incredible looks there from Nouns. I love the peel off to just continue to score. Even if Tali gets Rayquaza there, they really might not be able to score enough.
Right, they did a great job of who to send when to score at what times. You know, they knew, okay, Talibobo is going to collapse on this Rayquaza, they need to take it. Who'd they send? Adesu to go score in their Hundo Burger. Let's take a quick look at these stats here, see if anything sticks out to us. The thing that sticks out to me is the recovery from Zervis real quick on the line, but back the other way, Gatlu, Adesu, and Sixies both shelling in tons of damage.
Yeah, you could see this was a really competitive match damage-wise across the board, really competitive match healing-wise for all of these players. We had some huge moments, obviously, from Gatlu on the Dodrio. This is a Pokemon that can often get banned out against Nouns Esports because they really don't want to deal with Gatlu's Dodrio.
I agree completely, and if I'm Talibobo, I think they need to reconsider what they're banning here. So, I mean, come on, Gatlu looked great. Let's take a look at how Gatlu and company got it done here in Game 2. It looked wild from the start.
Yeah,
it's because we're watching clips from Game 1 here.
That's what I was about to say. I was like, this looks a little familiar from game number 1. There we go. Nice big KO in the top path. Brub here in the bottom path. Nice big confusion into the wall. And there was that moment when Gatlu was invading that central area. Utah saying, no, I'm going to come right back and do the same thing to you. These two just going back and forth all match.
Yeah, and chucking haymakers on top of each other here. This Registeel goes down to Toon Slim on the Mew. And this is really where Tally, was feeling that they were in charge and in command, making a good push, but you have some clutch moves here to defending these goal zones and not letting things get too crazy too quickly. This is where we got the big KOs. We had the Urshifu Unite come through, rack up some hits, of course. I think it got up to 11 there, and then they were able to get some points, and bang, there's your 11 hits with the Dodrio Drill Peck. Come on.
Incredible fight here from Nouns. You had a really nice moment from Utah coming up, but Nouns able to make a very smart play. Even though Utah is picking up some big KOs, they realize that they can run off and get a huge score here. There's Gatlu, 263 points, 10 KOs, big time damage, the MVP of the game.
Yeah, I mean, they literally put the team on their back. In that backpack that Gatlu's wearing in that trainer card, they put the whole team in there and said, come on for a ride, I'll take you with me, and they carried it through. Obviously, you can't understate all the work of the other 4 players. That goes without saying. But really, Gatlu finding their opportunities when they had the 1v1 versus Utah, getting the better of it. Yes, Utah got one back, but Gatlu was getting the better of those exchanges throughout the game, and that was really a key component for me.
Yeah, I mean, these are just the games that you want, expect, and always get from these two teams. Nouns and Talibobo, 2 of the best in the world in an absolute slugfest as we head here to game number 3. And as we mentioned earlier, if Nouns is able to take this, this would be the first time that Talibobo has tasted a loser's bracket, a bracket that you and I, Dupe Snacks, know very well.
Because we're always in it. And Nouns Esports is used to fighting through it. If they can send Talibobo there, we'll see if they have the ability to fight through it. Let's take a look at the average damage across these Pokemon here. We got a heck of a list looking across. Of course, Decidueye. Tons of work today, and we've seen it do tons of work at the AOS Cup as well.
Yeah, and the 3 probably most popular ones that you're going to see a lot are Decidueye, Mew, and Espeon. You're seeing a decent amount of Gardevoir. Dragapult is something I would love to see here on the main stage. Bring it up to the broadcast. If you're a Dragapult player, text me right now. Let me know it's coming to this broadcast because I'd love to see it.
At this point, I just want somebody to text me to make sure my phone works. Listen, I'm looking down this list. Dragapult would be beautiful to add, but I'm shocked that the menace that is Espeon is in 5th place right there. I mean, that Pokemon is just so good and has been all of AOS Cup. It's been the exact same here in the April Cup, and I'm shocked that it is ranking in at number 5 for how much we see it.
One thing I would say is if there was something showing the amount of time something secures an objective, Espeon would probably be number 1 on that list. This Pokemon is just so incredibly dominant right here. Another amazing thing about Espeon is, unlike a lot of this list, it doesn't need any of that central area experience. It gets everything it needs in path, which is so incredibly valuable.
Yeah, I mean, getting Psyshock at level 4 is nasty. It is so good, and it has such a heavy impact in the early stages of the path, like path development and leveling up. It really unlocks whatever character it's in the path with.
And here we go. Game number 3, Tally Bobo, Nouns Esports. Tally, your purple team this time, which means they're going to get the first pick of the draft. This is obviously a very powerful position to be in. We're going to see what Pokemon they want first. If it's not banned out, I think it might go over to the Slowbro.
Yeah, Megu hasn't had the opportunity to play their Slowbro yet, and they're not going to get a chance here either. Hoopa banned out, but we're going to look if Tally Bobo believers, if they're going to prioritize this Dodrio at all in any way, shape, or form. How are they going to keep Nouns Esports and Gatlu specifically from absolutely coming unglued here in Game 3?
They want that Espeon, as we're talking about, an absolute powerhouse of a Pokemon, locking in for Toon Slim, as we're seeing what is going to be picked up by Nouns, hovering. Ooh, they're saying, you know what, I think we're going to take this Zoroark out for a little bit of a spin. It's been pretty good, actually.
Yeah, a huge opportunity here for Tally Bobo to get, you know, Trevenant, one of the top tier defenders, and Klaus locking in the Urshifu as well. So, I mean, the Dodrio is still on the map, and so is Mew. So we'll see how Nouns Esports chooses to approach this, and I think Tally is maybe trying to bait them into choosing Dodrio and then locking up like maybe a Glaceon and Mew in the last 2 spots.
Here we go. Rob once again must be Eminem, because he is not afraid to play some mime. Sixties on the Talonflame, 2 speedsters on the side of Nouns Esports, as we're going to see what Utah brings to this game now that the Zoroark has been stolen away.
Okay, Zervis locking in Comfy, and we're getting a sword. So a sword is something that we've seen have, you know, mild success, right? We've seen it look really good and also look really tragic. A Desu on a Gardevoir is easy, but tell me about this sword a little bit, Spraggles. That's a pretty unique one.
It's definitely a unique pick here, being moved over to Toon Slim. You've got the potion for the extra survivability, and now with the Comfey, you have 3 Pokemon that absolutely love the Comfey collar. Obviously, Trevenant, one of the tankiest Pokemon in the game. The survivability is insane. Toon Slim, using this Aegislash, is going to be able to use Wide Guard or Iron Head, but I'm assuming Wide Guard to give itself a massive shield. You pair that with the Comfey, and it's really difficult to take these Pokemon down. And then finally, Urshifu. If that is the water bear version of Urshifu, the rapid strike style, that blue bear, the survivability is also through the roof. Comfey just makes all of these Pokemon unbelievably difficult to deal with.
Yeah, and another thing that Aegislash does that I just thought of, Wide Guard really limits the engagement that Zoroark and Talonflame can have on it, because you can crash land, but a good timed Wide Guard kind of gobbles all that up and kind of leaves those 2 types of Pokemon that are incredibly susceptible to taking high amounts of damage caught on the backside, and that kind of feeds them up for an easy KO.
That's right, and we are getting ready for it. Game number 3 here between Tally Bobo Believers and Nouns Esports. These are your winners finals. So whichever team wins this is heading into the grand finals, and whichever team loses this is not going home just yet. They're heading down to our losers bracket to have another bite at the apple.
60's going across the map, going to try and smother these wild Pokemon, try and get themselves a blue buff, eat up this Aselgor before the Kubfu Comfey can even make it down, and it looks like it's going to be incredibly successful in that endeavor.
Really sharp play here from Sixties. You know, we talk about this a lot. Kubfu struggles so much early. Talonflame able to make it down to this buff fast enough that Kubfu doesn't even get to see it happen. Sixties looking for the secure right here, able to get it, now having to run away as Utah is coming up. Yes, and the Talonflame able to make it out. Beautiful play right there.
Yeah, great play, well thought out by Nouns Esports. We take a look at the Slowbro ban rate, 39%, and we can tell why. It has an over 50% win rate. And the Hoopa ban rate, 42% with a 51% ban rate. So those defender and support Pokemon specifically getting eyed down and banned out quickly.
Here we go. Nice big side shock coming out from both. We got the side shock from the Gardevoir, the side shock from the Espeon right here as they are crashing onto this top goal right here, looking to get a KO. We're going to see if the Comfy is able to make sure that Toon can survive through this.
They're going to try. They might survive, but the points are still going in regardless. Toon is still a Han edge. They need to tick on up to Doublade very quickly. Meanwhile, Nouns is still in the central area of Talibobo Believers, taking all of their stuff.
And look at, this here from Nouns. They're just so aggressive into that central area there of Talibobo. Sixies, they're trying to punish them here, Talibobo is, but they're just not able to make anything happen. Nouns up 76 points to 0, also taking all of the central area. Talibobo in trouble at the start of game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, they still have a Cubfu. Finally ticks over, but that is way too late in the game from where Klaus is used to being this Urshifu. You cannot understate the work that Nouns Esports did in those first 2 minutes.
You gotta love a team like Nouns. As I say, they're able to bring out a lot of these Pokemon that people wouldn't expect, that you can't ban out, and do very well with them. Talonflame, Mr. Mime, definitely not the top picks inside of the UNITE Championship Series this year, but they look incredible in the hands of Nouns Esports.
Oh yeah, that goes without saying, of course. Not only can they choose, your Talonflames and make it look phenomenal, but they also can play every other top tier Pokemon to a level of expertise that is not matched very often. Talibobo Believers maybe being one of the few teams that can. Zoroark coming through, Doublades, those swords get broken in half, and of course, anything carrying a Comfy, when it goes down, the Comfy becomes easy target.
That's right, as we have 2 members here of Talibobo on the bottom path. We also have Espeon coming down. This could be a good secure for them. Regice getting very low already. Dupsnax already at half as Utah running down here.
Finally, Talibobo Believers are coming in here. Big Horn Leech comes through. Espeon sealing it up. That's exactly what you want Toon to do on your first pick Pokemon. They get a conversion onto Geese as well. Klaus getting credit for that. Now they're already level 8. They're looking to make some moves now. Sixies pulls up for the smoke. Let's see if they take to the sky. No, it looks like just the presence of that Talonflame is enough to make Talibobo Believers retreat.
Really nice stuff there from Talibobo. Utah with that big secure. Tally right back in this game. Not points-wise, however, as Nouns is up 126-0. This Regieleki is going to be moving towards the tier 2 goal of Talibobo here in just 1 second.
Yep, and Bruv's been holding down this goal zone exceptionally well. Desu in good support there as well, but Talibobo even taking the objective and some good KOs still couldn't get any points in on that goal zone, Spraggles.
And now here we go. We do have finally the Aegislash on the side of Talibobo. Toon is going to be ready to go for some of these big fights as more points are being put on the board for Nouns. 138-0, just able to push them out and get a nice little score there in the bottom path. As it looks like Klaus is coming in, wants to fight a little bit.
We'll see if they end up scrapping it out, but meanwhile, Bruv flexing that he's got a crystal ball on his desk, putting up that barrier to cut off Megu from the engage and let him get points in, and a confusion blast on the backside. That was nasty. That's something that's not like a key battle moment, but is just so meticulously well played. That is like why Bruv is, S tier on this Mr. Mime.
Absolutely, as we have Talonflame moving up towards this top path. Obviously, Talibobo knows this is happening. They have Aegislash up there to stop it from scoring, but they're able to put constant pressure all over the map with a Pokemon like Talonflame.
Sixies takes to the sky, does not want to get caught by Klaus, and I don't blame them as Klaus is trying to join up with the rest of the Believers downstairs. Poor Aegislash up top left to try and get that thing done. I believe Toonslim is on Aegislash. Utah was who secured with the Espeon last time. Registeel at half HP again, but we are feeling the flow pushing forward. Spirit Fingers are out, and the Trevian Unite is right behind it as Bruv's trying to find a target. They Confusion Blast on Utah. That's who they're targeting down. Sixies taking the Registeel. Flame sweeps up. Comfy Unite as well. Can they convert? Megu gets Bruv down real quick. Sixies takes to the sky. Crash lands for another one. Oh, Urshifu gets buckled, but Espeon gets the Talonflame in short order, and that's an exchange that I think Nouns Esports is more than happy with, but they don't want to give any more over to Utah. Utah racks up another one, but Desu trying to find some space, and can they get a KO? Zervis trying to bait them out a little bit. Megu's on the backside of Desu, might get an engagement here if they can collapse, but here comes Bruv. Another stitched wall and taking care of 2 players, and finally Klaus gets the Gardevoir, and Desu gets caught out.
What an incredible fight. It just keeps going as these teams are clashing here in this bottom path. I don't know if I saw what I saw, but I think Swablu coming in as a free agent for Nouns Esports actually picking up the KO there on Utal, the Espeon. It got very, very close to getting away as we see Tally Bobo right now just cleaning up some of their experience. 191 points for Nouns Esports, 0 points for Tally Bobo. This is looking like a reverse of game number 1 where Nouns was behind by an incredible amount.
Yeah, Nouns Esports going to take that Reggie Alecki, and I'll tell you what, everybody's pockets are glutted. You can see they've been fighting, not scoring by the Aos energy just stuck in the bottom path. A good little confusion blast. Megu's going to look to pivot onto Bruv. Another Unite move comes out by Bruv. Tons of damage on Megu, supported by the Eldegoss Geese. Very Singularity catches 3. Flame Sweep comes through. Comfy Unite comes out, but it might be too late. Toonslim bites the dust. The sword is broken. The engagement continues. Now Klaus gets buckled. And Nouns Esports is out of this goal zone. Megu crash lands to try and lay in some hammers, but the work has already been completed by Nouns. They've built this house, no hammers included. Goal zone gone.
Nouns Esports looking incredible right here. They might yell at 60s for that score a little bit after this match, depending on how this goes. They could have put 50 in right there. Instead, only 13 from the Talonflame, but they're still up 279-0. As you said, the sword getting broken up there. I thought only Zacian had the rusted sword. Looks like it might be on the side of Tally Bobo Believers as well, as they are woefully behind in this match.
Well, put Toonslim in a vinegar bath because that sword looking rusty. They need to get back into tip-top shape. Tally Bobo Believers has a real opportunity on this Registia. We got 15 seconds to Rayquaza. This lead is cartoonish in the favor of Nouns Esports, and Tally Bobo Believers need to make some big-time plays. Are they going to take a wonky fight on this bottom goal zone? We're going to see Nouns Esports committing quite a bit. Boosted auto comes through. Toonslim on the backside. They're going to get gobbled up. They're getting smothered and covered like it's a Waffle House. Crash landing by 60s. They're all over them. 2 players down. Tally Bobo Believers now are on the backside of an absolute crime scene as Bruv comes through, picks up a wall confusion blast as well. Nouns Esports is making this Talonflame look something special, and 60s in particular. Nouns Esports now just has to hang out and take the fight that they want.
Wow, incredible stuff there from Nouns. I'm very confused by the play there from Tally Bobo. However, the Comfey is back. The Aegislash is back. So they've got another chance at this big fight. They're down by so many points right here, and they need to make something happen as they are going right onto this Rayquaza, looking to take this down in the face of Nouns.
A deep Mr. Mime Unite is going to try and find a target. Trevenant Unite right on top of the Mr. Mime makes it happen. Gardevoir gets caught up on that, but Nouns Esports takes Rayquaza regardless after getting chipped up by the Trevenant Unite. Adesu seals it up, and now Klaus is trying to get into the face of 60s. Can they get a KO? They're trying to smother the shields, but the points are going to start going in. It's Hundo Burgers, and Nouns Esports is eating good. They're finally going to make it to a grand final, Spraggles, and sending Tally Bobo Believers to the gutter.
Who let them cook? Bringing in 2 speedsters and a Mr. Mime as Nouns Esports. It looks like they're going to be taking game number 3. Tally Bobo would need to mount a massive comeback right here, as it doesn't look like it's happening. The tree is just dancing as more points are raining in. That's Nouns Esports, the first time to the grand finals this year through the winners bracket, and the first time Tally Bobo is heading down to the losers bracket. Unbelievable stuff here. April finals are heating up.
April finals, and it's Derby Day, and sometimes the long shot gets it done. Nouns Esports up by just a huge insurmountable amount. Not enough time left on the clock. Nouns Esports finally breathing a sigh of release, finding themselves in the grand finals from the easy side of the bracket, and it's up to Tally Bobo Believers to scrap it out and earn their way back.
Incredible stuff. Nouns Esports takes game 3. As you said, it's Derby Day. You know, Doobsnacks, I think a good name for a horse, Doobsnacks Mustache. Sounds pretty good. That sounds like a winner to me. Another winner.
I'm here for it.
Esports.
I'm here for it.
Nouns Esports.
I mean, you take a look. Desu getting 6 KOs, but I want to highlight 60's 3 KOs because every time they engage into the fight, falling from the stratosphere with that fly, I mean, they were critical components of the Tally Bobo Believers' offensive prowess, and they were getting those KOs immediately. Great cohesive effort out of Nouns Esports in this game 3.
Incredible stuff. Nouns looking fantastic. They need these wins. They need to show the world that they're still the best team in EU. Taking down Talibobo is one way to get there. Incredible stuff. And just look at that score line, Dupsnacks. I mean, the whole way. This match was an absolute dominant performance from Nouns.
Yeah, I mean, this was a statement game showing that they definitely deserve to be here, that they are alive and kicking, and they are ready to make a push for Yokohama, of course, but April finals lay right ahead of them, and finally they're in the grand finals from the winner's side. Taking a look at this damage here, Adesu 64k, Geese kind of coming unglued with the Eldegoss heals there, 52k for themselves, back the other way. I mean, Geese was all over the map as well, doing great work for the team.
Now, this is interesting right here. We're going to take a look at some of the big moments from this match. And I think it's going to be a pretty big highlight reel of Nouns Esports right here, as they had so many amazing moments, picking up those KOs early in the top path. Great stuff from Nouns as they have this fight down here at Reg Ice. This was something that actually did look good from Talibobo. Of course, their secures on point.
Yeah, I mistakenly said Toonslim on the Espeon, but it was Utah that was getting that done as Toonslim was on the Aegis Slash. But here we go. This was when Nouns Esports came through. We saw the big fly land, take the objective, flame sweep up, and 60s is getting in the mix. Another crash lane on top of Klaus getting that KO'd. Yes, they finally got KO'd for those efforts, but wow, did they get a lot more than what they gave up.
Yeah, I mean, such incredible fights here and there. I think it was the Swablu picking up that KO. This was a huge moment for Nouns, just somehow catching that Aegis Slash and Comfy way out of position right there, as Nouns was able to just take this moment. Talibobo saying, we're behind, we got one shot, we are going to try to secure this thing. Beautiful Unite move there from Gardevoir, and the secure goes over to the side of Nouns Esports.
Yeah, even after the Trevenant Unite right on top of the Gardevoir and Bruv as the Mr. Mime. So Adesu and Bruv really kind of fighting through that Unite move and getting it done. And Adesu for their clutch factor, tons of KOs, tons of damage. Quick little clean hundo burger there for them. And they certainly made their presence felt in this one with that Gardevoir.
Incredible stuff from Adesu. Of course, I mean, when you get the final hit there on the Rayquaza and you're the reason that your team is moving on, not surprised at all that you are the game MVP. Let's take a look at our bracket right here, Dupsnacks. Nouns Esports in the grand final through the winners bracket, which I don't know. I mean, they can do it. They're one of the best ever, but they rarely do it like this.
No, and they have to be feeling good, but you got to keep your eye on the prize. The work's not done, as they say. However, downstairs in the losers final, Tilted Deviant taking care of Woof 2-1 in two great games. Tilted Deviant kind of giving a Nouns Esports vibe, throwing tons of different looks at the other team. So Talibobo believers are going to have to adjust to another less traditional approach to this game, and Tilted Deviant is looking to upset in a big way and make their first grand finals appearance.
It could be incredible. We are going to be back here in just a second with more hot Pokemon Unite action here from the EU region. Do not go anywhere or I will be mad at you personally.
I'll be more mad, which means I love you more.
Wow, he's right.
Okay. I love this Pokemon, but I would go with Bench, honestly.
I would go bench too.
Yeah, we could go with bench. Probably, yeah.
If you had to play it in a final,
Yeah.
it would be like very good. So,
Yes.
I would take play. Hooper.
Hooper, yeah, that's not a problem.
so it's
Yeah.
a good Pokemon to main.
James, the Cinderace.
Oh, yeah, sure.
I think we're going with main.
What is it?
Wigglytuff.
Wait,
Oh,
bench.
We bench.
Completely bench.
whoa. You don't want me singing in the finals.
Dragonite.
Well, play.
Then play.
Let's battle the teams.
Okay.
Okay.
Play.
Play. Play by far.
I feel like this is a bench angle.
Bench.
I'm happy with this.
Yeah, definitely main Blasters.
Is this Charizard? I would bench it.
I would play it.
I would play it.
Play it and
Imagine the next one is like Sableye. I don't like it.
I would play it, I would main it.
Actually, human's perfect man. Like, he always wants to main this Pokemon.
They never let me play as Sableye.
You need to play around it pretty
Yeah.
much.
Yeah, I noticed you guys. I know they actually find. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. We are here with the April finals for the EU region, and you wouldn't expect this, but Talibobo is somehow in the losers bracket going up against Tilted Deviant.
Yeah, I don't think this would be in anybody's bracket here, for both sides of this. Talibobo getting sent to the losers bracket for the first time this season, and Tilted Deviant making a run here in the April finals. You'll love to see it. And Tilted Deviant bringing a lot of unique stuff to the Thea Sky Ruins. Is Talibobo Believers going to be able to adjust?
Yeah, that is the question. And, you know, there's always a big question when you have a team that's so dominant. What happens when they finally take a loss? That's, you know, one of the biggest things that can happen with a lot of these powerhouse teams. I have a feeling Talibobo is looking to prove something right now, take a big win off Tilted Deviant. But Tilted Deviant playing some really interesting stuff, as we've seen today.
Yeah, and it's looked good, and it's been obviously successful as they find themselves here in the losers finals. Talibobo Believers, we know now Z Sports can fight their way through a losers bracket, but Talibobo Believers haven't had to do it quite yet. So we're kicking this thing off. It looks like maybe a targeted ban here of the Blissey from them, and of course a target back on Omegu saying, you're not getting this slow, bro, not today.
All right, Zervis possibly picking up this Hoopa. Let's see if they're going to go ahead and lock it in. No, they want that Espeon for the side of Talibobo.
Yeah, and I think that means Tilted Deviant has a good opportunity. They did great work with the Hoopa in the match. We watched Spraggles, and we see Karake go straight to it and lock it in, as Dana's going to lock in Urshifu for the team as well.
You know, one really interesting thing here from Tilted is you don't know what they're going to bring out in this match, because we've had a lot of different looks from them here today. So it's going to be interesting seeing what Talibobo wants to do. It looks like they're going to some of the comfort picks that we saw earlier that were so dominant for them. They've got their Zoroark, they've got their Trevenant. As Tilted Deviant, I mean, I don't know what they're bringing here to game number one.
They immediately flip over to Comfy and a Pikachu. I mean, Tilted Deviant is on a completely different wavelength than any of these other teams, and I am here for it.
I love seeing this from Tilted Deviant. I don't know how to order more shirts from them, but like I said earlier, I'm an absolute fan of this team. You just love seeing different picks, things that aren't super popular inside of this meta come out in these huge games. Talibobo right now looking to lock in. They've got the Eldegoss and they've got the Buzzwole.
Yeah, we have some, like, from top to bottom, classic Talibobo Believers picks here. Nothing out of the ordinary. Every individual Pokemon there is a high priority pick. It's very good. Tilted Deviant, though, they march to the beat of their own drum, as we mentioned before, getting themselves a quality last pick Sylveon here. And it's, to me, is the big question mark. How do they flex around this Pikachu? What is Japa's role on this Pikachu going to be? If they're the ones that end up on as they switch around, Traffy's going to be taking Pikachu.
You know, the interesting thing about Pikachu is it's definitely a support attacker. You know, it's a really interesting role. It does a lot of damage, but more importantly, it's able to stun your opponents a ton. It has a Unite move to defend or attack on a very, very low cooldown. And depending on what they see on the side of Talibobo, they can use it either with the Volt Tackle setup or the Thunderbolt. Volt Tackle is really difficult for Zoroark to deal with. You just shut down its combos.
Yeah, and I mean, full heal is something you can use from time to time, but it's got a longer cooldown, as it turns out, than that Volt Tackle out of Traffy. Of course, with that energy amplifier as well, so I expect to see a lot of Pikachu Unites.
Here we go. Talibobo, the first time ever hanging out in this losers bracket, gonna need to make something happen. Tilted, on the other hand, I mean, they are on the come up this month in a big way, and if they somehow take down the reigning champs, that would be massive for Tilted.
Oh, that would be, I mean, unprecedented, right? Like, not only for Talibobo Believers to leave the winners bracket, but also get eliminated by Tilted Deviant. And then you'd have to think Tilted Deviant immediately becomes, on momentum only, have a real shot at going for the bracket reset in the grand finals, as Nouns are now, for the first time in a while, having to wait for an opponent because they're not fighting their way through the losers bracket.
Here we go, sending this Zoroark into the central area. We see Utal from Talibobo Believers. They are our purple team. Tilted Deviant, our orange team. A little bit of a Cinderella story for Tilted Deviant if they're able to make this happen. Talibobo Believers, of course, a Beauty and the Beast story. We will figure out which other teams are other stories later.
Yeah, there are other stories as it turns out, no problem. This is the first time the Talibobo Believers and Tilted Deviant have faced each other in the 2023 season. So maybe a little bit of surprise that Tilted Deviant can really give here, since they haven't played too much on the official UCS circuit. This could be a great time to just, you know, kind of become what I like to call a junk ball pitcher. Just throw a bunch of slop at Talibobo Believers and keep them so off kilter that you end up getting the strikeout anyway.
Yeah, it could be really huge for Tilted right now. Obviously, there are a lot of people cheering on Talibobo, but when you're on top, there are a lot of people who want to see you fall as well. Of course, no one more than the side of Tilted Deviant. But this is an incredible matchup as we head in here into game number 1. Utah making their way up to this top path. They might actually get caught out here.
Yeah, they're taking a look as Karake wants the engage on Utah. They actually go for the birds first. They lock down Klaus as the Buzzwole. Can they convert on them? Electro Ball comes through. Not from a Mew, Spraggles, from a Pikachu, the original owner of that move. Another Electro Ball hits Zervis, and now they're going to be able to get on this goal zone. They're going to go for some points, though. J-Puck quickly gets their points in, but Karake is able to get tons of space and dart out of the way of Utah's engagement there. Tilted Deviant looks good early. They just need to get out before the tides turn onto them.
Yeah, really great stuff there from Tilted. And like we said, we're talking about what this Pikachu was going to be doing, and you saw it right there. Staying back in the pocket a little bit, throwing those Electro Balls, getting the stuns onto the side of Talibobo.
Yeah, without a doubt. J-Paw getting absolutely smushed by the weirdest game of whack-a-mole I've ever seen. Good KO by Megu, gets their points in as well. Dana doesn't really have much firepower to hold it down, but they want to peel up and give their team support in the middle. But those birds are already gone, Spraggles, so Dana goes immediately back to the bottom path.
Toon Slim moving up here to the top path, maybe trying to make something sneaky happen as we got the side shot. Oh, is looking to get something there, just barely not showing up on time to make that play happen for Talibobo, as they were looking for something sneaky to take down Tilted.
Yeah, and Tilted loves this Hoopa. With the speed at which they rotate when they don't have a Hoopa, you better believe they're going to stay all over the map, as Talibobo Believers are using this opportunity to siege this goal zone up top, because Tilted Deviant is going downstairs. A lot of pressure on Megu and Toon to hold this goal zone down, and they've done a great job making sure that they can keep it standing while the rest of the Believers up top get their points in.
Yeah, great stuff from Talibobo, evening up the score definitely. Now they are ahead. We've got 5 seconds now until this bottom Reggie spawns, and we've got all 5 members of Tilted here in the bottom path. I've seen them prioritizing top all day, but again, another new look from Tilted.
Yeah, keeping the teams on their toes, but Zor coming through Utah, eviscerating a bunch of players, tons of damage. Urshifu going down, Karaki getting buckled in short order. Megu gets one on Dana, and now there's 4 players down for Tilted Deviant. The Savion just sitting at home base going, yeah, I don't think I want much of that. They're going to be able to hammer down this goal zone, putting it down to 10. They actually don't want Tilted to have the experience, Spraggles, something that we've seen top teams do fairly often. Can you explain that?
Yeah, absolutely. When you break one of these tier 1 goals on top or bottom, you give your opponents access to a ton of what's known as catch-up experience. So you see a lot of these Indeedis spawning in the top path right now for Tilted. That's basically free experience that gets them back in this game. A lot of teams try to keep these goals up to make sure that they don't have access to this and they can't come back.
Absolutely, and it's working wonders here as Megu's still sitting on level 8. They'd obviously want to be ticking over to level 9 in short order, but they want that goal zone primed for a big time overdunk.
Now take a look at Talibobo. They are pushing this Reggie Alecki in the top path. They have 3 members up here. They might actually be looking to get this in, as we have them just trying to suss out exactly where Tilted is. They knew. The Pollen Puff knew. Reggie Alecki going down. No one from Talibobo is actually going to push this in, as it looks like, yeah, even Klaus saying, yeah, I can't get there in time. They took it down. Fine, fair enough, but we're still up on points, 236 to 95, as Buzzwole now sneaks in a score.
Yeah, I mean, that goal zone is eviscerated, 310 to 95. Buzzwole sneaks in. J-Paw just trying to, Traffy on the Pikachu, trying to bully them out. They are successful before any more damage can be done. But look at that scoreline. Talibobo really taking advantage of the Reggie Alecki and scoring in the bottom path.
Yeah, there we go. Talibobo looking amazing here at the halfway mark of this match. Had a little bit of a rocky start, kind of dealing with this different strategy from Tilted, but it looks like after that first Reggie fight in the bottom path, it's been all Tally all the way. 10 seconds right now until the bottom Reggie, and I think Talibobo knows what Tilted is up to, as they're not prioritizing their positioning in the bottom path. They're moving top.
Zerva's just leashing the birds as they go in for the engage. Pikachu Unite comes out. Karaki gets eviscerated. There's Buzzwole Unite right on top of him. Klaus is chasing for more. They're putting tons of damages. There's the follow-up. Utah getting another one. Utah getting 3. Big question mark. Nope, they split it. 2 for 2. One player still standing. That is the Hoopa that uses their Rings Unbound to get, well, at least Traffy down there. Unite comes out. They dive on top of Toon Slim. Volt Tackle coming through. They get the KO. But here come the Believers. They're all over this Regirock. They're leashing the birds down. And Dana's getting tons of spacing. Traffy trying to find an opportunity here. Electro Ball comes through. They seal up the Regirock for the team. They did. They haven't gotten KO'd yet for that effort, but they might want to retreat now as they're caught in between a rock and a hard place. Never mind, make it a tree and a Zoroark getting a KO streak of 2. Make it 3 for Utah.
Yeah, I'd rather be caught between a rock and a hard place rather than Tally Bobo's Trevenant and Zoroark right there as they just rip them apart. However, I gotta say, the moves there, the dancing from the Pikachu and the Hoopa, able to secure that somehow, really impressive stuff from Tilted.
Yeah, Traffy recognizing that if they don't take this Regirock, it is going to be bad, and it's going to get way worse because of that. Make a clutch Electro Ball Volt Tackle play, get that done. Of course, they get KO'd for it, but it's much better off than it would have been if they didn't get it.
Regieleki once again heading towards this top path here. Tally Bobo just positionally ahead, level-wise ahead. That is a level 14 Zoroark at the 3-minute mark. I don't know if we'll see a level 15. That is the max level inside of Pokemon Unite, and that is obviously when something is unbelievably powerful. Utah just looking incredible here in Game 1.
It almost feels like Tally Bobo watched the game that Tilted Deviant plays against Woof Woof and goes, okay, they're going to try and hyper rotate on us, so let's just do that first. And Tally Bobo have been up and down this map unlike anything we've seen out of them, certainly today, and it's working great. They've got tons of points in, tons of experience. They feel good, and they're engaging in good fights.
Tilted definitely not out of this thing here, Dubsnacks, but they are quite a bit behind. 362 to 137. That really means their only path to victory right now is winning a massive fight. That's pretty hard to do. I mean, look at the levels on the side of Tally Bobo. Level 14 Buzzwole as well. Level 13 Espeon. These power Pokemon are just charged up and ready to go. And it looks like Tilted is not going to be able to fight over this bottom objective, which is Regice.
Yeah, they can't even really contest it. Maybe Karaki is going to try and make a play here, just using the Comfey's Magical Leaf to go in on the Regice. They don't quite get it, but now they're caught on the backside. Megu, Woodhammer comes in. The Hoopa Rings Unbound Unite is trying to get that Urshifu back into the mix, but Traffy's already down. We didn't even see that happen. Klaus sorting them out, and Japa's caught on the backside. They get picked up and choke slammed in tandem with Zervis. That is short order work. Of course, Utah taking care of Dana, and now Tally Bobo Believers have rinsed 3 of these players, and they're putting tons of pressure on as just Saz and Karaki are the ones standing here, and that is they are hunting them down. They are absolutely hunting them down. Karaki getting chipped up, slammed down, and now poor Saz buckled easily.
Yeah, incredible stuff here from Tally Bobo, peeling off to make a score happen either in the top or bottom path. Utah able to put the points up in the top path, 462 to 137, as they're peeling them off their hyperspace holes and just slamming them down. Another 100 points right here. It's 562, and they have not taken Rayquaza.
Yeah, just a quick point of order that we can tell the folks at home there. The reason that the both players with points, Zervis and Megu, standing with Klaus so they could get their points in faster. That's how that works. Coming through the big gauge, 2 more players down, and Utah is just racking up numbers at this point. Karaki is trying to get out, and now Saz falls off. Saz gets buckled, and here comes Japa trying to make something happen with the Sylveon. Espeon bubbling them out. Woodhammer's coming through, and this is getting bad, Spraggles. Getting real bad.
Yeah, it's getting pretty bad for Tilted Deviant right now. I mean, if they ever were to be tilted, it's from a game like this. An absolute stomp from Tally Bobo, putting on a show right here, just continuing to score, kind of hanging out at their home base. Like, anyone want to come out and fight us? We're pretty good at beating you up.
Yeah, I mean, they're Uber Eatsing right now, delivering on their doorstep without a doubt, forcing out Dana to use that Rings Unbound just to make some magic happen. Tally Bobo doesn't really care. They've got this one in the bag.
Yeah, Tally Bobo looking fantastic here in game number 1. Again, they're looking to make a statement. They're looking to take down Tilted Deviant in dramatic fashion, get that momentum back, head back up to the grand finals, and take down Nouns. They're going to have to put on another show against Tilted right here, but game 1 looked fantastic for Tally Bobo.
It sure did. As Michael Jordan once said, and I took that personally, and wow, did Tilted Deviant get the receipt that they really wish they were delivering to Nouns Esports right now. Utah absolutely coming unglued, 283 points, 14 KOs, 6 assists. You can't ask for much more than that.
Yeah, incredible stuff here from Tally Bobo. So we're going to take a look at the scoreboard right now. Once again, Tally just up basically the entire time, up this whole match. These final moments, you don't even see Rayquaza go down, and they scored 1,000 points. It's just insane stuff.
Yeah, that just shows how big of a pressure and like just incident they were having out there. They were just turning Tilted Deviant into an absolute putty. And we look at those numbers. I mean, Utah unsurprisingly leading the charge here with 79K.
Yeah, insane damage, insane KOs. Zervis, by the way, with 19 assists for the Eldegoss. Their Eldegoss play is phenomenal.
Yeah, well, when you got the heat-seeking missile that is the Pollen Puff getting the opposing Pokemon out of the tall grass, hitting every time, you expect those type of numbers out of Zervis. Like I said, they're making Eldegoss look like something different, so much so that other teams have started picking it up. We're getting into these game 1 highlights here, or lowlights if you're Tilted Deviant. Not a lot to shine on here. Tally Bobo believers were all over it.
Yeah, Tally Bobo looking incredible right here. Just able to pick up every single KO. That was basically one of those ego Unite moves right there. You didn't need to do it to him, Utah, but you're trying to prove a point here.
Yep, and prove a point they did. We see how Tilted Deviant here, when they're sorting out the Regieleki, we saw a great siege of the bottom path here by Tally Bobo, so much so that you know, Buzzwole, Klaus was able to sneak in more points at that point in time. Another objective over to the Believers, and this is where they're all over. Or excuse me, this is where Traffy had the big clutch of the Regirock, but of course gets KO'd for that effort. But Tilted Deviant needed that.
Yeah, Tilted Deviant needed that right here. Here was as they're chasing down this Urshifu Comfey. I mean, Comfey really makes sure a Pokemon is able to last a long time, but not against multiple members of Tally Bobo, as they are just putting on a show for everybody at home, picking up every single KO they can. Nice big triple KO for Utah. And are you surprised as we have the MVP, 14 KOs?
Utah coming through saying, Tally Bobo, did you miss me? What a show. 283, 1479K. I mean, that is a statement game out of Zoroark, a Pokemon that you and I thought we were going to be seeing all AO's Cup. Finally, it's come alive here in the EU, and it's looking good.
Yeah, it looks like EU is now prioritizing Zoroark, which makes a lot of sense. This Pokemon is so unbelievably powerful, especially at picking apart sort of that back line that a lot of these teams has. That squishy Pokemon like a Pikachu, Sylveon, Espeon, Mew specifically. Zoroark is just an absolute menace. Call him Spider-Man. I mean, they are out here doing work.
The Pikachu was really trying to leverage Traffy on the Pikachu, was trying to leverage that Volt Tackle, that Electro Ball, to get those sure hits onto Zoroark on Utah. But they were building such a wall in front of Utah's engagements that when Traffy was trying to get to Utah, they just couldn't get past Megu. Ever. So Megu really, you know, putting proof in the pudding, those two trainer cards looking at each other as if they are partners in crime, because they certainly were in that absolute assault that was Tally Bobo Believers versus Tilted Deviant.
Yeah, we're getting ready for game number 2 here, but we got a little something to bring you. What happened over from the OCE region? Exo Clan taking that first place finish, followed by Team Gap, Iclen, Zenith. And you know, these are a lot of the teams that you're seeing dominate over there in OCE. A ton of big finishes from Exo, Team Gap, and your favorite Dupes next, Iclen.
Yeah, big Iclan fan over here. But all of these teams, you know, this was the other region, much like NA, where every month until this one, every event, excuse me, up until this one was won by a different team. So Exo Clan, the first one to repeat in this region in OCE. I wonder if NA's got the same thing queued up for us, if we're going to see our 4th different winner. But today, it's all about Exo Clan.
Yeah, incredible stuff there from OCE. Again, you're looking right now, especially as the season is going on. We've only got a few tournaments left before we know who is going to Worlds. So a big win like that is massive for EXO. And yeah, a little later in the day, we're going to be seeing North America, which should be very exciting. A different winner every month for NA. But before that, Tally Bobo, they're looking to climb back up into our grand finals. They need to take down Tilted Deviant, who's had an incredibly impressive, unexpected draft all day. However, game one really not going their way.
Yeah, it really seemed like they got the pieces of the puzzle that they really wanted. However, their strategy was almost like employed against them. Kind of I was mentioning it in game. It was like Tally Bobo watched the game between Tilted Deviant and Woof Woof and said, okay, they're going to rotate up and down this map as the day is long with as much speed as they can. And let's just match that and see where we end up. And they were able to take some quality fights, get some good catches, and win the game in a big time fashion.
Now the question is, what is Tilted gonna? We've seen so many cool setups from them. We saw the Greninja, we saw the Cinderace. What they brought out last match didn't work, so I can't wait to see what they bring here. And they ban out the Zoroark. They're saying, I don't want to deal with that again. I'm having nightmares already.
Yeah, don't make it a repeat nightmare. You know, we already had Nightmare on Elm Street. Don't need Nightmare on Elm Street too. Dana locking in Slowbo, great pick for them. Of course, naturally plugging that up for Megu. They're not going to get that Pokemon. Zervis immediately going over to the Eldegoss. That's obviously a Pokemon that they've favored. They think they'll get it later in the draft. I like locking in this Espeon.
Yeah, Espeon's just been so amazing for Tally Bobo. And you know what? They're not worried to pick up this tree either. It's just been incredible. Trevenant is so amazing right now. Tilted with that first pick, Slowbro, feels like the defender to get if you have an option right here. And they might be bringing this Comfey back in. Yes, they are.
Comfey and Eldegoss. So they've got themselves a pretty good sustained machine here in between those two. However, Saz was playing I believe it was Cotton Spore, and a little bit of the attacker Goss, the battle Goss that we see from time to time. Klaus hovering the Urshifu, but locking in a Dodrio. And if they get a hoop on top of this, they're going to be all over this map, Spraggles.
Yeah, this is going to be really amazing for Tally Bobo. Let's see. Does Tilted bring us the Cinderace? We saw it earlier, and yes, they do. And they also have the Urshifu. Some pretty powerful picks here for Tilted.
I mean, I like seeing the Cinderace come back out. Tilted Deviant, you're back against the wall. Go with something that had big time impact in a previous match to get you to this point and see if you can leverage it again. J-Paw locking in the Urshifu, no surprises there. And a Gutterdell Fox for the Tally Bobo believers. They've got to feel good about their high octane Pokemon that they've gotten in this match.
Yeah, they've got a really incredible setup on the side of Tally Bobo. I like a lot of what we've got here from Tilted Deviant also, and their Cinderace looked amazing in the game that we saw played earlier. We're going to have to see if they're able to make a bit of a miracle happen against the best the EU region has to offer in Tally Bobo believers.
I mean, something we've seen quite common is Dodrio and how it can really get in the face of a Delphox, and that's a similar type of thing that's going to happen here. Klaus has the opportunity to really chase down Traffy and get in their face and keep them from being able to engage in a meaningful way, or at least in the way that they want to be. Of course, good support between Megu and Zervis there can really allow Klaus to go deep in these engagements, catch a reset, and keep going at it. So for me, I'm watching to see how Tilted Deviant can really protect Traffy to let that Cinderace go bananas.
Yeah, we've got to see some big plays from this Cinderace. We're going to see if it can outmaneuver a Dodrio here as well, because you know that's a big target for that three-headed bird. No question, they want to dive in and pick up KOs on Cinderace all day. We're going to see if Tally Bobo can do that. One more win and Tally Bobo heads back up to the grand finals to try to take down Nouns Esports.
That's where they want to be, and that's going to be a long endeavor for them. They've had the bracket reset on them by Nouns Esports before. Now they want to reset the bracket back on them and take the win this time.
Here we go. Kubfu heading into this central area here for Tilted. Tally Bobo sending in their Dodrio. Game number 2 of our losers finals right now. If Tilted loses this one, they are heading home.
Klaus easily getting ramped up here to Dodrio, getting all that central area as a good little push here by Tilted Deviant early. Dana and Japa putting tons of pressure onto Toon, making sure that they're taking advantage of them not hitting their evolution just yet. Megu with a good little branch poke coming through on Japa, tons of damage getting shelled in. That Swift goes wide for Toon, and Tilted Deviant makes it back.
Yeah, nice fight there for Tilted, for sure. We do have the evolution now, though. Toon has the Psyshock. That level 4 is such a massive power spike for Talibobo.
Fortunately, Japa getting the Slowbro as well. I don't know if they went Scald last time, might see Scald again, but look at Klaus just making sure that sprint meter is up and ready to go for this engage. They show themselves. Oh, it's dry attack as well for the Klaus as they dart back through, get tons of that along with the breaks it.
Yeah, Tri Attack, an incredible move, especially when you're trying to hunt down these squishier attackers right here. And that's what they are doing right now. They might be picking up a KO. They do on that poor little score bunny in the central area. There is the Scald Bro that you were mentioning before, able to eat a big Psyshock and then head home. Unfortunately, Tri Attack Dodrio just makes Score Bunny's life so incredibly difficult.
Absolutely, and that's what I'm looking for. Klaus to just be a menace on top of Traffy all game long, not let Traffy really get to the level they need to make something happen. And I can't believe that Hoopa didn't make it out. I thought for sure they were going to. Zervis just seemed to have it like that, but closing the door on it in short order is a good look. Karake getting that one.
J-Paw, by the way, I mean, doing incredible here in the bottom path, all alone, but not afraid of these two Pokemon, picking up secures still as they continue to fight. Really incredible stuff here from J-Paw as they're dealing with two powerhouse Pokemon in that bottom path.
Yeah, that just shows the faith that they have in that player to hold it down as the rest of the team is trying to make some magic happen all over the map here. Karake leaving the Comfy, going back up towards Traffy, who's a Raboot now finally, but Klaus is seeing Karake and they see the level gap they have, and they have a good opportunity for a KO if Karake overextends.
That is a level 8 Dodrio with the incorrect amount of hats, but still making some big plays right here. They're looking to put in a ton of points in this bottom path. Talibobo Believers now up 104-9. Great stuff as they get ready for the Reggie that is spawning in the bottom path. However, this Dodrio not able to make it home. Traffy doing some incredible work with a Comfey on their back.
Great job. Karake can't get their points in, but the KOs are good. Cinderace, Traffy heating up, taking care of Zervis in short order. Tilted Deviant wants an engagement, and Saz gets a KO for themselves back on the Delphox as well. So Tilted Deviant showing signs of life here, and they've shrunk this lead and turned it into an advantage.
Not a great overcap there for Tilted, unfortunately. That looked like about an even break, but at the same time, an amazing fight for them as they might even be pushing forward with this Regieleki. Talibobo alone in the bottom path, able to secure that Reggie very soon right here. Nice big Unite move from the Dodrio. Looks like it actually is able to pick up a KO on the Eldegoss, and that might end up pushing Tilted back.
Will it though? It looks like it will. Talibobo just dealing with this Regieleki Traffy all the way back across the map. So maybe just the timing of getting that Regice for Talibobo was enough for Tilted Deviant to say, nope, like we don't want to push while they've got this buff here, this Regice buff. So let's just peel back and find another opportunity. Karake in the meantime, level 9, not doing too bad of a job, but still needs to catch up a hair for their counterparts across the way.
Take a look at our Cinderace, almost level 11. We talked about this a little earlier on broadcast, but this power spike that you get with Cinderace at level 11 is massive for its Blaze Kick, as we have 4 members of Talibobo in the bottom path, possibly looking to siege this goal, as Utah says, no, it's not going to happen. That's fine. I'm going to head back. I'm going to continue KOing wild Pokemon, farming up, playing a little Stardew Valley right here, and making sure they're big and strong for the next fight.
Yeah, Zervis actually going through into the central area, getting some experience. They want that level 9 so they can go Rings Unbound and move the entire team to whichever objective or goal zone they want to siege or contest. Traffy shelling in a good amount of damage onto Klaus, but they're just forced to retreat as Utah is just getting tons of good spacing with that Delphox. The hyperspace highway is open. We're going to see where Talibobo actually ends up.
Yeah, here we go. It looks like Tilted was maybe trying to make a play in that top path, but like you said, with that hyperspace highway up, the team able to move back and forth between these goals. They stopped Tilted from making any real action happen in that top path. No scores as Tilted is still barely up 113 to 104. Ooh, and they're moving in for a big fight. They might catch the Trevenant.
Espeon Unite comes out, chips up a whole bunch. Can they convert? Megu's getting low. Trevenant Unite back the other way, catches all three. Cinderace goes in deep. Traffy's trying to make it happen. They take out Megu. Finally, the rings are unbound, and the Espeon side shot comes through, doesn't hit anybody. That's a big slow beam on top of Toonslim, but now tons of damage is getting shelled in on Japa. Japa's caught between the two goal zones, and they're getting shredded and dusted. They are KO'd. They're collapsing onto Tilted Deviant. Oh, big Dodrio Unite comes through, gets on the backside. Utah getting a KO on the Eldegoss to get two. Megu sealing up the Regirock just in time. They made it back in time. Now they're sieging this goal zone. Comfy forced to retreat. Japa's not going to make it in time, and that goal zone is going, is gone.
Wow, really unfortunate there for Tilted Deviant. You know, there was a conversation about whether or not they were going to push forward, try to take down that Espeon, or just peel back and secure that bottom Reggie. Unfortunately, they made the worst decision they possibly could have, getting wiped off the map, losing that Reggie, and losing the advantage they had in that moment. Tilted are still in this thing, but that was a huge fight for Tally.
Oh, it was a great fight for Tally. Tilted may have communicated, but an old school game of telephone, the message got a little distorted by the time every player heard it, because they got split up. 3 minutes 20 seconds left in this one. Tally Bobo is up by just under 100. Good KO by Japa on Megu, but Tally Bobo is protecting this goal zone with everything they've got, and Tilted Deviant is not really finding their way in.
You know, one thing that's been really impressive in these matches is the Cinderace taking down, you know, some of these big players, taking down the Trevenant. They're looking for a KO behind them in the Flux Zone, not able to make anything happen right there, as everyone is going to peel back. The question is, can Tilted win a big fight coming up here, as Tally is now continuing to push towards this tier 2 goal zone?
Traffy's there. They've got good space, and they can shell in some damage. I'd eye down Utah. Utah definitely sees Traffy and gets some damage on them, forces them back to the goal zone. Tally Bubble able to peel back. I can't overstate how good Fanciful Fireworks, that Delphox Unite, is at holding down a goal zone, Spraggles. It almost did it by itself in that push, as the rest of Tally was dealing with Karake in the speed flux zone.
Yeah, incredible stuff there from Tally. I mean, barely hanging on. The Espeon does not go down. They lose an Urshifu Unite move, not able to make anything happen. Klaus right now on this top, Reggie, Aleki, and obviously Tilted is way behind at this point. They're way behind on levels. They're behind on score as well. The question is, what is Tally going to try to do right now? Are they going to try to put more points on the board, or are they just going to rip this Rayquaza off the map?
I mean, they certainly have the position for it, and they're chipping in damage. They said if Tilted Deviant doesn't want to show up, we'll still doing damage. Karake finally realizes, I better get in there. Traffy gets a big-time KO onto Klaus, so maybe this is Tilted Deviant's opportunity here. They got about 16 seconds to capitalize. Big slow beam coming through, and it's hitting the Hoopa Zervis. They get rinsed off the map. No rings unbound now. 2 players down. Trevenant Unite comes out, and it chipped up 2, I believe. They're trying to collapse, but it's the Utah show getting 2 back the other way. Make it 3. They're hunting down. Did they get 4? Did somebody else take it out from under him? Toonslim says, come on, let me get in the action. Of course, Spraggles, you know what I'm going to say. 10, Jack, Queen, King. That's an ace. Tally Bobo Believers scrubbing Tilted Deviant off the Thea Sky Ruins.
Incredible stuff here from Tally. I thought they might regret not just taking that Rayquaza, but they wanted them to come in there and fight because they knew they could take that fight and win. Tally Bobo now pushing forward, looking to score right here. Tilted's going to need to stop a lot of points from raining in right now, and it doesn't look like they're able to do it. There's 100 from the Delphox as more points are pouring in to that home base goal zone. Tally Bobo up 668 to 137 with only 45 seconds left. It doesn't look like Tilted can do anything right here. They're going to be heading home. Tally Bobo going to be heading back to the grand finals, a place that they know very well because they win them all.
Listen, Tilted Deviant had a great strategy there. They caught Klaus, they got the Dodrio down, they were able to come in, they slow beamed Zervis, used that Slowbro Unite, the Japa used their Slowbro Unite to make sure that Zervis couldn't rings unbound. So they got the 2 players down they were targeting. They just can't understate how powerful Utah is, who literally pulled up and was like a Duraflame log, just fire starting everywhere, burning down Tilted Deviant, and Tally Bobo Believers takes another convincing one. And like you said, going to the grand finals.
That's right. I thought the Duraflame log might be those fiery soccer balls heading towards the Trevenant, but no. Tally Bobo making it look easy out here, showing everyone why they are the best of the best. Game number 2 goes over to Tally Bobo.
Listen, we need to congratulate Tilted Deviant here. They made it this far, and they're doing it their own way. We're taking a look at the numbers here. Traffy didn't have as big of an impact as they would have liked to have with that Cinderace like they did previously, but Tilted Deviant is doing this their own way. They're showing, they're taking another step forward. They're getting better, they're getting better. And Tilted Deviant is just one of those teams that if you discount them, they'll always surprise you. Tally Bobo, giving them the respect they deserved, sending them home but also respecting what they can bring to the table.
Absolutely, yeah, looking incredible. Do not discount them, pay full price, because Tilted Deviant is a superstar team, but they're going up against one of the best. Take a look at this damage here from Utah. 95,000 on the Delphox, 75,000 on the Espeon as well. Huge numbers from the side of Tally Bobo believers.
Yeah, Traffy not too far behind with 54K. But I mean, it's so hard with Utah coming through. Fanciful Fireworks, Dana couldn't get the healing that they really wanted because of those as much. And there you go. Tallybo believers getting it done.
Absolutely. I gotta hear what Kelosaurus and Chris Heroes think of that dominant performance. We're gonna throw it on over to them right now.
Thank you, Spraggles and Doob Snacks. Now, what a great losers finals we just witnessed. You know what? Tally Bobo believers, they have just showed us that they are not finished today.
This was a very short stay for them in the loser bracket. For the first time, they're actually in the loser bracket. It only took them one best of 3 though, and they look very dominant. I think there's just the difference in experience you can see between these two teams, and make it with a huge team fight as well on the, Delphox doing so much damage as well. But this Trevenant engage right here, this Woodhammer locking down 3 as well that we see in a second right here into the Unite move, doing so much on top of the Delphox Unite, and it's just decided the game for Tally.
I know, you can just see the damage that this Delphox is throwing out from this backline, getting in that KO streak of 4 and then recognizing the team wipe. It is time to shred the Ray and seal the deal.
Yeah, for sure. The Delphox, again, still an amazing Pokemon as well. One of the best late game carries. As soon as you get to level 11, you do so much damage over and over again. It's also very hard to actually keep track of. And of course, Utah, who else is our player of the game from Tally Believers. Since he's back, he has been just having insane games today. Zorak, Delphox, all of those Pokemon that take also a lot of skill to play, right? They're very hard to maneuver around because they have a lot of mobility. You have to press a lot of buttons very fast. And of course, Utah does it perfectly.
They definitely do schmoove indeed, dishing out 95k damage. And you can see from their build, having that energy amp to just utilize its Unite move, that fanciful fireworks, the ability to just defend, but also to use it as an offensive tool and push those pads and create some space.
Yeah, it's so difficult to play against because every single fight you go into, Delphox will have the Unite move up. It has pretty much no cooldown at this point. You can use it every single minute. So every time you go for a team fight, it's going to be up and you have to play against it. And of course, it's also a great counter into this double healing comp, right? It's one of the few things that reduces healing. And now we can see Tally Believers already back in the grand final, up against Nouns for the revenge.
Back where they belong, here is the run back. Nouns versus Tally Bobo Believers for the second time today. But you know what? They have versed each other time and time this season. So let's see if we end up having a new champ this time round, or whether Tally Believers are going to take what's theirs.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like Zorak is going to be a huge MVP of that grand final for sure too.
Yeah, well, we'll just have to wait and see when it does come to that pick, a ban, a draft. But before we do move into that, we want to introduce to you the newest Pokemon to enter the fray, Chandelure.
Yeah, Chandelure, also an amazing attacker Pokemon, has 2 very strong moves that Overheat and Fire Blast, and all of those actually do insane damage. It's very fun to play Pokemon. I think it's one of the best Pokemon we've seen in a long time when it comes to how fun the Pokemon is. It also doesn't feel too unfair, and you get a lot of fun out of this Pokemon. I, especially as an attacker player, I enjoy this Pokemon a lot. Long range mage, and the Unite move, of course, is incredible fun. The huge laser you do, it deals a lot of damage.
No, I completely agree. I guess some people have referred to it as that glass cannon. It has the ability to do that huge burst damage, but then it is quite squishy. But as you said, a lot of fun. Now, as we do get ready for the grand finals, Tally Bobo Believers going up against Noun Esports, we are going to take a short break. Now, we are going to head on over, take a live peek at how Brazil region is going. Welcome back, trainers, to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series for April. We are here to witness the European region's grand final. It has been quite the day, almost at the end, but we are going to be running it back and have Tally Bobo going up against Nouns Esport once again.
But this time, Nouns Esports has that advantage. Tally Believers actually have to win 2 best-of-3s. Nouns only won. And in the EOS Cup, Nouns was actually able to win a best-of-3 or best-of-5 in the grand final up against Tally Believers. So Nouns Esports, I think they're going to feel very confident. They seem to be very on point today, but Tally Believers as well. They're probably going to be like, okay, guys, your time is over. We're going to be back at the top now. And I feel like it's just going to be a Zoroark against Zoroark battle in this series.
Well, it's just going to be a matter of who can pick up that Zoroark first, or maybe it might end up getting banned. But I reckon we bring in our casters, Spraggles and Dupe Snacks, to bring you this grand final series.
And finals time. Nouns Esports Tally Bobo Believers. Let's do this thing. Bump, 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 bump. Slow-mo esports thing, slow-mo.
Starting the draft, Spraggles. They've got to stop goofing off. These two teams have faced off in the grand finals numerous times. Of course, this month's not going to be any different. However, a little bit of a different script this time around. Tally Bobo frightened from the losers bracket.
That's right. We are flipping the script, if you will. Normally, Tally Bobo is here from the winner's bracket, and Nouns needs to claw their way to a crazy victory. However, this time, Tally Bobo is going to need to take down Nouns twice in a row. Finally, Nouns has the advantage, and the question is, can they use that to win their first finals of this season?
Well, the script is flipped, but good thing you and I practice reading upside down. We've got a good sense of this one. Nouns Esports is not going to let this opportunity slip. I can't imagine that they will. They see that they have the advantage. They're going to leverage it.
And here we go, Nouns Esports banning out that Zoroark that we've just seen be so absolutely unbelievably powerful today in the hands of Utah. Makes a lot of sense to me as Tally Bobo bans out the Slowbro. Gotlu first picking the Dodrio. They looked incredible just a game ago.
They really did. Tally Bobo, really the way they've stemmed Dodrio's prior has been getting both the Mew and Glaceon. So Nouns has an opportunity to cut at least one of those off and getting a good Pokemon for themselves. I'm thinking Mew, but really Nouns Esports wants to prioritize their support and defender picks here. Hoopa, and I was going to say Trevenant, but Bruv wants Mime.
Bruv is so good on Mime. I am not surprised to see this player continuously pick this up. Even when you could grab Trevenant, without question, a higher priority defender for almost every team out there. But Bruv's got something special when it comes to Mr. Mime.
Really does. Their barriers always seem to be just in the prime locations, namely stemming off, Megu from being able to Horn Leech or engage with Wood Hammers when the team's trying to score, for example. So, I mean, that's just a small example of why Mime is very good for Nouns Esports, especially into the face of some of these top tier defenders that other teams are picking up, like Trevenant.
Oh, please let it be an Absol. Please let it be an Absol, Utah. I'd be so excited to see this Pokemon right now. Let's see if they lock it. Yes. Let's go. Absol coming out in the grand finals right here. We got 3 speedsters and one of them banned out. Looks like this role is incredibly popular here between these two teams. We've got the Talonflame, the Dodrio, and finally the Absol, a Pokemon that I think actually has a lot of value inside this competitive meta.
Yeah, we were talking about this a little bit last night. It seems like it's never really had its opportunity to shine this year, but it's never been that bad. So this might be the opportunity. They see something across the way that says, all right, it's Absol time, and I'm here for it. Listen, all of these teams today in the EU region have been living in the kitchen because they are all cooking, Spraggles.
Without question. I don't know if anyone's cooking harder than Bruv on this Mr. Mime. I think everyone has abandoned Mr. Mime, but Bruv won't let it go. Also, Adesu picking up that Gardevoir win. I think a lot of teams might be bringing out the Delphox.
Yeah, but Adesu has shown even in matches prior against the Tally Bobo Believers that they are really a shining star on this Pokemon, getting in critical amounts of damage, sealing up good KOs, and their Fairy Singularities are always hitting 3, 4, 5 players.
Here we go. Nouns Esports Tally Bobo Believers. This could be Nouns Esports' first big win, their first finals victory. They've already dispatched Tally Bobo once down to the losers bracket. Now they're looking to do it again here in our grand finals. Let's go.
Grand finals and Nouns Esports sitting on top. They just got to win one best of 3. Tally Bobo Believers got to win 2 matches on the hop, 2 whole best of 3 brackets. They reset this thing and get it. Zervis coming through, gonna help Klaus work through this a little bit and give Kubfu a little protection.
That's right. Now that's what happens when your Talonflame is so aggressive a couple matches ago that they're worried it's gonna steal away all of that central area experience right there. Nice little play here from Nouns as they are putting points on the board here in the top path. Sixies trying to make it out, and they do.
That's the most impressive part of all. That's the thing when you look at Talonflame. Can they get out? Not this time. The Battle God Zervis coming through, shelling in tons of damage just in time for Klaus as well to get into the mix. Utah, the one sitting on this Absol, really wants to get these points in, but Gee's stitching in some good moves there to try and stem that as long as they could. Finally, Sixies is in the mix, but Sixies don't go down again here. No. Oh, the engage continues. Klaus is so deep. They want Sixies. They get the KO. And Geese does not have enough firepower to get them out. And who's there to pick them up but Zervis? Absolutely relentless. Here and another KO for Klaus. Tally Bobo believers knocking on the door saying, Nouns, you remember us?
Wow, incredible stuff right there. That Urshifu just diving into that flux zone of Nouns Esports, looking like a solo queue game as they're picking up every KO around. Tally Bobo starting off this thing strong. They're even making their way into the central area right now of Nouns Esports. You can see the Urshifu's in there. They're having to send 2 to deal with it.
Yeah, well, Klaus is now... Okay, they get the KO on Gallo. Are you kidding me? Bruv there is going to try and make some magic happen. Can they stem out Klaus? But now Klaus is seeing blood in the water, and they're going in. They are a hungry shark. Here's 60. Can they get the KO? Somebody needs to get one. Finally, Adesu gets credit for it. 60s was in the mix, too. But wow, Klaus has run roughshod through this Nouns team.
Incredible stuff there from Tally Bobo. I guess it takes a village to get a single KO right there. Utah in some trouble right here. Godlu looking to pick something up. The pollen puff saves the day, and they get a nice double in that central area.
Utah should be thanking his lucky stars that Zervis is the Eldegoss they have on their team, because that only happens because Zervis is cracked on the sticks. Coming through, lobbing in some pollen puffs, getting a KO for themselves, and healing up Utah so they can keep the engagement going. Come on, Spraggle's too easy.
Not a great start here for Nouns. Tally Bobo looking to chase down another KO. Bruv was in some trouble there. Nice move from Adesu to make sure that doesn't happen. And unfortunately for Nouns, they are just getting beat at every encounter right here. Huge side shock onto the Talonflame, and it goes down.
That's a huge pickup again for Tally. They're just finding their mark with everything here. Absol Unite comes out. Utah's trying to find some movement onto Adesu. Adesu able to step back, saved by a Bruv wall. Of course, why not? And here's Zervis trying to get in there, but everybody on Tally is pivoting. Klaus is so big, they can engage on their own. Toonslim locks up the Regice, and they can siege if they want. I mean, this team is huge, and they've got 4 players on 3, dealing in tons of damage. The engagement continues. The Wood Hammers come out. The Urshifu, Blue Shifu Unite comes out. 13 hits, lucky 13 here on Derby Saturday, and more points going in for the Believers, and a KO streak for U2 for Utah. I can't say enough about the Believers right now, Spraggles. They are on one.
They are absolutely on one. They want to let Nouns Esports know it was a fluke in that winners bracket. We are Tally Bobo Believers. We're going to take you down. We don't care if you ban out our Zorak. We'll bring the Absol in here. We'll make something happen. Utah looking for that Talonflame, not able to take it down. Sixie's just trying to pick up some wild Pokemon experience right now. Still not level 9. It needs it for its Unite move.
Yeah, meanwhile, on the other side, there's 2 level 10s on Tally Bobo, and they are feeling just like they can pressure anywhere they want. Megu catching Gatlu with the Horn Leech. The Woodhammers go wide, but I think if you get him with the Horn Leech, you're pretty content with that. Just moving forward is Tally Bobo. Great spacing.
Yeah, Tally Bobo is playing incredible right now. I mean, they're up a huge amount in score. They're up in experience. They're taking some really great fights. And this Blue Shifu has just been so incredibly difficult for Nouns to deal with. Nice big drill peck, though. Countered back with the Unite move. Are they able to take down? Finally, Utah goes down. Maybe Tally Bobo is in trouble right here in the top path.
Yeah, they take down Utah, but nobody goes down on their side. Bruv finally bites it, but I mean, that's a good exchange. You'll take that any day of the week. Is now Tally Bobo is just hanging out in this bottom path. Adesu able to lay in some good chip shots. Toonslim very low. Megu trying to screen for them to make sure that they can get back.
That's right. And as you were saying, you know, that's a good exchange for Nouns. Nouns, obviously, they get the bigger Pokemon KO'd there. The higher level Pokemon you KO, the more experience your team's going to get. And Bruv was the lowest level Pokemon on their team. That's why that exchange was so good for Nouns. However, they did finally take down that Dodrio.
Yeah, and that was a good pickup as, quite frankly, Gatlu was just trying to get some stacks in, some stacks going for themselves. As Tally Bobo is really leashing this Registeel around, you can kind of see what they're doing is they're making it pull and leash back to get all its HP back so that they can engage on a more productive axis, if you will. Now, they're trying to leash in Nouns Esports. Megu's on the backside all over at Desu. Big wood hammers come through. Hornleech pushes them. The hyperspace hole is open. Can they come through? Trevor Unite pops them up out of the hyperspace hole. Sprinkles, are you kidding me? Fairy Singularity lands on top of Megu, but it deals no damage. This Hoopa's unbound. Geese is trying to get people through. The Registeel goes to 60s, but man, Megu putting the team on their back, trying to give them a spark of life in that exchange. And however, Nouns Esports coming out on top.
Wow, incredible stuff there. I mean, that play to take down Adesu, like you said, use the Unite move with the knock-up from Trevenant. Incredible stuff. Tally Bobo also putting more points in the top path. They're still up by over 100, 319 to 195. This match is incredibly close, but Tally Bobo is still in the driver's seat.
Gatlu getting collapsed on, and that's another KO in short order. 3-on-1 with a stun down Dodrio. That's just easy pickings. Bruv playing forward, trying to get some vision for the team.
And here we go. Adesu looking to get some experience right here. They're pretty far behind. They're actually below their experienced share, Mr. Mime. So not a great position for Nouns Esports to be in. It feels like Adesu just gets shut down every time it pops its head out.
Yeah, and that's definitely targeted. Dally Bobo learned that lesson from the last matchup that they had today and said, well, we can't let Adesu get off the rails with this Gardevoir. And how do we do that? We jump on top of Megu getting isolated, stitching between a ton of walls. Toonslim getting good damage in on Bruv with that Psyshock. Bruv able to reset here, but nobody goes down.
Take a look at this. Utah scoring in the main base right there, putting another 32 points on the board for Tally Bobo, possibly getting caught, and they do go down here. Nice big KO. However, the points could be a lot more valuable as they are up by a ton now. 150 point difference between these two teams. We've got 20 seconds now until Rayquaza hits the map, and really not enough time to take either objective without the entire team being there to throw every bit of damage on it.
Yeah, and a good time for Utah to get KO'd. They were back off their respawn timer just in time to get here for the Rayquaza fight. Gatlu engages and poaches Klaus back. Klaus at about a third HP. They follow up the engagement. Can they get them down? Urshi for Unite comes back the other way. Gatlu makes it just out, and so does Klaus. Zervis trying to pick everybody up. Bruv with the little confusion blast on Megu stuns them down, as now Utah's chasing Gatlu up top, and Bruv is spacing downstairs. That was a hot flash in the pan, Spraggles.
Yeah, it was. Unfortunately for Nouns, they were not able to pick up that big juicy KO they were looking for in that level 14er Shifu. That could have been a moment to change this match. Right now, it looks like everyone is just resetting, make sure that they are healthy and ready for this next fight. Could be charging up some Unite moves as well by KOing wild Pokemon. Nouns does not want to take this fight until they are ready. Tally Bobo doesn't need to take a fight. They're way up on the scoreboard.
Yeah, we actually see Klaus babysitting that goal zone upstairs, not letting Sixies get in there for free, and Toonslim is guarding the bottom one. Great vision by Megu and Zervis, as Nouns really has the pressure on them to try and make something happen.
Utah hiding in the central area of Nouns, by the way, just waiting for the right moment to come in from behind Nouns and try to pick up a massive KO, but Nouns sussed it out. They found it. They take down Utah. 30 seconds now on that KO timer as this fight's breaking out.
I mean, Megu tried to come in with the Hornleech and the Woodhammers to try and make it happen. Bruv on the backside with a Mr. Mime Unite all over Toonslim. The pressure's on Geese. They get KO'd, but Geese really stunning them down with that Hoopa Unbound is the critical KO that they're looking for on Utah. However, this opportunity is dwindling quickly as now Bruv is just getting chased and getting KO'd by Klaus. Too easy. Another Unite by Klaus. The Flame Sweep comes through. They're just trying to pick up some KOs here. Fly Crash lands through, and Tally Bobo holds on to this for 50 points. We still got 15 seconds. Can they make some magic happen? We need somebody on Nouns Esports to try and go and score, as the rest of them are just getting KO'd.
They would have to make a massive score happen, but Tally Bobo continuing to put points on the board. They sent Talonflame and Dodrio towards those tier 2 goals, but both of them weren't able to score. It feels like in that moment, maybe Rayquaza would have been the play, given that they could not put the points on the board. Tally Bobo holding on to this lead, holding on to a game 1 victory. victory over Nouns Esports.
Jeez. And really, I mean, that game on the scoreline is closer than it felt as we were watching. I mean, Utah and Klaus with now 9 KOs, they were all over the place, and really stress testing everybody on Nouns. And you can see those are not numbers that Nouns is used to putting up in a matchup.
No, not at all. And, you know, I think Adesu, unfortunately, just was completely shut down through a lot of that match. Really didn't get to shine the way that they normally can. And we're taking a look at the scoreboard right here. This is something we were talking about. You know, Tally Bobo ahead the entire time. And when you're ahead the entire time, it means that Nouns Esports has to be the team to make the plays, and Tally Bobo can react to that. They did in some incredible ways.
They certainly did. I'm excited to see some of these numbers here. Zervis 56k healed, and it was all in critical moments. You know, we saw it particularly when Utah was engaging around those central birds there. I mean, Klaus, tons of damage, of course, 64k. Back the other way, I'm taking a look, and I mean, we saw Adesu have, you know, 70k on this Gardevoir. We saw Gatlu have 70-ish k on this Dodrio, and neither of them were anywhere near that number.
Yeah, not as many engagements this battle. It felt like they were just trying to deal with Klaus so much, who was dancing around this battlefield, picking up big KOs. And then you had Utah just playing a really aggressive, sneaky Absol. Some incredible stuff here. We take a look at this highlight from a little bit ago. This is diving into the flux zone to pick up these KOs right here.
Yeah, I mean, all the way past the tier 2 goal zone to get that KO. There they get another one on Gatlu. I mean, Bruv tries to make some magic happen. They get chased down. Klaus getting another one. I mean, they were on it from the beginning bell of this matchup.
Yeah, the start of this match was just the Klaus show. Gatlu in a little bit of trouble, and then Utah really finding their footing as the match goes down. Nouns pushing up towards this top goal. This is the first big moment for Nouns as they get that KO on Klaus. Excuse me, that KO on Utah.
Yeah, absolutely. Nouns Esports showing signs of life here, but really the job for Tally Bobo is done, right? They got their Regieleki, they're getting tons of points, and yes, they're going to give up this basement Reggie, but they got a critical KO on Adesu on a 1v1 between the Trevenant, and they just locked it in. They didn't care about losing that.
There was their moment right there. They might have gone after Rayquaza, but you know, to be fair to Nouns at the same time, they would have had to deal with an Espeon looking to secure it. Our player of the game, the Absol, coming out in the grand finals from Utah. 9 KOs, 52,000 damage.
Yeah, 148 points, of course, really a key component in how you win this game, obviously. I'm just glad to see Absol not afraid to show its face after getting buckled by a Combi last year, so I'm glad to have it back in the mix.
That's true. Yeah, Absol really needed to hide after that play, but it looks like it's back out here. Look, if you're not going to give them the Zoroark, they've got another plan. They've got another play up their sleeves. The question is, what are we going to see here in game number 2? Nouns really wants to shut down Tally Bobo right now. They do not want a bracket reset on their hands.
No, they don't. If I'm Nouns, I think Talonflame is great when you pick it last, because I think Absol was very good in the face of that, and it was an easy adjustment for Tally Bobo to make in their last picks. So if you're Nouns and you want to flex into something like Talonflame, make sure you're on the last pick and it can't be kind of counter-picked in the final moments, because it looked kind of tragic in the early stages of that one. I mean, when 60s goes off and it's unencumbered, yeah, it looks phenomenal. But I mean, that was an easy switch. Absol was able to jump all over it, and it didn't look as great. So if Nouns is in that spot, I would consider that as a switch up. Bruv's Mime looked great, but I mean, their tree is nasty too.
Let's take a look at some of our big speedster Pokemon talking about this Absol right here. You can see ranking it here by some of the damage dealt. Zoroark putting out the most there. But, you know, these speedsters are doing a lot in some of these games. Zeraora, I have not seen played by a top team, and I would love to see that happen.
Yeah, without a doubt. So these metrics are from the April Cup here if we're doing a little strategery and statistician work. That's a word. Statistics. We'll call it statistics. Zeraora, that's where those numbers are coming from. Of course, we haven't seen it on broadcast yet. But probably also a factor for those at home, put a little asterisk next to it. Probably not a deep amount of games that have gone into this particular statistic. But for now, Zeraora shines, and I would love to see it too, Spraggles.
I would love to as well. Now, the question that we have in front of us, the question that Nouns has in front of them are what statistics are they going to want to bring here into game number 2 to counter Tally Bobo's statistics?
Well, as a statistician myself, PhD candidate, again, peel off that Talonflame, go back into some bread and butter type picks. I mean, Sixies is great when they're on the Espeon. They're great on the Mew as well. And Mew not being in this game kind of felt wild to me.
Yeah, I agree. It's surprising to not see a Pokemon so dominant. We're going to be heading into our draft here very soon for game number 2. I wonder what we're going to see out of these two teams. I feel like Nouns probably still doesn't want to let Tally Bobo have that Zoroark, but we'll see what they end up doing here as we have our bans coming up.
Is this the moment where Nouns finally lets Megu have the Slowbro? I feel like Tally Bobo hasn't been able to pick it at all, and we know that Megu is very comfortable on the Slowbro. These bans are going to get locked in here in short order, and not today. Slowbro and Hoopa both on the chopping block.
Here we go. Tally Bobo gets that first pick. I mean, they didn't look bad at all with Absol. I don't know if they want to steal away that. No, they don't. They want the Espeon. They know how incredibly valuable this Pokemon is. As it's now over to Nouns Esports to make their picks.
Well, Urshifu is definitely a solid one. It looks like Sixies is bringing that to the top of the list. And I was about to say, you don't want Sword that high priority, do you? Zoroark, great pick.
Yeah, great pick, and it also steals something away from the side of Tally Bobo. You know, Tally Bobo also Klaus looking absolutely insane and maniacal on their Urshifu. So these are two great picks and great counter picks for what you just had to deal with.
Absolutely, and a lot of comfort picks going to the way of Tally Bobo, however. I mean, Espeon, Trevenant, Eldegoss, we've seen that every game almost so far.
Ooh, could we possibly be seeing the Sableye? I would love to see it right here. As Nouns, once again, they're interested in that Mr. Mime. They are not worried at all to not pick up the Trevenant, to not pick up the Slowbro. They are happy with this supporter choice because obviously Bruv is insane.
Yeah, Bruv is absolutely cracked at that Pokemon. Of course, it's also really good just into Trevenant. You know, they can't really Horn Leech. You can barrier them down. You can limit their reach. You can really keep engagements in the kind of alleyways you want them to be. And, you know, that's why it's looked so good, particularly because Bruv is also very good at the Pokemon.
Finally, we're going to see the last pick here for Nouns, hovering the Mew. Over onto the Greninja for a minute, I was thinking, is this really happening? Multiple Greninjas in one day, but no. You talked about this before, Doobsnacks. Where was Mew? Well, here it is in game number 2.
My big question is where's this Comfey going to hitch a ride to? I mean, Gatlu and Adesu are prime targets here. Bruv isn't bad. But I just don't like. I feel like if Gatlu engages with a Comfey collar and it gets stunned at all, you can eviscerate both the Zoroark and the Comfey in pretty short order. So that's going to be a question mark to me. I hope I'm wrong and this thing absolutely pops off because I want this thing to go the distance.
Absolutely. Of course you do. I mean, you want to see as many games as you can between these two teams. They're just so good. It's such an exciting matchup. It's without question been, you know, my favorite part of this season in EU is watching these two insane teams fight each other over and over again. They're just both so good. They put on such a show. You see such high level plays out of any Pokemon that they bring to the table. No wonder they keep meeting each other in the grand finals.
Yeah, and to be fair to both Nouns Esports and Tally Bobo believers, when they have met in the finals, yes, Tally Bobo up to this point has gotten the best of them every single time, but it's not like they were complete dominations every single time, right? We'll say March was an outlier, but all the other times have gone pretty deep in the well.
Yeah, these are really close matchups between these two teams. Tally Bobo, however, seeming to make it happen every single time, winning our biggest tournament recently at the AOS Cup right here. We're going to see if Nouns Esports is going to be able to finally take down a victory. Tally Bobo, if they win this one, they do not win our grand finals yet. They reset the bracket. They're going to have to do this whole thing over again because they came from the loser's side.
Absolutely. Good pressure early by Talibobo in the top path. Trying to keep Gatlu on a leash here, trying to keep them a little Zora. Can they poach them and get the KO? The collar hops on, Geese in there just in time for the save, but that's an easy stack for Klaus as they use their abilities to just back out.
And here we go. Nice big secures from the Buzzwole. Buzzwole plays so well early because of that huge secure it has with Fell Stinger. Megu now picking up a nice big, oh no, helping to pick up a nice big KO as Toon Slim actually gets that one.
Yeah, Toon Slim getting the K opener is perfect in this situation. Megu would have liked that. You're just happy with the KO, but Toon Slim getting it is just that much better. Just a little bit more icing on the cake because that is a Pokemon you want to scale higher than the other team.
And interestingly enough, we've got the Urshifu playing the, the different build. We've got the single strike build with that wicked blow. Incredible damage, incredible secure. It really doesn't feel like you can go wrong at all with Urshifu right now. Anything you play with this Pokemon is dominant.
Oh, I agree completely. Now we have a little 3-on-2. They're playing safe though. Zervis and Klaus peeling back a little bit. But I mean, a Desu with Geese, I mean, they're ready for the action. They want to get in each other's face a little bit. Meanwhile, again left to their lonesome to defend this goal zone by themselves, and they're gonna do their best, but Megu getting those points in.
And here we go. Ooh, nice big wood hammers right there. Nice secure there. It looks like from Nouns Esports trying to come back into this game, but getting caught there. I don't know. Talibobo doesn't exactly know how big that was, but it was very close to taking down Gatlu.
Yeah, that would have been key. Of course, you just kind of send those pot shots in hopes of finding somebody. Geese catching a ride just in time, as now they're putting in tons of damage on a Desu. Desu darts back, gets a berry. Everybody's trying to score. Nobody gets their points in. Can they poach a Desu before they can get this berry? They collapse on him and scoop him up, slam him down. That's a KO. Geese is now off and looking for another ride for themselves. Can they hop onto somebody? No. They get KO'd right back. The Buzzwole is absolutely heating up and the pressure is on. Klaus and Utah are finding their mark and they are getting huge, and they are not letting 60s off the hook either. Come here, son. I'm going to drag you kicking and screaming. Finally, 60s runs back to the house. Says, not today. Get your points in, Klaus. You got it done, son.
Jeez, and look at this now. Nice big Unite move. Picks up another KO. Bruv in some trouble right here as Toon Slim's looking to take them down. They take down the Zoroark as Gatlu jumps in, and Talibobo Believers is dominating game number 2. 111 points. Every KO you can think of. Nouns Esports is in a lot of trouble right here.
And of course, they get the Regice as well. Utah using their Unite move, not letting anything up the chance, not letting 60s get a Solar Beam or Electro Ball in there to seal it up. Talibobo Believers putting tons of pressure on. Look where Zervis is trying to get vision. I mean, caught between 60s, Bruv, just in time to get Klaus with a little bit of heals. I mean, Zervis is on one with this Eldegoss every single time. Zoroark is not going to be good enough in the face of 3. Solar Beam goes wide, doesn't get anybody. Buzzwole, just a quick closing. Really, they just want that goal zone off the map because this Regieleki is going to become a priority.
Yeah, it's going to become a priority for them. And, they're way ahead on points right now. I don't think they're too stressed out about the overcap right there. They just want to put Nouns in a really bad position to have to defend against these Regielekis as they move down towards their goal zone. Looks like multiple members of Nouns, however, heading up to this top path to see if they can do something about this fight. Nice secure there.
Yeah, Mew Unite into the Electro Ball boosted auto is a great way to secure an objective. It kind of stymies everybody's vision onto it, and you can get those sure hits on top of the objective to take it. They're sieging this thing. It's all about the defense. A nice Bruv wall allows them to score on the backside. Comfy Unite comes out. Buzzwole uses theirs. Klaus is trying to find another mark. They're collapsing on Bruv. Bruv is low. The chase is on. On the backside, though, we see Gatlu just picking up the Comfy collar, and Utah doesn't want to pursue that as the Desu's coming off to cut off the rest of the Talibobo Believers. But who's waiting for him downstairs but Toon Slim? They might have a pot shot on the Zoroark if they want it, and screening them out by themselves they are able to. So Toon Slim on the retreat. The berries are darted through, forces out the SP on Unite. Toon Slim is all over Gatlu. They're trying to make it happen, but now Toon Slim's like, boys, I need some help. Who's gonna get here and get it? It's Megu, of course, poaching Geese, getting the stuns with the wood hammers. The follow-up is there. They are so low. Can Utah get the KO? Can Toon Slim get the KO? Finally, they stitch him in half with the Psy Shock. KO streak of 2.
I gotta say, I know that Talibobo took that down. Great job from their team, but that was a really impressive series there from Gatlu, from the Comfey there on the side of Nouns Esports. Just such incredible stuff. They should have gone down so many times, but they had some pretty incredible jukes.
Yeah, the only reason they were able to is Megu finally showed up with a big horn leech into a wood hammer that stunned Geese for just a moment. So when they hopped on to the Zoroark to Gatlu, they were just a bit late, which means he didn't need much damage to close the door out on both of them.
Interesting stat here, Dubesnacks. Tally Bobo believers are 11-9 versus Nouns this 2023 season. And that just goes to show how incredibly close these two teams are.
Oh, yeah. It's just barely breaking one way or another. Tally Bobo obviously being on the better end of it, but Nouns Esports keeping this thing close, and they really want to make it happen since they're in the winner's bracket spot right now.
That's right. They have games to give, but they really don't want to give them right here. Nice big Unite move there from Utah, but also getting caught by a Mr. Mime Unite of their own. Not able to pick up the KO. Mime does go down up here in the top half. The Buzzwole KO is coming out. They're looking to pick up one on Gatlu, and they do. There goes Geese. And yes, once again, Tally Bobo just controlling these fights.
Yeah, this Absol, Utah's Absol has looked very, very clean and a great answer in the face of Nouns Esports. Pulling it out this game, showing that it's not just for a Talonflame pick, that they see a lot of value in it, and they get it late, and they're going to be able to get it late in the drafts unless people adjust. Utah just going to keep trying to get bigger and bigger as Gatlu is waiting out to see if they can dive on anyone. Klaus and Zervis are pretty buckled together. Nice little wall by Bruv is going to allow this engagement to happen. Zervis getting stitched absolutely in half, but he's poached up and chokeslammed by the Buzzwole. Klaus feeling big, getting credit for that one. Yeah, Zervis went down, but we got Gatlu.
Yeah, nice big KO pickup right there from Nouns, but it just really isn't enough. If you were to get one of the larger targets, if you were to get a high-level Absol or something like that, maybe it'd be worth it. But, you know, the Eldegoss is only a level 10, and you just used your Unite move pretty late into this match.
Oh, without a doubt. This Regirock's getting eviscerated, but Nouns Esports players are low, and just as I say that, they are KO'd with a violent sneeze from all the Tally Bobo believers because they didn't have to throw much at them to close out the door. Bruv getting dove on. They're getting KO'd too easy. Geese falls off, and they're forced to retreat because that Comfy can't do much on their own. Fortunately, though, Nouns is putting some points in on the backside. 60's getting some points in with a Mew.
Nouns isn't too far behind on points. They might not have a Zoroark Unite move for this final fight, but what they are really behind on is experience, and they're behind on every single fight that these two teams have had. Nouns is just getting dominated in these big fights.
Yeah, Nouns really waiting and biding their time. Light Scream Solar Beam comes through. Is this an engagement they're going to be going for? I don't quite think so. I think they're going to wait for just another moment or two.
Yeah, looks like they're going to wait for it right here. Gatlu possibly moving in, getting caught by the Trevenant a little bit right there. Megu in some trouble, but they are going to back off.
Yeah, the Comfy Unite forced out for not a lot of value is kind of huge here for the believers. They don't have to worry about that now as they're picking up and Klaus is going for the Mew. 60s, you forced out the Unite and right into a Showtime. They're trying to collapse Trevor Unite right in the middle, picks up, and that's a quick KO on Utah. Can they follow up? Klaus finds Bruv, and now the chase is on. Who else is left to get? The Comfy is hitching a ride somewhere. They're trying to find a Desu. They're trying to find Klaus. They've got it down here. Toon getting two with the SP on Unite. Desu's low. So is Gatlu, but he's stitched in half. Zoroark dip, duck, diving and dodging through, getting a KO as Megu and Zervis are trying to get the chase on, but look where the Buzzwole is. Klaus is just hanging out, ready for that action as Gatlu's still standing, but now Esports needs to recompose.
Gatlu moving back in right here. Bruv is now here to support this fight. Megu in some trouble, and they're trying to score right now, get some points on the board. This match is now a lot closer points-wise. We have two members of Nouns at Rayquaza. I'm not sure if they are trying to rip it off the map or not. It looks like they are actually as we move up towards this fight. We have Utah down here. We have the Wicked Blow ready to go, but multiple members of Tally Bobo. It's getting low. Here we go. Secured by the Wicked Blow on the side of Nouns Esports.
That's absolutely massive. Do they have enough players to go and score? The lead isn't much, and there's 200 points right there. 200 bangers going in short order. They're trying to make it happen. Still a shield going, but that is enough for the lead. Oh, the Trevenant 100 going in. Can Bruv stop it? Yes, they did. That's huge. That's huge.
Wow, that could have... I think that would have brought the game right back in the favor of Tally Bobo, but it looks like Nouns is actually able to take this victory right here. We're going to have to see this scoreboard in 1 second. That was so unbelievably close, and Nouns does take it in the last moments, tying it up here in the grand finals.
If Megu's points went in, you're exactly right, Spraggles. They would have leapfrogged Nouns in the final moments there. just nightmares from the AO's Cup if you're Nouns Esports. But they hold on to this one. Look at the numbers across the board, though, for this Talibobo Believers team taking the L, because this game is about scoring points, not the amount of KOs you get.
Yeah, and Talibobo, I mean, all of these fights were fantastic, but, once again, they had a big moment once they caught Utah, and they decided to make something happen with it right there. You could see how close this was before Rayquaza, and then as soon as they were able to secure it, they got one big score, putting them up over Talibobo.
I mean, look at that score line. Not a single point goes in for Talibobo from the 6-minute mark to the 10-minute mark. So, that's nothing to scoff at here. That's 4 minutes worth of not getting points in. Talibobo needs to find a way to kind of keep the pressure on in both the experience lead and the point lead, because we know Nouns can get points on the board regardless of how far behind they are.
We're looking at these KOs once again. 10 for Utah. Gatlu only with 3 from the Zoroark. Obviously, if you look at the KOs, this isn't even close. Like we were mentioning inside the match, Talibobo way up in all of these fights, except those pivotal final moments.
Yeah, which is really the only time Gatlu was able to find any footing. Big time engages, crucial knockouts here. Let's take a look how game 2 shook out.
Yeah, if we take a look at this, you're going to see a lot of moments where Talibobo just absolutely rinses Nouns Esports, giving him a bath in every path right here. Really nice moves here from Gatlu to try to get something done, but Tali's just together fighting so well.
Absolutely, and this is, we see Gatlu trying to engage. They try and get Zervis. They do, but really at the cost of a Gatlu. That's a huge exchange, and this is a big-time fight. The Trevor Unite Megu actually catches 4, follow up with Klaus on the Buzzwole. They gets 2 quick KOs in short order, but then the chase happens, right? They get peeled out from the central area, and by the time everybody makes it back, it becomes a full flip scenario, and the Wicked Strike Urshifu gets it done.
It's one of those interesting moments where obviously everyone wants that secure. I almost wonder if that Absol Unite move actually gave the opportunity over to Nouns Esports, because the Wicked Blow needed to do a lot to make that happen. But it actually looks like with all the damage just being thrown at Rayquaza, Nouns was able to get that Wicked Blow, able to get that big secure. And there we go, our MVP, the one who did deal that final blow to Rayquaza, a Desu on the Urshifu.
Yeah, I mean, you look at those lines, and they're not really usually what we see out of our player of the game, but they really clutched up and hammered it home with that Wicked Blow on the Rayquaza, which is even better than that 1 KO they got. That sealed them the game.
Absolutely. Look, as we've said many times, it's not about how many KOs you have, it's about how many points you can put on the board, and Rayquaza is one of the biggest ways to do that. If you can get that huge secure, you can get those scoring shields that let you score at an incredible rate, you can actually make something happen. So the player that secures that often could be considered the MVP, especially when they do it into the face of multiple members of Talibobo.
Yeah, and I mean, that is what that game came down to, was that 1 Wicked Blow. So Adesu making it happen, but again, that opportunity isn't opened up if Gatlu doesn't have 2 players from Talibobo peeled down to the bottom path to try and chase them down. Not only on top of all that, they stayed standing. They didn't even convert the KO onto Gatlu. So by the time Talibobo realized they need to get back to the center, they burned up enough time for that opportunity to happen, and Adesu delivered.
Absolutely. And this is one of the reasons you pick a Pokemon like this. When you see these moments, I think sometimes you think like, oh, well, there's just a lot of damage being thrown down and one team was able to secure it. But it's very strategic when you're picking these Pokemon. They like to strategize, and they like to decide what Pokemon can actually get these big secures. When you have a Wicked Blow Urshifu around Rayquaza, they have a bigger shot than anyone to actually take this thing down. Nouns knew that. They knew they needed to make a big play, and they went for it.
And they got it. So now we're going to a game 3 here in the grand finals for Nouns. They just want to win. They just want to end this thing now.
Yes.
Talibobo wants to push off dinner for a little bit longer, and they want to play a little bit more Pokemon Unite. I, for one, I'd like to see some more Pokemon Unite. Let's push this thing. Let's reset this bracket. Let's keep going.
Absolutely, I want to see these teams continue to fight right here. Nouns Esports, though, if they're able to take this, they take down Tally Bobo. They don't even need to head to a bracket reset. They finally win their first monthly finals. Tally Bobo looking to stop that right now as we head into game number 3, all tied up in your grand finals.
Got to see where these bands go. Nouns Esports in a unique spot. They can take out, you know, Espeon from Toon, Dodrio, Zorark. There's the Zorark. And of course, nobody wants this slow bro to hit the map. Tally Bobo taking it off for both players, for both teams.
Here we go. The first pick over to Nouns Esports. They're going to steal away that Espeon.
Yeah, and 60s is great on that Pokemon too, right? So it's not just stealing, it's getting yourself a great tool in your tool belt. Of course, Tally Bobo has some options now. Are they going to line up a Dodrio? Are they going to lock in this Hoopa? Hoopa, a phenomenal Pokemon, banned out a lot and has a high win rate when it's not. They take Urshifu, they take Hoopa, and they're setting themselves up with some good building blocks.
Yeah, these are big time, powerful Pokemon on the side of Tally Bobo, and Nouns ready to go right away, stealing away the Trevenant this time. So now we're going to have to see what Tally wants to play when Megu does not get Slowbro, Megu does not get Trevenant. Are we going to see a Snorlax possibly come out? Are we going to see a Mamoswine? We'll have to see what they end up picking here.
I wouldn't even concern myself. I was going to say, I wouldn't even concern myself with Defender. I'd go like Mew, Glaceon, you know, just put tons of pressure on Gatlu, make sure you can limit them and what they're trying to do. Of course, Tally does not think that is the course of action. Delphox and Snorlax are locked in. And a Desu on a Decidueye is nasty business that I'm always here for. Let's see if they lock it in. They do. And Geese getting the Eldegoss as well.
These are great pickups for Nouns Esports. I'm loving their team composition right now. We're going to have to see what Utah wants to bring out here as this final pick. We've seen the Absol today. It's looked amazing, but I don't know if they're as excited to play this into these Pokemon as they have been some of the others earlier. They lock it on in, though, and Absol's making their way here into Game 3 of our Grand Finals.
Utah feeling tons of confidence, and it's hard to see you know, why it's not hard to see why they would have that confidence. I mean, they have been dominant in those last 2 games. Yeah, they didn't win game 2, but Tally Bobo and specifically Utah in this Absol were absolutely oppressive.
Here we go. Game 3. This is huge for Nouns Esports. Obviously, this is huge for Tally Bobo as well. But Nouns could be finally walking away with their monthly finals win. Tally Bobo needs to win this thing to get a bracket reset and have the opportunity to beat them once again in a best of 3.
I'm taking a look across the board. I really like Nouns' chances with what they've put together, specifically a Desu on the Decidueye. I mean, Bruv does such a good job making sure that Decidueye does not take damage. I mean, it's a match made in heaven between Bruv and whichever Pokemon they choose, because they're good at all of them, and that Decidueye. But of course, what makes the Decidueye even more of a nemesis out here for Tally Bobo is the fact that Gatlu is going to be running all over the map with Dodrio, causing tons of static.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how Tally Bobo is able to deal with this. You know, Absol is a great Pokemon to have when you're trying to get into the back line and take down something like that Decidueye, though. However, a Desu, one of the best on the bird without question. Gatlu heading to the central area right now, getting all their experience as we have the Cubfu on the side of Tally Bobo Believers.
Grand Finals, Game 3. Nouns Esports in purple, Tally Bobo Believers in orange. Nouns wins this one. They win the April Finals, and they're your April Cup champions. Tally Bobo looking to keep that from happening just a little bit longer.
Interesting stat here. Nouns win-loss record in the entire season is 58-20. I mean, massive victories. They beat pretty much any team they come up against, except the one they're dealing with right now that they have not been able to dispatch in a grand finals.
Now's a great time to bolster that number a little bit. 60s gets chipped up by the big belly of the Snorlax. They're keeping the pressure on. They get stunned, but yeah, not worse for wear as they peel back.
Yeah, looking great here. 60s, of course, doing their best to secure all of this experience. Gatlu now, level 5 in this top path. Going to have to deal with Klaus and that wicked blow right here. Massive drill peck. I think it's most all of that central area experience.
Yeah, they take all of the birds. They're able to peel out, not get chipped on. And Spraggles, I don't know if you noticed, 3 hats, my friend.
Haha, 3 hats! Finally! It's perfect. Now I have to root for Nouns Esports. Oh my gosh. Chris is gonna love this.
And so many text messages from Chris going in only to you. There we go. There's the K opener for Utah on top of 60s on the Espeon. Great way to get that Absol fed early as they're going on the hunt for more. Rowlet getting taken out as well, and Adesu cannot be happy about that.
You know, we talk about the versatility of, Urshifu. Earlier, we saw Klaus on the Water Bear build, that Rapid Strike style, looking amazing. But this game deciding to bring out the Wicked Blow. There really is no wrong way to play this Pokemon. It's just so unbelievably good.
Yeah, I mean, the secure that the Wicked Blow is going to have, normally they have, Espeon, they have Mew, but now that they got neither of those Pokemon in their composition, Klaus going to the single strike to have access to that Wicked Blow for that secure makes tons of sense.
Absol moving up to the top path right here, hiding a little bit, setting up a possible ambush as they can see that Eldegoss looking pretty tasty. I don't know if they know about the Dodrio. I don't know if they're aware of how many hats it has as they're looking to make a play right here. Dodrio actually does get caught out a little bit, and they are moving forward towards it, having to back up right now. Gatlu heading back in actually, but neither team able to pick up a KO.
Yeah, meanwhile, Adesu able to get a KO onto Megu in the bottom path as all of the Talibobo believers rotate through, and they'd like to get some KOs for themselves. Now Z-Sports kind of susses that out and they peel back, but it's Regice time. Utah taking care of Gatlu. This might be the opportunity to collapse on and get yourself an objective. We'll see what they do. Adesu, Spirit Shackle goes wide. That's incredibly rare. They go for the 360. Can they no-scope it? They chunk Zervis for half their HP. Regice is at half HP too. Heavy Slam comes through for Megu. They blink out of existence. They're going to pour back through. Can they make it happen? Another Spirit Shackle. This one finds its mark as a Regice, cracking the ice, melting it down into water. They're going to use that buff. They're going to move forward. Espeon Unite 60s trying to take care of this thing. They are moving forward. They are sieging this goal zone. They want it in a big way. Knock Arrow gonna buy some space as well. Zervis can't even make an effort to move in. This goal zone is getting dunked on. Why is Tally crying? Because they just got dunked on. That goal zone is gone.
Wow, beautiful stuff here from Nouns Esports, and they're just continuing this fight. A big double KO. That's going to be a triple as Dodrio's on an absolute rampage, chasing down Toon Slim right now, and he's going to have to get out of there or something. He's got the movement, but there are just too many members of Nouns as Adesu rips him apart, hits him with a big Spirit Shackle. Utah coming back in here, trying to punish them a little bit for what Nouns just did, which was pretty fantastic. Gatlu in a lot of trouble, however, finally going to be going down. Bruv using the Unite move, and it looks like we've got some spacing for our 2 massive damage dealers. Oh no, another KO. It just doesn't stop, dude. Snacks.
No, Tally is tilted. They are feeding right now. There is no reason for them to keep chasing that down. They just gave Nouns Esports 3 more KOs for no reason whatsoever. And now Nouns Esports is massive. They have the experience lead, tons of points in, and Tally Bobo has tons of work to do to try and catch back up.
Nouns Esports looking like a team ready to shut this thing down, take these grand finals, get their first finals win of the season. Looking beautiful here in game number 3. I just love the pressure they were able to put onto Talibobo. And we saw that secure earlier, a Psyshock and a Spirit Shackle at the same time, just drilling that Reggie in the bottom path.
Yeah, and securing it up just as they'd expect that lineup to do. Just a quick little fire spin on top of the birds. Bruv not going to contest that. He is going to Woodhammer Megu though, deal good amount of damage. The hyperspace hole is down. The fire spin is chasing, but it doesn't hit its mark as Bruv gets tons of space. And guess who's back? That Regice.
Here's that Regice in the bottom path. We have a few members of Talibobo here, and they do have this Hoopa Unite move to bring the entire squad in when they're ready for it. Absol looking to make a play in the top path, however, and they get picked off by the Espeon from Nouns 60s, getting a nice big KO up there.
Bruv providing great spacing, solid vision. Megu engage it. They catch him in the fire spin. They're half HP. Horn Leech, and it looks like an eject button forward. All 3 are blinked out, but Bruv is standing right inside of the pocket they wanted. Trebunite catches at least Zervis. I thought it would catch a couple more. They were delayed coming back through. The Woodhammers are coming out. Talibobo is collapsing on Regice, but the fight is breaking out on Nouns as the Urshifu is trying to make magic happen. It's not quite going to have. Knock Cock Arrow comes through. They're going to get a KO on top of Megu. Nobody else is going to get it done, though. Come on. Nouns Esports is on one, Spraggles.
Nouns Esports doing a great job. Good secure there by Tally Bobo. Toon's actually in some trouble. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to make it home, but he does. They're actually not able to take that down. So a nice little exchange there for Tally Bobo, able to push them out a little bit. Nouns at the same time didn't look like they put as much pressure as they would have wanted to there. They didn't have their Dodrio, and they just weren't ready for that fight.
Well, now Bruv's Woodhammers go wide a little bit. Megu comes in, plays forward. Nice block, but Gatler's actually on the backside. They've got a move to make if they want to. A little drill peck and a spear shackle tandem gets a KO there. Fire spun is Bruv putting the rinse machine as they're trying to collapse on his surface. They get a KO there. There's 3 players down, and Nouns Esports is raining tons of points in this goal zone. Another KO streak of 2 for Gatlu, 246 to 91. This thing is looking rough.
Wow, incredible stuff from Nouns. They're looking to get the surrender vote out of Tally Bobo right now, breaking that tier 2. They also have an open tier 1 goal, which is a lot easier to score on, obviously. It's further out there. It provides smaller shields, smaller healing to the side of Tally Bobo. They're way up on points, and they're just in such a powerful position right here. Possibly 2 minutes and 30 seconds away from becoming your April Finals champions.
150 points separate these 2 teams. We're going to look which fight they want to take. It looks like Utah's up top. We're going to try and sneak in 50 points there. It's not quite duck at times, Spraggles, as we've got 9 seconds and Rayquaza is going to hit the map.
Here we go. Nouns Esports way ahead. So obviously Tally Bobo needs to make something happen right here. Nice little stun there onto Megu, but they weren't able to hit it with either Psyshock or with their Spirit Shackle. Absol going down, caught inside the central area for Nouns, and now it looks like they're going to go ahead and rip this thing as Dodrio heads the top path to score. No matter what happens here, Nouns is in such a commanding position, sending 2 members of Tally Bobo top.
Yeah, now Tally Bobo is completely split and their attention is in way too many different directions. Desu's trying to line up a Spirit Shackle. Who will they find? Nobody just yet. They're trying to find their positioning. Fire Spin comes out, but it's not chasing anybody down because nobody's in the vicinity. Finally, Bruv triggers it to make sure that it hits them and no one else. A couple Pollen Puffs coming through, keeping the heals up. Megu's kind of caught in the middle. They're going to be able to get this reset, force out the Snorlax Unite. They actually roll on top of it and come back through. Their Unite is eaten up. Fanciful Fireworks on the backside. That's first time KO. We're trying to follow up as Nouns Esports getting buckled. 3 players down. Tally Bobo Believers is finding their mark. Can they get another one? They want more. Can they get more? Gatlu's still standing though as Geese gets a KO streak of 2 for themselves. Make it everything back the other way. 3 down for the Believers. And now Nouns Esports are coming off respawn. They've got the opportunity here. 312 to 91. Tally Bobo does not have the ability to just go score. They have to take this Rayquaza. Can they get to the central though? Gatlu's ready to poach and get a KO. Is Klaus going to be their target? No. They want Zervis. They pluck him out and they engage on him. Drill Peck, Hyperspace Hold just to reset them is what's going to happen as this thing rages on. Nouns Esports holding on to a commanding lead here. Tons of points.
30 seconds left. Tally Bobo knows this is their only shot as they push towards this central area. They're throwing their Unite move onto Rayquaza. Here they go, looking for this massive secure, but Nouns is coming in and ripping everyone apart. There's only 1 member left for Tally Bobo. Rayquaza goes down. Nouns Esports secures it. Nouns Esports wins the April Finals. Let's go. They are back.
Number 1 spot, great thing. In that final engagement, everybody on Tally Bobo Believers was pressing B, and everybody on Nouns Esports was pressing A. They were going for the bodies. They got 4 of them. Megu was just a side prize that they didn't really want. They get the objective. They get all the KOs. They get the stat lines. They get the win.
Look at this. Nouns Esports finally making it happen, taking down Tally Bobo in the winners finals, doing it again in the grand finals. This must be a huge moment for them. They have needed a finals win all season, and they do it in a really impressive fashion here in game number 3. I don't know who's more excited to pop the champagne, whether it's Nouns Esports or Chris Heroes.
Gotta be Chris Heroes. Text me, please. Taking a look here, though, Nouns Esports really had a commanding lead from bell to bell on this one, putting the screws to Tally. Gatlu was absolutely off the charts good, raining in some KOs. Adesu Spirit Shackles were there. I mean, Geese was I mean, it was a collective team effort. They looked great there. And despite a shaky start, losing game 1, almost losing game 2, having to clutch up big time, wow, did they make a statement there in game 3.
Incredible stuff. Nouns Esports, as you can see on that score line, ahead, even taking Rayquaza. Tally Bobo was forced into a bad position. They really only had one shot, and Nouns was able to punish them for it. Look at that, bringing out a couple birds here, having the correct number of hats. And I don't think that can be overstated, Doob Snacks. Dodrio had 3 separate hats, and they were able to win in game 3. Coincidence? I'm being told it is, actually. Yes,
I think not. 74K out of Gatlu is nothing to scoff at. They did great again from bell to bell. Congratulations to Nouns Esports. I mean, just for my quick thought here for the EU region, what a showdown. Of course, the 2 titans of EU, Tally Bobo and Nouns, square off again in a grand finals, and Nouns Esports can finally pat themselves on the back and say, all right, we got one. It gets easier now. We know we've done it. We can do it again, and their mount to Yokohama continues. Tally Bobo, however, they got themselves a ton of CP for today in a second place finish. These 2 teams aren't going anywhere. The big question is, who's the other 2 teams that's going to be joining them?
Absolutely. Nouns must be feeling amazing after that victory. And of course, Tally Bobo, still one of the best, if not the best team in the world, but they weren't able to make it happen today. You have to love how competitive these regions are getting, as everyone has their eyes on the big prize, and that is Worlds in Yokohama, Japan. I can't wait to hear what Kelosaurus and Chris think about that amazing series. Let's throw it on over to them right now.
Wow, what a set we have just witnessed. Chris, your wish is Nouns command. They have taken the crown. They are your April Cup champions.
Nouns has finally done it. I mean, I love Tally Bobo, believe us, but I just want to see a different team win it to make sure that this, this region is still very competitive, and that other teams also just like showing that other teams can beat Tally believers and motivate them to be like, guys, just keep on pushing. Every single team can, have a chance at winning tournaments in Europe still.
Let's have a look at this final 90 seconds of this match. You can just see them circling around, trying to find those picks. The Unite moves popping on out. You can see some KOs going down. Shifu has been knocked out, but you could see Gatlu and Giz, they held their own. I guess having that benefit of that tier 1 pad, they were able to stand their ground.
Yeah, Gatlu, I think, saving the game here as Dodrio. He finds 2 pickoffs with the help of Elagos, and I feel like at this point, Nouns was just so far ahead in points that Tally believers, they ran out of time. I think in this game, Nouns Esports, I thought it's going to be a Zoroark, right? Zoroark match, but they're like, we just spent it out, and now Tally believers, they showed on the Absol. I think Yutao played it amazingly, but I think in this game, they were able to shut down Toonslim also quite, a lot on the spot side, and Toonslim really couldn't find the impact he usually has because of that SP on taking over bot path as well. But yeah, at this point, Tally just ran out of time. Nouns just have to make sure they protect this Rayquaza and take this game home.
Yeah, you just got to protect that big green dragon in the center of the map as much as you can. But then even then, coming back, that last-ditch effort in the last 20 seconds to just rip the Ray. But unfortunately for Tally Bobo believers, they end up getting wiped out, and Nouns ends up taking it for themselves and securing the win.
Yeah, wonderful game. It was a very back and forth game as well, but Nouns Esports just scored more points, right? At this point, it was just scoring more points, and they were also the better team in the last 2 minutes, which, often matter the most. But they were the consistently stronger team throughout the series, I would say for sure, and they 100% deserve to be your champion today.
Well, no, exactly right. These are the top 2 teams. This is the rivalry for the EU region. It's always so exciting to see them battle it out against each other. And I think it must be a really big relief for Nouns to finally take the crown.
Oh yeah, for sure. They were so close in London as well. They were so close every single time. But Tally believers finally, maybe they found some team comp that works against Tally believers. And again, the Zoroark Yutao had an amazing tournament on this Pokemon. They decided to ban it out, which I think was also very smart because it has been taking over games. It's very difficult to play once it gets ahead. And they just decided to just ban it out and be like, we don't deal with it. And it worked out perfectly.
No, exactly. I know you wanted to see the Battle of the Zoroarks there, but you know what? We got to see the triple-headed bird at least. Well, I mean, not only the triple-headed bird, but also the double bird. Adesu on the Decidueye. I must say, those spirit shackles were on point. Being able to just keep in the backline and dish out that damage, it was incredible.
Gatlu for sure being one of the best rodeo players we have in the entire world, and he's very confident on this Pokemon. He can play every single build as well. Doesn't matter if it's Tri-Attack, Jump Kick, if it's Drill Peck and Jump Kick, if it's Jump Kick, Tri-Attack, like anything. He can play every move combination and have a lot of success with it. And again, showing it off why this Pokemon is so scary in the hands of Gatlu. But of course, they're just like their birds. Talonflame, Decidueye, Dodrio, and yeah.
Yes, they do like their birds and their hats. But what about we throw it over to Gatlu, who is a part of Nouns, and see what their thoughts are on this grand final. Bruv, for this grand final. Bruv, hello. Oh, I must say, your mind plushie is amazing. But big congratulations to you and Nouns for finally taking the crown of, against Tally Bobo.
I can't hear anything.
How do you feel? All right. Well, we do get some comms online. I guess we did see Bruv on the Mime, a showcase from time to time during this match. I guess you don't really see many Mime players these days, do you?
We're going to take a look at the completed bracket now for today's tournament of the April Cup. And we obviously have the, insane winner bracket run this time from Nonso Esports. They usually are the, the loser bracket team that makes it through the entire loser bracket, but this time just staying ahead, and this also gave them the edge in the grand final. They only had to win one best of 3 against Tally Believers, and they managed to succeed. But yeah, this tournament was crazy. We had so many 2-1s. You can see across the board, semifinals, winners final, grand final, loser final, even the one in the quarters as well. We had so many, just going all the way to 3 games. So yeah, fantastic tournament we had today.
No, it has been a long day indeed, and these teams have put on quite the show for the EU region. And we know the whole reason why they are here, the reason they were battling it out today was for those championship points. You can see Nouns Esports securing themselves a whopping 1,500 CP.
Tally Believers also still securing, of course, 1,200. But I think the biggest part is Tilted and Woof Woof still being ahead of Time to Shine. And Tilted just gaining a lot of points onto Woof Woof and Time to Shine as well. And now we're going to look at the entire standings they're currently at. We see Tally Believers at 6,200 points now, still with a decent lead upon Snows Esports. But it's getting slower and slower, smaller and smaller now. Only 700 points lead now. Woof Woof, Time to Shine in 3rd and 4th place. And now Tilted is just up there on 5th place.
Yes, they are now in 5th place. Been a few shakeups here and there, but you know what? We still have the makeup and the regionals to come, so the journey isn't over yet. But what about we bring back Spraggles and Doob Snacks and get our final thoughts in for today? Oh, okay. All right. Well, Chris, I guess any highlights, any particular moments that stood out to you today?
Well, I think we had so many close games, but again, I feel like the Zoroark rising up to where the point where it gets banned out is just funny to see, because at the Eos Cup, we actually didn't see Zoroark as like at all from played by the Europeans. So they finally realized that maybe you should pick up this Pokemon, and it really showcased today how much it does. In general, the rise of speedsters, right? We have Talonflame today, so much Absol in the grand final suddenly, and still Dodrio as well being very popular. So the rise of speedsters in this competitive, competition is good to see.
They have the need for speed to make it through and get those wins, right? But that is the end of the EU April Cup for today. So we are going to head on out and get ready for the next region, which will be the NA region. But thank you so much for tuning in for the April finals for the EU region. Once again, massive congratulations to Noun Esports for finally taking the win, securing them that top spot. They have. It's just amazing. But the action doesn't stop. hello, trainers, and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. We are here for the NA Regions April Cup Finals. I'm Kellosaurus, and joining me is Chris Heroes. Now, Chris, we have experienced quite the day today, but it isn't over yet. So, how are you going?
Oh, I'm doing great. We had so many amazing games we saw today, and I think it's going to be exactly the same in North America as well. I think we're going to continue to just have amazing games after amazing games, and I think I love Zoroark as well again. I know I like talking about Zoroark, but you know, this Pokemon is doing something else.
You love the Zoroark, as Spriggles likes to refer to it. But as you mentioned, these matches, they all have a purpose. At the end of this season is Worlds. But we've got to ask, how do you get there? Well, we have the answers. There's 2 ways to qualify, Chris.
Yeah, the 3 top point earners of the region for North America, and then also the winner of the regional finals will all make it to Japan. So just earning a lot of CP will make it very straightforward for you to get that ticket to Japan, and your last chance is going to be the regional finals in case you didn't accomplish, getting those many points together.
Yes, for the moment, we are racking up those championship points.
Exactly. And we have a lot of teams at the top with a lot of points. And again, today is 1,500 points. The AIR's regionals are a bit more, but again, every single tournament is going to matter if you want to get your ticket to Japan.
Yeah, well, we'll just have to see and wait and see if there are any shakeups. But one thing we do have to go back and look on before moving forward today is the last big tournament we have, which was the AOS Cup for the NA region. Let's have a squeeze at some of these highlights.
Yeah, I feel like fan favorite team TTV was able to take down Amaterasu in the grand final with a 3-0. They looked very dominant in the entire tournament, from the winner bracket down towards the grand final, able to clean sweep it. So that was the best tournament they had in a long time, right? TTV winning a tournament feels for sure very good.
I guess the interesting thing is there's been 3 different teams that have won each of the cups so far. So we're going to have to wait and see whether a new team is going to take the sweep or whether we'll end up seeing a repeat deal here today. But we are going to move forward with this current CP standings currently. Amaterasu right at the top of the board there with a whopping 5,190 championship points.
They have so many points, and it's always this battle between Amaterasu and TTV. TTV is still, I feel like, similar to Nounce, just a tiny bit behind, but they can still easily overtake Amaterasu if they have great performance in this tournament. And then we have a 3 or 4-way battle tie actually for the 3rd place. Luminosity, Rogue, GT, Team YouTube, Spire, Ignorance also still in the mix. They all have a lot of points. Just one tournament win, one high place in like the top 2 or top 3 will get you much, much closer to Luminosity.
Honestly, anything can happen at this point in the match, but so far, here are the April finals bracket, how the teams have already been battling it out against each other, and we can see that the next match that we are going to witness is TTV versus GT, and you know what? They have versed each other before in the past, so we'll have to wait and see who comes out on top.
Yeah, so TTV getting knocked out by Luminosity into the loser bracket and not trying to make their way back towards the grand final. And again, Amaterasu just apparently a very clean winner bracket, 2-0 against Exodia, 2-0 against GT, looking like they want to take another tournament right here. But Luminosity also still wanting to just show back that they're the current world champion, right? They want to show that they're still the best team in the world in North America as well. And I think they're very hungry for another tournament win.
Yes, they are hungry indeed, but they will have to sit tight for a little bit as we go into the losers bracket. Down here, we are going to have TTV going up against Team GT.
Yeah, we have TTV against GT. All of these are actually top 4 teams as well in the CP standings, so it's going to be just who's going to close in and who's going to maybe get a bigger advantage to head towards Japan. But yeah, TTV against GT is going to be, I feel like, a very close series. GT is always very hard to judge, and I feel like TTV, depending on how good they are on the day, can either be the best team or to sometimes struggle a tiny bit.
Well, something that we're going to have to wait and see. Let's throw it over. Here we go. The team is here. We do have TTV going up against GT. We are going to throw it over to Spraggles and Dupe Stacks to cast these games for you.
North America, April finals. Here we are. Doob Snacks, good to see you, my friend. Yeehaw to you and yours. Obviously, we have a banger game to start this thing off.
I mean, without a doubt. TTV, your AOS Cup champion, sent to the losers bracket, squaring off against GT, the team that sent LG in the AOS Cup to the losers bracket. So we've got two teams. Listen, they're scrapping for all the CP they can get. They're scrapping to make it to the grand finals. And these two teams are juggernauts. Are going to have to go against each other early, but also in a win or go home situation.
And here we are, TTV obviously winning last month and now somehow finding themselves inside the losers bracket right here, getting taken down by the former world champs in the winners bracket, Luminosity. Now TTV's got to fight their way back. I really feel like the TTV that we saw in the AOS Cup, they only have one weakness, and that's Lutano's trainer card. Everything else was pretty flawless.
Yeah, that trainer card is a tragedy in and of itself.
I am mad about it every day, Dupes. Thanks.
We just boil over with silent rage every single time it pops up on our timeline. But here we go. I mean, TTV locking in this Mew for Otter is a great place to start, especially with Espeon being banned out. And of course, Slowbro has really become public enemy #1 this weekend.
Yeah, Slowbro is, as I've said many times, the premier defender inside of Pokemon Unite. I want to see what GT decides to bring out here in game #1. The Mew pick not only is amazing for Otter, but Stocking's one of the best Mew players out there. That steals that Pokemon away from them as well.
Yeah, a quick lock-in of Comfey and Zoroark, and you can already see the difference between NA and EU. NA really favors a Comfey.
Yeah, Comfey is just a super strong Pokemon, and it's played a lot more in North America, as we see Lutano getting the Dodrio. I'm already aware of how many hats it's going to have. I don't even want to start. Zugrug on the tree, looking good. Trevenant, of course, an amazing defender. I actually want to see what GT wants to bring into this game as a defender choice. Snorlax does feel like sort of the default third choice.
Taking a look here, Black stepping in for GT. They were kind of in a coaching role at one point this season, but now they find themselves in the starting 5 and getting themselves a Glaceon and Eggnoob logging in a Snorlax as well.
We've got Ender locking in the Hoopa Celestial on Delphox. Stocking going to be playing the Sylveon, it looks like. I got to tell you, one Pokemon to watch in this match is definitely Ender on the Hoopa. It feels like Ender and Hoopa were joined at the hip last year. This player is unbelievably cracked on the sticks when it comes to Hoopa.
Without a doubt. And another difference we're seeing between NA and EU, Hoopa almost universally banned or picked in the first 2 picks. Here, TTV gets it as a gutter pick, last one for them. And that is huge because, as you mentioned, the comfort that Ender has on this Hoopa is, astronomically high. And not to mention, you still had things like Blissey in the mix, which we know Ender has some heroic moments with that Pokemon as well.
I gotta say, we're hoping to see some Goodra today, and we still might be able to see that Pokemon come out and do some work. One other Pokemon that we were expecting to see a lot of, and we were 1,000,000,000% right, was Zoroark. My goodness, teams are really starting to understand the value of this Pokemon.
It almost makes you wonder if one team figured it out for the AOS Cup, how big of a difference that might have made in their tournament run, because it is so strong. GT is looking again like constantly, almost like in a tilted deviant situation, making it to these top 4s, but never really able to ascend past that. Right now they're fighting for that top 4 spot, as this is, of course, the loser semis matchup. So they're trying to punch their ticket into the top 4, and this is a big showdown for them.
Absolutely, it's massive. GT would be, if they could somehow win the grand finals, they would be the 4th team in North America to be able to take that honor of winning a grand finals right here. TTV winning last month really needs to win this game to stay healthy in this tournament.
Of course, Zorua sitting there, Lacoating on them, picking up the Comfey collar, moving through, going to work through some ball toys, but they got that Stocking support, Black on the Glaceon, pardon me. They got that Black support on the Glaceon, going to be able to shell in a good amount of damage into Ender and Lutano and try and keep that Dodrio at bay. Just make sure that it doesn't get its 3rd head, and we know it's not going to have any hat Spraggles because Lutano's playing it.
Absolutely not, as we see a massive Solar Beam pushing back members of GT here. They're going to head up towards this, back ball toy right here. Try to get some experience. They do get the level 4 on that Comfey, which is actually pretty massive. Now they are able to get their Floral Healing or Sweet Kiss that we've actually seen played a little bit in NA. Big Solar Beam.
Yeah, coming through, and GT is chunked, forced to scramble as TTV is effectively untouched. Lutano already a Dodrio. That's a KO on the Phantom quickly as GT is making quick work of this bottom goal zone. Celestial just kind of dipping around, and we see a little mystical fire action on top of them as Egnoob is spacing out well, but Otter's here for that range damage, and if they can find a crop of damage onto these two players, they can really make GT hurt early.
Yeah, absolutely. Sylveon is a difficult Pokemon to deal with. It's just a very, very strong damage dealer, has incredible sustain, and like you were saying, it gets so good early in the game, which is a really, really nice place for it to be for GT. We have Delphox now heading into the central area for TTV, so they give a little bit of it to Mew to the start, and now they're going to let Delphox get the rest of it.
Yeah, and absolutely great rotation by TTV, understanding where their experience priorities need to be and making that happen. TTV still holding it down. GT tries to find an opportunity, but Lutano doesn't give them one as they're content just taking their wild Pokemon on their side of the map.
And here we go, just continuing to farm up right here. Both teams, it feels like they're playing pretty safe in a lot of these encounters. We've seen a couple KOs back and forth, but everyone just wants all of that wild Pokemon experience, and then from there, they are going to move on. 5 seconds now until the birds spawn in the top and bottom path. We have those Altaria and Swablu that everyone is ready to fight over.
Fire Spun are the birds in the middle. Celestial going with that Fire Spin Delphox, something we don't see too often. We saw it to end our EU broadcast, and we're seeing it to kick off our NA broadcast. There might be something in the water with this Fire Spin Delphox, Spraggles.
You know, there's something really strong about it. Obviously, Fire Spin does an incredible job at making sure your opponents are kind of shut down, put in a really bad position, and then at the same time, you know, you're not getting the movement that you normally would get out of Delphox. It feels like it moves Delphox over to more of a support attacker role, more similar to a Pikachu or an Alolan Ninetales. And a lot of teams want that as part of their setup. They don't need it to be the main damage dealer.
Somehow Egnoob baiting TTV into thinking there's more players of GT coming when really that's not the case. Egnoob tries to make a hero play, but Regirock is eviscerated off the map. Otter getting credit for that objective. Fire Spin's going to keep Egnoob at bay as they're able to get tons of points into that goal zone and get an overdunk there. Of course, 124 to 87. TTV wiping that goal zone off the map. They've got to be feeling pretty good.
Yeah, TTV seems to be feeling pretty good, but GT obviously decided not to engage in that bottom path instead. We got a little bit of a fight happening right here. The Zoroark is going down. Comfey not able to save it right there. They might continue to push. Looks like both of the evolutions are able to make it out of that engagement. Nice stuff from TTV. Nice little KO there in the central area. And unfortunately, even though GT prioritized the top path, they weren't actually able to get more points than TTV.
Yeah, quite surprising. And TTV in a good position with that upper goal zone there, left at 1 Eos energy left, needing to crack it, which means it's an opportunity to have it shatter with a big time overdunk, and that's going to be an opportunity they're going to be looking for. Lacoding picks up the Comfey collar. They're moving through, and they're going to look for opportunities to poach some KOs. Lacoding is great on this Pokemon, and they really want to be able to take charge of this match.
Right now, we have the Zoroark making their way into that central area of TTV, seeing what they can steal. Interestingly enough, this is the first Night Slash Zoroark that I can remember seeing inside of one of these big tournament games here. Most players playing the Feint build, but we've decided to get a Night Slash Zoroark. It actually did receive some pretty nice buffs recently, but all of the top players currently are playing the Feint attack build.
Yeah, the movement that Feint Attack provides is, you know, always kind of staggering to watch. It's Zoroark zips across the map so quickly, but I'm going to put it to Lacoding to know what is best. They're a phenomenal Zoroark player, so if they're going Night Slash might be the ticket. Fanciful Fireworks right on top of this Regieleki, and that allows the Lutano engagement to happen, forces out the Comfey Unite back the other way. Glaceon, Black CH uses their Unite. Can they get a conversion on that? No, they get chipped up by the Trevenant, but they still make it happen on top of the Regieleki. The push is happening. 2 players down for TTV. Celestial and Lutano are down in short order. longer. The pressure keeps putting on. Zugrug is the next one to go down. And who else but Lagoading, making Zorark look really good right now.
Great fight there from GT. Also, incredible stuff there from Eggnoob, noticing that Otter was going to make a sneaky score happen, and now Otter has to use a Unite move to actually go home right here. Using its Unite. Oh, actually, no! Decided to make a sneaky KO onto the Glaceon. Love that aggressive play from TTV. The Hoopa Unite bringing the whole squad in.
Absolutely. Fire Spun is the Snorlax forcing out their Unite. They're going to take a nap and flop right on top of it. Stun Fists are coming out from the Hoopa there. There's Mono. The pusher's still happening. Lutano takes care of Stockings on the Sylveon, and now they get the Regirocket as well. KO Shrika 2. Lacoading goes down. Lutano's heating up, and they're pushing. Zugra getting on the chopping block too, getting on the board, notching themselves up, and of course the Hoopa as well. So tons of TTV efforts here, really finding their mark and getting some good KOs as Zugra please wants this reset.
Really nice stuff. Lutano also able to steal away that blue buff from the side of GT. The nice thing about Dodrio's scoring mechanism there, Dupe Snacks, is when you're able to score in bursts like that, even if you don't put all of your points in, you still make a dent into that goal, and that's what we saw right there. Espo, I think, actually putting the controller down there for a second, realizing there is nowhere for that Comfey to go.
Yeah, Electro Ball pulls up from Otter, and now this goal zone has a great opportunity to get a big time overdone. Looks like it's going to be all 50. If you noticed, both players went for the score just in case somebody came up. They'd have the opportunity to break it with at least 42. They saw that nobody was coming. They get the big 49-point overdone.
That was some incredible math right there. They quickly realized that the 40 score was lower than the 50, but yes, obviously played very, very well because they knew it could score slightly faster. Really nice play from TTV as they are up by over 100 points right here, heading into the 2-minute 30-second mark. We have Regieleki in the top path. This is a great objective for TTV because it's going to put pressure onto GT, and there's really nothing they can do about it right now. They're so out of position, and they need to get all of their experience. This Regieleki is going to walk towards their tier 2 goal.
Yeah, with both tier 1 goal zones down, GT is kind of limited to how far they can go using those as just kind of a safe space to fight from. Rayquaza's already here, Spraggles. I mean, this game has been burning by quickly.
Rayquaza is here. The Regieleki did walk in the top path. Obviously, Lutano is there on the Dodrio, possibly looking for a score. GT may decide to engage as soon as they see that score happening. Of course, they do have Stockings up there with the Sylveon trying to punish it. The goal goes in. We're going to see if Lutano is able to make it out as multiple members of GT are not choosing to engage right here. TTV putting a little damage onto Rayquaza, and here they come.
Oh, the big push into the middle there. The Trevin is caught in the middle. They're engaging deep. That's a big time surf by Otter on top of 3 players. Can they convert on any KOs? Trevin right in the middle duffs everybody. Eggnoob is getting so low though, but here comes Lutano, full HP, looking for KOs. Comfey gets credit for Celestial. Back the other way. Espo is on the chopping block, and they get dusted by Ender. 3 players down for GT. Only TTV has Celestial down. TTV can look to just take this Rayquaza off the map if they want to, but they elect to play it safe. Black coming into half HP. They're not going to be long for this world. They are chased by Lutano and gobbled up quickly. Stockings, that Mystical Fire Sylveon hiding out in the bush. They're going to try and make a play, but their position is known, and Lutano's on a chase. So is Zugrug. They're pinching, like they're doing a pincer maneuver on them as Eggnoob is sitting in front of Rayquaza by themselves. Stockings makes it out, darts through. Here comes Lacoading as well. They can shell in a ton of damage now. They're caught in the fire spin. They're blendered up. The fists are out. The Hoopa is unbound. Tons of laser beams are coming. 4 players down for GT. Can they take care of Eggnoob? Can they scramble him up? That's the big question. Rayquaza goes down, and TTV takes it. Celestial comes back off spawn, seals it up. Duck it time. They've had the lead the whole time, and they're going to keep that thing going.
Absolutely unbelievable performance from TTV, all match dominating GT here in game number 1. Now they're just putting points on the board as if they didn't have enough already. I feel like there really wasn't a moment at all that GT looked like they had a way to come back in this match. Impressive stuff from TTV. They were your AOS Cup champions last month. They want to head back up into that winner's bracket.
Absolutely. I mean, the only real shine of light that I saw from GT was Lacoading early on that first Regieleki fight when they were able to get a couple KOs when we were talking about the Night Slash versus the Feint attack. But after that, they were really kept at bay. You can see they led the team in KOs but couldn't get much else going. You look across the way, 5, 5, 4, 4, and Celestial with 1, but one that mattered. There you go.
Huge stuff here from TTV. I was really impressed with that performance. I mean, it feels like that was the team we were watching last month win this AOS Cup. Let's take a look at score right here. As we mentioned before, TTV just way up the whole way. They were able to put more points on the board after that Reggie Alecki went in the top path, forcing GT to make some plays, but GT really couldn't do too much, just shut down by TTV.
Absolutely. You can see, like you said, commanding lead the whole time on that score graph here. We're taking a look at the numbers for the game. Nothing too wild out of TTV, but this is one of those times I like to stress. That damage dealt is kind of at parity across all of the Pokemon there. The reason is they were fighting as a tandem. They're fighting as a cohesive unit and getting it done collectively, which is why we also saw a spread pretty evenly of those KOs.
And here we have that fight in that central area. Zugrug in some trouble, going down there to the Zoroark, but it getting KO'd in return. Unfortunately, GT not able to make too many more big plays here. They do pick up this Reggie Alecki in the top path, but they don't get a ton of value out of it, unfortunately.
No, not at all. And, you know, they get some big time KOs, but like you said, couldn't actually convert into any real scores. They get gobbled up quickly in short order right after that. I mean, this game was zooming by. We're already at the 3-minute mark. Celestial's chasing down on Stockings here. Otter gets Stockings with the Electro Ball. And then here was the big fight at the end.
Yeah, massive fight here. TTV really just sewing this thing up. Everything that GT did, TTV had some type of counter for it, all the while being so far ahead on score that they did not need to do anything except respond to what GT was doing throughout the match.
Yeah, and respond they did, and they were delivering all sorts of bad news to GT as they just absolutely beat the brakes off of every member of their team and took that objective. And there's Lutano with the most egregious trainer card in the game. 295, 5 KOs, 39k damage, and none of the decision making that went into player of the game had to do with trainer card, because if it did, Lutano wouldn't be on your screen right now.
Absolutely not, but what an incredible player. I mean, Lutano is just so unbelievably good in a lot of the different positions that they put him in on TTV. Used to be sort of a top path only player, known for the Lucario so much that I used to accidentally call Lucario Lutano, but now this player can really pick up so many different Pokemon and have many game-changing moments. Looking great on the Dodrio here in game number 1. GT is going to need to make some adjustments right there, because TTV really showed them why they were the champs last month.
Yeah, talking about adjustments, you might want to ban that Dodrio, but Lutano, as they said in their interview for Unite Esports that we have on the Twitter there at Unite Esports, if you check that out, they also mentioned how much they love playing Gardevoir, and Gardevoir has been another linchpin of their Pokemon kit, and when they go to that Gardevoir, I mean, it is just as big of a nuisance as that Dodrio, and especially if Zugrug is on one having a heck of a game, then that is just free damage over the top from Lutano's Gardevoir, and that's a combination that I would love to see here as they continue to push through this bracket.
That's right. Gardevoir is a big pick for Lutano. Obviously, they make some incredible plays happen with it. Every member of TTV really looking fantastic there in game number 1, just working as a well-oiled machine. We're going to take a look at some of our support Pokemon. We were talking a little bit earlier about Ender on that Hoopa. We can see healing-wise, you know, that area healing from Moonlight on Clefable puts it up in that number 1 spot, Dupes next.
Yeah, because if you have 2 characters around you when you use that at like half HP, I mean, that is just astronomical heals. Those numbers rack up very quickly. Whereas Blissy's heals is more targeted on a single individual basis. Eldegoss has similar, except its Unite move can actually heal a bunch of players if you crash land. And then Hoopa has like that pseudo healing because it's a hyperspace hole that sends the players back to base. So it's easy for Clefable to top the charts here. But if you look at this, it just shows how strong the supporter pool is in the game of Pokemon Unite. All 5 of these characters you are happy to have on your team.
Yeah, without question. Supporters are so incredibly strong in Unite, and you want them to be. You want a game where, you know, picking a defender like Slowbro or Trevenant, or picking a supporter like Comfey, Blissey, has a huge impact in a match, and they absolutely do. Comfey, the one Pokemon on this list that has the most targeted healing, really. It's sort of set up to make sure that a team can't shut down a massive carry Pokemon. We've seen it used often on Dodrio Dodrio, Zoroark, things like that. And it's a really incredible pickup for that reason.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of Comfy specifically, you mentioned how good it is at carrying one single individual, and that's where we see these top teams transcend that, because they turn Comfy into a single targeted healer, but skilled Comfy players can get to multiple players very quickly by jumping off, hitting tall grass, and jumping back on a different player and making sure that they're staying topped off on HP. That's why NA has really kind of cracked the code there, and why Comfy is either banned or selected a very high priority, because they have so many support players that can do just that.
As we head here into game number 2, obviously, GT is going to need to change some things up, because that did not look good for them in game number 1. I'm not sure what they're looking to ban out either. I feel like TTV's roster is pretty deep when it comes to some of their Pokemon choices. Let's see what they are able to ban and get first here, as they will be our first pick.
Yeah, Espeon's a great ban, Slowbro. So now there's an opportunity for GT to get a Dodrio for themselves, but it looks like Espo, who has done some legendary work with Comfy, was hovering it, but finally they lock in Mew, and of course Stocking going to be on that without a doubt. Celestial quickly locking in Zoroark, and is Inder going to take Eldegoss early, or are they going to lock in Comfy, which has kind of been the way for NA?
Yeah, Comfey is just such a powerful choice, especially for a speedster Pokemon like Zoroark. You know, with Zoroark, one little mistake could be pretty detrimental. However, if you have that get out of jail free card, you're in a really, really good spot right here. They are stealing the Trevenant. They do grab another powerhouse in Urshifu right here. We're going to have to see what TTV wants to do in response. They grab the Delphox, and it looks like they're hovering sort of that third place choice, the bronze medal, if you will, of defenders right now, Zugrug, on these Snorlax.
Well, don't tell Gek you're calling Snorlax the bronze medal defender, because Snorlax in Gek's hands looks pretty darn good. Espo, Locky, and Clefable, tons of HP, but look at how robust that front line is, right? They are building kind of a 3-1-1 formation when they go into their fights. Eggnoob, Lacoating, and Black up front. Espo right in their back pocket to keep the heals going, and Stockings raining in heavy damage from a distance. Is this our first goo game? Let's go. Goodra locked in for TTV.
There we go. We've been waiting to see it all day. The newest Pokemon that is available here for the Championship Series. Goodra possibly in the hands of Lutano. It looks like it. I cannot wait to see what they do inside this game. This is another Pokemon that just seems to never get taken down in some of these big fights. You put a Comfey around that, that would be absolutely massive.
Yeah, I like this pick, if at all, just for the entertainment value that Goodra can provide, and we can see really how it stands up against the top level teams in top level hands as well.
Here we go, heading into game number 2. I love that. I'm getting a note from production that says, "Let's go." That's real. Sometimes when I say I'm talking to production, I might be talking to myself, but everyone's excited to see Goodra here on the broadcast.
Oh, without a doubt. Real quick, are we going to see Muddy Water or Dragon Pulse? Personally, I like Dragon Pulse. Where's your head at?
I think with the recovery that they get from the Comfey, we might actually be seeing Muddy Water. But since they don't have the consistent healing, Dragon Pulse does provide that. I honestly can't wait to see what build Lutano wants to bring out here in game number 2. TTV looking to send GT home early.
Absolutely. I'm excited. GT gonna have to contend with TTV and the Goodra, which is actually in the central area, Spraggles. Let's go.
This Pokemon needs a ton of experience, so it actually makes a lot of sense. It needs to evolve twice, and that's tough to do for some of these Pokemon in Path. They are prioritizing getting this thing a lot of experience, and that could be massive.
Yeah, and it's experience that isn't going to be missed by a lot of the other members of the TTV squad. Just amount of experience that they need to get going. Otter being maybe the only exception, but everyone else can deal with having lower experience amounts early in the game.
Yeah, I think Otter is the only other Pokemon that you would hope to get a lot of XP on early. It isn't the most incredible Pokemon until it gets its final evolution either, but they're obviously prioritizing the Goodra, and we could not be happier about it. Stalking getting pushed back here. We mentioned this earlier as well. They are one of the premier Mew players. She is unbelievably good on this Pokemon.
Yeah, very much so. To TTV kind of targeting down, stalking a little bit, knowing that they're going to be a key problem for them down here on that Mew. We're taking a look. The TTV win rate in the April Cup, 73.3%. Not a bad look here as Lutano's forced to retreat, picks up the Comfy collar. Not a big deal.
73.3% better than my Zacian win rate here, as Celestial getting pushed back a little bit. Lakoding on that Machamp. It's got the dynamic punch, which is such an incredible tool for engaging right there. Snorlax going down in the bottom path, Stalking, picking up a big KO.
That's a great way to start and exactly the character you want. We keep talking about getting these K openers and getting them onto Pokemon that are good, right? You always want a KO period, but getting them on your big damage dealers is critical.
Yeah, absolutely. Are you calling them K openers?
I am.
I love that. That's great.
Yeah,
Very
I thought,
exciting.
you know, yeah, let's start. That's peppered in. Why not? A little skirmish in the middle here. And let's make a little skirmish in the middle here as we get another KO. That one was not opener and looked like a can opener and a can getting peeled open. Clefable being the one put down there as TTV is getting some points in this goal zone. They're trying at least. Just tons of work by Lakoding out here to try and keep these scores from going in. Dynamic punch engages, but they scamper away real quick because they know it's a 4-on-1 and they don't have the firepower to sustain. More points and stacks going in for Celestial on that Zoroark.
Question you asked earlier, what kind of Goodra are we going to see? And we do have the Muddy Water Goodra on the side of TTV. A lot of times if you have the Dragon Pulse, it can help you heal, but once you have a Pokemon that can give you recovery on your side, Muddy Water is just so incredible, giving you insane defenses and special defense. Lutano now evolved, level 8, heading into this bottom path right here.
Are they going to be leashing in the folks? There it is. We got the little power whip there to bring in the opposing teams. Lutano playing very far forward. Let's see if they can get a convert on anybody. Black trying to find their mark. The Wicked Blow goes wide. They engage. Can they get the KO? It does come through. Things getting gooey and the Urshifu getting covered like a Nickelodeon stage, straight slimed on. KO streak of 2 for Lutano. You can't stop him. I'll tell you what, Goodra looking good, bruh. Real early in this one. TTV off to a strong lead.
Yeah, I love this play here from Goodra as they're just trying to zone out this Trevenant. They finally do take it down. Reg Ice goes down. Incredible stuff here from TTV as they continue this push. The Muddy Water just doing more damage and making Goodra even harder to KO.
Yeah, well, it looks good as they get another KO for themselves, and Otter is the one that notches that on their belt. Big heavy slam and block. They're trying to isolate Stalking. Can they collapse on top of her? No. She peels back a little bit. Black charges up the Wicked Blow to just make sure anybody that steps in gets a shot to the solar plexus. Fanciful Fireworks are out and the engagement is happening. They get fire spung and they get absolutely dunked on. Black CH goes down very quickly. The rest of GT sitting on top of their goal zone. Fire spin into the middle. Solar Beam comes through, but it's too early, and all the experience still going to TTV.
Very nice here. A little win-loss record here. GT win-loss is 15-7 in the April Cup. They're looking to make that 17-7 if they can take down TTV twice right now. Lutano chasing Stockings out of this central area here, picking up a nice little secure on that wild Pokemon.
Yeah, power whip into the Muddy Water. You mentioned it. It looks very good, and it's a great way to keep some of these Pokemon from GT from getting out of the mix, to keep them right back in the thick of it. Clefable is the Pokemon I'm speaking to exactly. Wants to be on the back line, but Zugrug is trying to hold it down. Fanciful Fireworks and pot shots from Otter on the backside, going to try to get it done. There comes the Snorlax unit. They're all over Black. Black can't close the distance. They are solo. The chase is on. Here comes Lutano. Lutano wants to get credit for it. Clefable gets fly. Crash Lance comes through. No, the big block stuns down Black CH. They get taken out. Espo gets leashed back in with a power whip. A heavy slam comes through. Can they close the KO? Another power whip gets it there. Things are getting slimy. out here. It's nasty. Lutano looking good on the Gudra. And I'll tell you what, Spraggles, welcome to Thea Sky Ruins. Gudra looking good.
Unbelievable stuff. Lutano is a beautiful Gudra today. Watch him power whip. Watch him nay. Just incredible stuff from Lutano. Fix your trainer card.
Abysmal trainer card. Great trainer. Terrible trainer card. Here we go. Celestial going to hold it down to the face of 2. They get ripped apart. Egnub and Black Nita like a confidence building KO, and they do get it. But here comes the rest of TTV pulling up for the smoke. Big time block puts them in speed flux zone. Can they convert? The Comfy comes in. Magical Leaf, Fanciful Fireworks as well. I don't know how many Unites Otter has, but we've seen about 30,000 of them just this game. They get a quick KO on Black, who can't catch a break out here. TTV is all over this GT squad.
Yeah, TTV is looking amazing here in game number 2. This Gudra pickup has just been so incredibly impressive as well. Maybe something that GT did not know exactly how to counter, while at the same time, yeah, Otter is just putting in some real work with this Delphox. It feels like it has a Unite move at every big fight, and then somehow Zugrug just never going down. Good Zugrug.
I mean, Zugrug is everyone's historical favorite on the Snorlax. It's a Pokemon they've been playing literally since the game's release, and you can tell they're a difference maker when they're on this Pokemon. Doesn't matter if they're the bronze medal of defenders right now, Spraggles. They're making it look like a gold medal contender.
Absolutely. We've got Regieleki spawning in this top path right here. The question is anyone going to go for this right now? Celestial with the Comfey collar here, just trying to make their way out of a bad situation after they were trying to score. We have Lutano up in the top path, also trying to put some points on the board. Another Unite move from Otter. That will be, I think, 10,001.
keep the ticker going up, because they're going to keep unleashing them. We still got 2 minutes and 40 seconds left in this game, and you better believe we're going to see another one before the end of it.
And now here we have a nice moment for TTV. The question is GT going to be able to stop them? Right now, TTV has not gone for this Regieleki yet. They want to have the most time of it walking towards the enemy base while Rayquaza is up. Also, they don't want it to go the other direction, so they don't want to start ripping this down and then have a member of GT come on up here and steal it away from them.
Right now, we just got everybody looking at each other. Magical Leaf literally tracks down Egnub, so they know where the Trevenant is. Is Celestial going to follow? Looks like they are. Lutano holding it down in the face of 2. Nobody really to make a move at Regieleki, and at this point, it's just to make sure that nobody can take it down. Nice little Moonlight going to pick up the squad. GT is running straight to the central, and we're going to see if they're going to make a move here. We're just going to hang out for a bit.
It looks like everyone's just waiting to see what's going to start this fight. Obviously, TTV has 2 tier 1 goals up, so at any point GT can make a play. They can move towards one of these goals. It looks like we have a little bit of an engagement right here, but it's on to the Snorlax. You're not going to be able to take that thing down fast enough here, as both teams are still just kind of dancing in the moonlight.
Dancing in the moonlight. Snorlax catches a reset here, gets all their HP back. Zorg's on the backside, and they're trying to get hunted down. Celestial comes out, forces out the Kofi Unite. They get chipped up by Black CH with their Unite move. Can they close it out? They do. Clefable gets credit for that. They're darting through. Trevenant Unite comes through. 3 players out for TTV. GT is absolutely collapsing on him. Big stocking Solar Beam coming through. 4 players down. It's just a Delphox standing. Otter needs to make a miracle play. Egnub is trying to suss them out, though, and they find them. Rayquaza is getting taken off the map. They need to do it now. Delphox needs to move in and make a move. Otter, can they get spaced out? Egnub is all over them. They're smothering them down. How many times have we seen this, Spraggles? TTV leading the charge for 8 straight minutes, but it's GT taking the Rayquaza objective, and they're looking to score. Duck it time, and you know what? Burgers on the menu.
Incredible stuff here from GT. They are way up now, 263 to 208. They are continuing to put points on the board. Lutano trying to stop this Clefable, not able to do it. 463 now, and with only 30 seconds left, it's going to be very, very difficult for TTV to make anything happen right here. The Gudra looking incredible, but TTV just caught in that final fight. The KOs just kept raining in. GT is going to take game number 2 here. Wow,
there's the
what a fight.
Black using that Unite move, going to try and get some more points, and you saw them pop up the Gudra, the Gooey Dragon, and punching that goo in half, getting a big time KO just for the show of it. Espo going to get more points, and holy, GT coming back in a big way in that one.
Yeah, incredible stuff there from GT as we're heading into a game number 3 here in our losers semifinals. Again, whoever loses this thing is heading home. Both of these teams have already been in our winners bracket. They both got beat and sent down here. So the question is, who can pull it out in game number 3? TTV looking amazing throughout most of that game, but the final moments going over to GT.
Man, I hope the folks at home there or in the analyst desk, Kello and Chris, can give us a breakdown of that final fight so we can see exactly what happened there. As we take a look, I mean, it was GT in a big way. You see that point spike, and it was all off the back of that big time team fight and team win in that Rayquaza pit.
Yeah, great stuff from GT. I mean, they just had a couple massive catches. They weren't able to keep that Zoroark healthy with the Comfey Unite move there, and they were able to take a big win. Take a look at our numbers right here. Again, really impressive stuff across the board, it feels like, from TTV, just those final moments going over to the side of GT.
Yeah, Otter shelling in a ton of damage, was really able to leverage Lutano and Zug on the front line to get their damage in. They were fire spinning for multiple targets at once, it felt like, which of course is exactly what you want to be doing, allowing Lutano to use that Muddy Water, use the Power Whip to keep the players engaged. However, this game's about scoring points, and right when it mattered, Celestial kind of get caught out. Ender was along for the ride. They got buckled in short order, and GT is able to take a big win. Let's see how it's done, though. Highlights.
Yeah, big highlights from that game. Obviously, some huge moments here from Gudra just pushing forward. It felt like all of these big fights early, TTV was dominating.
Yeah, I mean, here we see the fanciful fireworks come out. Black tries to use a wicked blow, actually gets heavy slammed out of it, and they immediately eviscerate that Urshifu. And this is just another opportunity. Clefable hits the fly, tries to save Black, but all that did is put them both in the crosshairs as there's KO on Black, and Espo goes down in short order.
Yeah, really nice stuff here. We're just seeing the Gudra, which was dominating all game, just push forward, pick up more and more KOs for TTV. And here's that final fight. Celestial getting caught out right here. They go down. The Machamp moving on in here and just continuing to pick up KO after KO. Nice big Unite move also from the Urshifu. Great stuff from GT in the final moments. The points rain in. GT takes game 2.
I mean, that Comfey Unite came out, but it was right when Lacoding hit the Machamp Unite, forcing a bunch of the players out of the Comfey Tall Grass and right into the Trevenant Unite. That was a heck of a combination here. Black getting the nod, the player of the game here. 212 on the scoreline, 5 KOs, 40k damage, and we saw that big Unite move into the Wicked Blow for a KO there in the final seconds of that game.
Yeah, huge Unite there at the end. Look at that build too. You've got the attack weight, the weakness policy, and then the scope lens. That's just gonna make the most powerful Wicked Blow possible. Incredible stuff from Black, getting our MVP right here as GT is looking to send TTV home. Again, if GT is able to make it up to the grand finals and win this thing, that would be a different team from NA every single month winning a finals.
Spriggles, I'm here for it. Whereas it feels like things in EU are a little bit more crystallized as who the top 2 teams are. I think it's very hard to make an argument against any of these top 4 teams we've got going on here, because everything in every match just feels so close all the time.
Yeah, so incredibly close. I love to see it. I mean, both of these regions that we're watching today are incredible for different reasons. I'm really excited when I'm watching North America, of course, because like you were saying, it's just so close, and I don't know who is going to take these games. They're so good. These teams are so close in skill level. It's so exciting to watch.
Yeah, I mean, like we were saying at the top of the show, TTV looked unbeatable in the AOS Cup when they won that, and they find themselves in the losers bracket here against the GT squad that 2-0'd LG Luminosity Gaming in the AOS Cup, and now these two teams are scrapping it out and are tied 1-1 just to see who goes to the losers finals. Like, not even losers finals, excuse me, losers semifinals. Like, this is an absolute barn burner matchup, and it seems like everything is just walking on a razor wire. The thinnest of margins separate these teams.
Yeah, without question. I can't wait. I mean, we have so many exciting games coming up. Luminosity going up against Amaterasu. You know, we've been wondering for the longest time, when are we going to see the world champs, Luminosity? When are we going to see them really be the world champions again? They had a new player switch in recently. You know, it takes a little time to gel. I can't wait to see them when we head to the winners bracket. And then, of course, Amaterasu, the most consistent team in North America, is going up against them as well. No matter what teams are going to be fighting for the rest of our day here in North America, we're watching the best of the best, and anyone can take it.
Oh, that's without a doubt. That's without a doubt. Our lobby is shortly getting set up. As I say that, bang, we're in it. Nostradamus out here. I'm just kidding. Production told me. Band phase going through. What bands do you expect to see here, Spraggles, or something you would like to see GT or TTV do?
That's a great question here. I feel like TTV probably wants to steal that Mew away from GT, and then the Urshifu was really, really powerful from GT as well. Slowbro is just like the banned Pokemon, however, so if it doesn't get banned out, I wonder if TTV snaps that up first. Let's take a look here. Mew banned out by GT, Espeon banned out by TTV. This does open up Slowbro for a first pick possibility.
Well, it's definitely going to be in the game. And, you know, Zugra getting an Ender's ear saying, yeah, we're taking Slowbro. There's no question about it. And, I mean, at the AOS Cup, Zugrug on Slowbro was something different. Like, it looked like they literally had a Pokemon that could get to level 17 with the, like, abilities that they were making out here. The great Surfs always picking up the squad. I mean, I love this pick for TTV, and they've got to be really happy with it. On the other side, though, Espo on Comfey and Lakoding picking up Zoroark, 2 power picks as well.
Here we go. Seeing Lakoding back on that Zoroark. I wonder if we see a different Zoroark build, however. I don't think it was super beneficial for them to run Night Slash there in game number 1, but maybe we just didn't see its full potential. Lutano back on the Dodrio. So incredibly impressive in game number 1 here. GT possibly bringing out. I was going to say, are they really bringing the Talonflame out? I'm only seeing one team pick Talonflame recently. Aghnoob getting the Trevenant. So we have the 2 top defenders going head to head here in game number 3.
I know Ender is most likely going to lock in this Hoopa, but I would love to see a Sableye this game, just on a personal level. I think Ender's got a great little Sableye chucking around the fake money all over the map. You know, the dummy AOS energy, which is just a fun time. Oh, come on. I was like, does GT hear me? Are they going to pick Sableye? Looks like we're going to go with the Glaceon here.
Glaceon, just one of those picks that really never seems to fall out of favor. You could slot it into so many different teams. Probably the most interesting pick of this entire draft here is Celestial on Lucario. This is a Pokemon that, if you've been following Pokemon Unite for a long time, was the dominant force in year 1. It was just all over the place. So good, in fact, Dubsnacks, that you could play it alone in the top path and you couldn't punish it. That's how good Lucario was. Now, I still think Lucario, super solid Pokemon, but definitely does not have the same priority.
I agree completely. I mean, we see Klaus pivot to it for comfort in EU, and Celestial's no stranger to picking up Lucario either. So, you know, sometimes you just need something reliable. It's incredibly flexible. It can scale very well and take over fights. It can also be your secure mechanism with power-up punch. So the fact that it has that much flexibility and never feels bad to have on your team is why it's a great last pick. It gives you still tons of options, essentially.
You got to get excited for this game. Game number 3 in our losers bracket. We can see our winners from last month, the AOS Cup champions TTV, get knocked out right now, or we could see them beat GT, move forward, try to get back up to these grand finals. Either way this goes down, this is going to be an exciting game, and both of these teams must be feeling it right now because the loser heads home.
Quite literally, this is the end of their run if they lose here, and they still have to fight through the rest of the losers bracket. They've got two more matches to win in the losers bracket to make the grand finals, so still tons of work ahead, but it starts with this single game right now. Black gonna go in the central to get to that Urshifu as quickly as possible.
It's as they say, Dubsnacks, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single win in the losers bracket for either of these teams, TTV or GT. That can't be the quote.
It was close. You know what? It sounds right to me. I think there might have to been, it's, you know, the journey of, 1,000 steps, 10,000 steps, if you will, begins with stepping up the first step. There you go. That's probably right.
That has to be it, as we're seeing both of these teams get into some pretty nice engagements on either side, but they both run back before anything happens. We're going to see a KO. Lutano right now possibly thinking about fighting in this top path, actually running back down to this bottom path here, looking to see if they can get a sneaky KO, and now moving back up to the top path. I cannot keep track of this bird.
Yeah, they're trying to get the back door on a Lutano moving through. Comfy picked up on the Urshifu as these two teams are scrapping over the birds in the bottom path. But really, the action's roaring up top there as finally those teams peel off as soon as I say that, of course. But hiding out is Celestial. They're on a charging a power-up punch. Can they steal this Bunnelby? They try to. They engage on it. Doesn't look like they quite got it as Lutano gets the K opener against Black, the Urshifu in the central area.
Nice stuff here as they're pushing towards this bottom path right here. GT looking to pick up a KO on Zugrug, but that is a surf slow, bro. I mean, just so incredibly difficult to take down. Nice play from TTV invading the central area of GT right there and picking up a KO.
Don't tell me the numbers, Spraggles. Surf is the best ability in the game. Most damage, no questions asked. A quick KO for Ender there in tandem with Lutano. They've been partners in crime for a long time, and they get it done there in short order.
We can see Espo in the top path, just a lonely Comfey trying to stop this Lucario, but they are not able to make it happen. TTV continuing to rain points in the top path. Here comes the Dodrio, possibly getting sent home through the hyperspace hole. He does. Is he coming back? There he is. Are we looking for a KO? The slow smoke might just stop this fight.
Yeah, Espo slow smoking is more or less to try and give them the opportunity to defend this goal zone here, and they're able to. TTV really just lets them off the hook. They decide to peel back. Poor Eggnoob, still a phantom. They want this last hit. Can they get it? No. The surf comes through, bubbles them out. Stocking is trying to buy as much real estate as they can for this poor phantom to level up, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. Fire spin on top of Stocking's big time surf, and poor Eggnoob is still scrapping for it. Finally, Stocking gets the KO. Eggnoob gets credit for it with that experience share, and they tick over.
Very nice here. Lutano just missing 2 KOs for the side of GT. Coming back down with this tri-attack, looking to get it with the boosted, and he does, putting 14 points into this goal. Can actually continue stacking up right here. Reggie Steele spawning in this bottom path. I feel like we saw so many Regice today, Doomsnacks. I immediately saw that as a Regice. I need to go to an eye doctor immediately.
Well, we haven't been in analyst mode yet, so we haven't had to put our glasses on. That's probably the problem. Reggie Alecki taken up top by GT, a good consolation prize as they were kind of getting KO'd and rinsed in the bottom path, but we're watching Stocking putting tons of pressure on. Lakoding's getting really low, and Lutano's there to do damage, give him a KO streak of 2 too easy. I mean, they were one stiff breeze away from getting knocked out. Lutano more than happy to deliver that. 3 heads, only 2 KOs, no hats.
Incredible stuff here. I gotta say, Lutano in all of the games that we've watched here, an absolute superstar on the Gudra and the Dodrio right now. Just incredible stuff all game, picking up massive KOs, putting insane pressure onto the enemy team. And right now TTV is up 153 to 12. Level wise, they're looking incredible. It's a level 11 Dodrio, 2 levels higher than the highest level on GT.
Yeah, and that's going to be the literally catalyst for them to take over the game, right? Just got to make sure that when we get to that 2-minute mark, they actually do something with the central objective and make it happen. Black, on the other hand, doing tons of work for the Urshifu. 3rd consecutive game they've had this Pokemon, and there's a reason for it. They like it. They got the player of the game last time. They're putting the pressure on. Here we go. We have the slow beam on top of Lakoding. That's a KO. Fanciful Fireworks come out as well, but they don't have to fight on top of them. They're pushing forward. Caught in the fire spin is Black CH. They get engaged on by Celestial. Quick KO. Zugrug gets credit. Stocking getting pushed out. Bone Rush chipped up. Come on. Celestial, tons of pressure, forcing them out, and buys just enough time for that goal zone to get shut down. TTV is moving out here in the Thea Sky Ruins.
Incredible score there from TTV. Massive overdunk in the top path, 193 to 12. They still have a bottom goal to score on, and it looks like they decide to break this one with a very small overcap. They just want the positional advantage for this upcoming Reggie fight in the bottom path. Lakoding moving in with Zorak. Interesting thing to mention, they have switched back to the other build, but we are still not seeing a ton of impact from this Pokemon yet.
No, they used their Unite move, and so did Espo, and unfortunately only were able to cash in onto Otter as the Delphox, not really able to get anywhere else as TTV easily takes the positional advantage for this Regieleki, forcing Black CH to be spaced out. That tri-attack is landing, charging up Wicked Blow is Black CH, it goes wide, doesn't hit anything. Broadside of a barn, don't talk to me, it's not getting touched. Fire spun back through, great screening up by Otter, which is letting Lutano kind of run wild out here. The Hoopa is unbound downstairs, the portal is open. Is TTV gonna jump through? They do. They're blanking to the bottom objectives as they're getting KOs up here. Lutano's gonna go there the hard way. They're gonna run all the way downstairs as the Regieleki is getting pushed into the face of GT.
Really nice stuff for TTV right here. If only they could have taken advantage of this bottom path a little bit more. Lutano looking for that KO in the top path, trying to take down the Urshifu, barely not making it happen here, but still up 197 to 12. They've got everything going for them here in game number 3. It's looking very good for TTV.
It really is. The only concern they have to have is their lead is large, but it's not like astronomically large, and having the tier 1 goal zone still standing is an opportunity for GT to get some good heavy ducat scores without much work in the late stages of the game, which is a great way for TTV to see this thing slip between their fingers.
And here we go. GT looking to make a play here in the top path, positioning themselves. There are 3 members of GT top right now. However, TTV sees it coming, pushing them back right here.
Pushing them back very well. Espo and Lakoding just forced to retreat. Egnoob as well, just peeling, trying to poach this Claydol for themselves, get a little bit more experience. Excuse me, Baltoy, get the experience for themselves. Meanwhile, Black CH is trying to zone downstairs, and Zugrug, ever the scout, playing very far forward, getting vision.
And here we have GT looking for their experience in this central area. They don't want to get caught out too hard. Nice little bit of damage there onto Egnoob, and they actually are able to get the passive on the Trevenant right there as well. Very, very nice play for TTV as they're up by a ton. 197 to 12, 30 seconds until Rayquaza. One of these two teams' final Rayquaza of the tournament.
Black CH coming through, going to have to get some levels up, some experience. They're closing this experience gap fairly well, actually, Spraggles, given how it was at one point in this game. And GT is pre-postured here for this basement Reggie. Are they going to shred it down? It looks like Stalking is interested in leashing it, but nobody's really interested in putting damage on it. Quick little reset by Stalking to go somewhere else on the map. Nobody really around the Regieleki, and Rayquaza is here.
Rayquaza is here as both of these teams get ready for this fight. We see all 5 members of GT actually moving together right here. Lutano the Dodrio moving up to make a sneaky score happen on their tier 2 goal. It's possible that he's going to go in and try to make this happen right now, as we have 2 members of GT also possibly moving towards a tier 1 goal in the top path. Everyone just waiting for their moment right here, as we do have the score happening in the top path. Lutano stops it as the Trevenant is fighting the Dodrio up here top, and they actually pick up Dodrio in the top path.
And now they collapse on top of Otter. They get absolutely eviscerated. Big time surf from Zug comes through. That puts them over the hyperspace hole. They can't catch the reset. Now they're getting smothered and covered. Glaceon Unite comes out, and tons of damage is going in. They are collapsing on him. Trevenant Unite as well. Hoopa's next one on the chopping block. They are getting shredded. Ender getting eviscerated. Lakoding darting through their chest and exploding out like an alien. Back onto the Rayquaza is the rest of the team. TTV is literally just putting it all on Celestial now. They bone rush in. They try to get it done, but they are popped in half, and it's Black CH getting the Rayquaza, and it's GT that's gonna have those Hunderburgers going in, because they got the shields, they got the bodies, and they're making it happen, Spraggles.
That score shield is broken, so they're not able to score on the tier 2. They're not able to score on the tier 1. TTV is still up somehow. They have a score shield, however, on this Comfey. It jumps over to Urshifu, bounces back off to try to score, and it does. They're now up 222 to 197. 30 seconds left, but TTV is still in this thing. They had a big score lead earlier. They just need to make a play happen right now. I don't think there are any more Rayquaza score shields, as we have Egnoob pushing forward, moving Ender around right here. Egnoob going to try to put some pressure on and score. The Comfey still had the shield, and it scores in the top path. That's 322, 243, 10 seconds left, and I don't think TTV can make this happen. GT taking it in game 3.
You spotted it in a heartbeat. That Comfy never popped off to get its scores, and it always maintained its shield, which means it was hopping off, getting a quick 10 points, and hopping back on. It was able to rack up a bunch of EOS energy Spraggles and make it happen for GT. And who else but Espo for this team in the final moments, making hero plays like that. And GT shaking this thing up, saying, AO's Cup champs who? Go home. We're going back to work. We got more time left in our day.
TTV looking amazing in the AOS Cup, but here in April getting knocked down to our losers bracket. GT taking an impressive game number 3 right here. And as we said earlier, there's actually a possibility right now, Doob Snacks, that a new team could be crowned the champions here for North America. Could be a different team every single month if GT is able to keep this momentum and win in the next losers bracket and then up into the grand finals.
I mean, playing like that, they've got themselves a real chance here because they had their backs against the wall all game long. We're taking a look at these numbers here. Nothing stands out, but what I want to just talk about real quick is exactly what I mentioned during the game. Those tier 1 goal zones were still open, and yes, TTV had a lead, but it wasn't that big. And when you can get cheeky scores on those tier 1 goals, yeah, their shields got eviscerated, but they didn't have that far to go, so they were still able to get tons of points in and make it happen for themselves, always showing that being down does not mean you are out.
Not at all. In these final fights, I mean, GT really able to move as a squad in these final fights. As soon as they got that Dodrio, boom, snapped it up and just continued to get all of these KOs down the line. I can't wait to hear what Kelosaurus and Chris think of this one. Let's throw it on over to them right now, Doob Snacks.
I must say, what a great start to the NA April Cup Finals. We wouldn't think anything less from these two teams. I must say, like, just flipping the script, GT. Well, you know what? Let's go have a look at the highlights.
And yeah, for sure, it looks like TTV was in control in every single match, but just fell apart in the late game. I wasn't a big fan of the Night Slash in the first game of GT, but they managed to just, in the second and third game, to find those important members of TTV and just pick up one after another, TTV just falling apart in those last 2 minutes. And GT still, it doesn't matter how bad the game looked, if you just don't give up, right? You never give up, you just try to find your way back into the game. They do so, they get Rayquaza in the end, and I mean, this game was still so close. Just thanks to the Comfey, with that Rayquaza, she's able to score points in and get GT the win.
Yeah, and you can just see them working together to get those picks, get those knockouts, chasing down the Hooper Unbound. Obviously, just leaving Lucario there. It did try to get in, but you know what? Zoroark just shut it on down. I must say, it was an amazing defense by TTV in the end here. They did successfully break some of those Ray shields, but as we saw, the Comfey being able to attach itself and get in the dunks just sneakily, and then attach itself, keep the shield, and then go and dunk again later.
Yeah, that was crazy, and they were so close of getting that Comfey sheet. I think if they actually managed to disappear from it, they would actually win the game. But GT also, I think, a bit too aggressive there, trying to already run for the second goal without even having anyone able to score on the first one. I mean, great defense by Lutano, but play of the game is stocking on Glaceon. Great performance as well, 45,000 damage. The Spoon, double current reduction build with Icy Wind and Freeze Dry. And yeah, I mean, GT moves on, and TTV is sadly out of this tournament.
They are unfortunately out of this tournament, but I feel like GT, they are cooking up something fierce for this next match. But we'll have to wait and see who they do go up against. We obviously have Amaterasu versus Luminosity up next in the winners finals.
Yeah, and those teams look very scary, so GT is going to also be like, okay, I don't know who you're going to face against, because Amaterasu looks on point, and again, Luminosity is hungry to win a tournament, because they really need to win one finally. They need to just be the best team in North America again, I think, for themselves as well, to make sure they get a bit more confident boost again in themselves, because I feel like they've lost it.
Yeah, well, this is going to be their chance to make a comeback, or maybe we might end up seeing a new team come out on top. But we are going to flick it to a quick break, so stay tuned because you do not want to miss this next matchup with Amaterasu going up against Luminosity. Welcome back, trainers, to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. We are here for the April Cup Finals for the NA region. We just witnessed TTV getting knocked out of the competition for this month and GT progressing through forward. But up next, we do have the winners finals. Two powerhouses, I must say, in the NA region, Amaterasu versus Luminosity. Can you please tell me a little bit about these teams, Chris? All right, over on Amaterasu, we know that they have taken first place in that March Cup. But on the other side, we do have Luminosity. Now, their last wing was in February. So this is going to give the chance for both of these teams to possibly make a comeback.
Oh yeah, for sure. So these are two titans going up against each other. Amaterasu looking like the better team this year so far, but Luminosity, I think you should never underestimate players like Overlord and Kiaros. They always want to win, and they're very hungry to win.
Oh, yes, we have mentioned that, and I know, you know, the Six Moon coming out to play. Will it make it even more powerful? Are they cooking up something fierce? But we are going to flick it on over to Spraggles and Dupe Snacks to cast these matches for you.
Right. No, I'm sorry, I can't help you. I have more important things going on right now. The winners finals for North America. Okay, goodbye, Mr. President. Oh, sorry about that.
Yes, goodbye. Also, important person I was speaking to. Yes, very well said.
I'm sorry, Dupe Snacks, but I kind of don't believe that you were talking to an important person. I was talking to, who was it? Who did I say again?
I'll be honest, Spraggles, you're the only important person I know, and you never call me, just like Chris never texts me. It's a lonely world out here. Everybody, F's in chat for Dupe Snacks. But here we go. We got a heck of a matchup coming up here, Spraggles. Let's break it down a little bit. Amaterasu, LG, Luminosity. Both of these teams looking to get another win under their belt because they've both been far removed from one.
This is going to be amazing. Amaterasu, Luminosity. Amaterasu, the most consistent team in North America. Luminosity, the former champions of the world. I cannot wait to see these two teams go at it right here. The question is Amaterasu going to be able to take down the former champs, or will we see a return to glory for Luminosity?
Well, if you're anybody on Luminosity and you've been watching the Twitter sphere, LG is gassing themselves up on the Twitter sphere saying that this will be one that they win. And ASU is looking to stick a fork in them and say, you're done. Go down to the loser's bracket as we find our way to the grand finals here. Espeon quickly selected, Dodrio banned out, and so is Slowbro again, really becoming public enemy #1 this weekend.
Yeah, without question, no team wants to go against a Slowbro. That Unite move is just too incredibly impactful. Yeet Fan getting the first pickup on the Espeon, such a powerful Pokemon in the hands of such a powerful player. However, on the side of Luminosity, we've got that Comfey and we've got the Zoroark.
I'm taking a look here. Please tell me Curious is not going on to this Venusaur. I love Roland taking Wigglytuff early. That is a Pokemon that they've been all over, but we see the quick switch to Buzzwole and Slash on the Trevenant as well. Much more reasonable picks than the Venusaur with what they have lined up so far.
We've got that Wigglytuff coming out. This is going to be interesting to see. You know, we talked about this earlier, how Wigglytuff felt like a possible very, very strong counter to Zoroark. We're going to have to see what they're able to do here. And now Pikachu, once again, we saw Pikachu a little earlier from EU and brought out once again. I feel like they have some really strong counters to Zoroark here. Pikachu with the Volt Tackle. We have Wigglytuff with Sing, and not only Sing, but also its Cute Charm passive. And then we have Clefable. Gravity also shutting down this Pokemon. It feels like 3 strong counters to one of the strongest players in the game.
It's a big time investment for ASU to counter this Zoroark out of Overlord. However, Curious on this Mew is going to be able to move around this map pretty unencumbered. If you are that dialed in on a Zoroark, that'll let Curious and Rin really get to work in the front lines for Rin, and of course in the back lines for Curious. So they need to find a way to make this adjustment carry over to those other Pokemon.
Yeah, absolutely. And the question is, will all of these counters be worth it, or are they just throwing too much at one player? To be fair, not only are they looking to counter Overlord, they're also really looking to counter Zoroark and Comfey together, which is a really difficult combination.
Yeah, that's a great point. And it's not completely lost. You can still have like Voltec or Electro Ball to get to Mew, to get to Buzzwole, to kind of lock them down in place and allow the rest of the team to collapse here. But they're going to have to be very well coordinated to execute that strategy.
And here we go. We're heading into game number 1. Amaterasu, your purple team. Luminosity, your orange team. If you're just joining Pokemon Unite Esports, you'll be excited to hear that Luminosity is one of the best teams in the world, as they were our world champions last year.
Absolutely, but they've been on a little bit of a down and out here. They haven't won an event in a while, and even finding themselves outside of the top 8 in some cases. So LG looking to bounce back big and make the April finals their tournament to win here. Quickly, though, is Yeet Fan into Espeon, and they're going to be able to bully as they are all on top of Slash, making it happen. Here comes Roland with the follow-up. They try to do the defense curl, chip up on top of the Phantom. That's a quick time KO, and we're going to start calling those what, Spraggles? K-openers.
Oh, we are going to call them K-openers. Let's see if we can get a K closer up in this top path and take them both down. Rin just scoring in the face here of this Pikachu, getting their level 5 as well. Massive power spike early for this Buzzwole. We can see they got the slam now, picking him up and setting him down. Here in the bottom path, Yeet Fan on this Espeon is just something that they are going to have to worry about because it is so incredibly powerful.
Big Sing leashing around, trying to open the opportunity for KO on Overlord. Overlord takes out Roland and gets a good crop of that Altaria and Swablu combination. Now Luminosity is smothering this goal zone, and they're putting tons of pressure on Yeet Fan, who is just trying to bubble them out and make sure they can't score too much. Just one score goes in, so all in all, a pretty successful defense from Yeet Fan here, and LG really not looking to stress the screws too early.
Yeah, I mean, I really think that this, Espeon is going to be one of the big difference makers here inside this match for Amaterasu. Yeet Fan is so incredibly good with this Pokemon. They're just stealing every last piece of experience, and this combination right here is really nice. You put them to sleep with Wiggly, and then they end up waking up in the Pokemon Center after a big Psyshock.
And JL kind of caught with low HP. Trainer making it out is only but a gift. Here's rolling it to put pressure in the face of Rin on the Buzzwole. Elo as well. Elo catching the Electro Ball and Volt Tackle, trying to keep them from being able to hitch a ride on Rin, but they just can't get enough damage on top of Elo. No worries there, as now Slash still babysitting this bottom goal zone, and it stands, getting a little support from the Mew.
Ooh, nice pickup right here, having to use their full heal, it looks like, to pop out of this engagement, as Pikachu was setting up something really, really big in the top path. And that's one of the counters we talked about to that Zoroark.
Absolutely. Didn't quite find fruition there. However, the cooldowns for a full heal are much longer than the cooldowns for the abilities that Nudo has to throw at it. So this is the opportunity here. You see those 3 Pokemon moving kind of as a unit to try and find an opportunity on the Zoroark itself, but so much so that opportunity has not prevented itself.
Here we go. 4 seconds now until this bottom Reggie spawns. We have 3 members of Luminosity, 3 members of Amaterasu. Looks like everyone's got some stuff to do all over the map here, and it's very possible that Luminosity is not going to prioritize this Reggie Rock. It's a hard one for them to secure, but here comes Overlord.
A Sing between the Trevenant and the Zoroark is a big deal here as they come through. Trevenant coming through is going to get that objective for the team, and that's just turning this into a nightmare for Amaterasu. They have tons of pressure being put on. Slash coming through, leading with a big time Wood Hammer. Solar Beam getting Roland down to half HP, and they're going back in for the engage. Dazzling Gleam trying on Overlord, but it doesn't do much of anything as they get KO'd very quickly. Here's JL going to put his gravity down, Moonlight, and just try and stomp through it, but they are chipped out, Wood Hammered, Solar Beamed in half. Here comes Yeet Fan as well. They're going to shell in some damage. The fact that this goal zone still standing is maybe a consolation prize for Amaterasu. Some KOs would be much nicer. ASU using their Unite move, Trainer using their Unite move, but can't quite get the KO.
Really nice stuff here from Luminosity, and this is something that they were worried about, obviously, from Amaterasu, is what was going to happen when they were able to get, this Zoroark paired up with this Comfey, and it definitely was a bit of a problem. Nice KO, though, from Amaterasu in the top path as they take down the Buzzwole.
Yeah, nice slow smoke down by Overlord and Elo as they're trying to make it work in the face of the Urshifu, and Roland the Wigglytuff. Comfey Unite comes out. Can they convert onto this KO? Roland is so low, they get darted in half. Absolutely. Now Trainer's Here's the next one getting lined up. They close the goal zone out. The pressure continues. Here we see a score up top from JL, but on the backside, Overlord, KO, streak of 3. Everybody stepping up, getting snuffed out, and that Overlord is getting big, and this was the problem. They might have target picked this Pokemon down, but it ain't quite working yet.
Jeez, Luminosity looking incredible here. Overlord absolutely unbelievable with that Comfey collar on right now. Already level 12 in this match, picking up KOs at will, breaking top and bottom goal here. Luminosity looking fantastic. We're halfway through this thing, and they're way ahead.
Way ahead indeed. Definitely on the level scales. I mean, they are huge. And of course, anytime Overlord's going to pull up as the Zoroark level 13, they're going to be able to do some damage. And the focus is downstairs Reggie here as Regice is getting eviscerated. Yet another Regice Spraggles. That is easily going to go to Luminosity.
Yeah, absolutely. No one from Amaterasu can really do anything about this, as we do have a push from Amaterasu here in the top path. Rin sees it right now, able to pick up the Espeon, throw it right into the Solar Beam. Come on, big Unite move. Heading on to Trainer. Can they get another KO right here? That Solar Beam, unfortunately, does not hit anyone for Luminosity. Picking him up, slamming him down. That's another KO. Are we possibly seeing a Penta KO? No. The Trevenant takes one.
Yeah, we can't quite get that tree too early in the day for NA. Spraggles not quite yet, but Rin on the Buzzwole looking something different. The AOS Cup Buzzwole was not this Buzzwole. This Buzzwole is built different. It is doing work early as they're able to collapse, keep their goal zone standing, and get tons of crucial KOs. And this experience lead is just getting wider.
Yeah, wider and wider, and it's going to be more and more difficult for Amaterasu to deal with. Of course, the silver lining with something like that, if they are able to pick up some of these KOs, the catch-up experience that they provide would be massive right here. Rin just watching this top path, as well as Slash, the Trevenant. They're both hanging out in this top path. They possibly could look for a score here soon, as we have multiple members of Amaterasu mobilizing towards this bottom path goal.
Yep, and that's just enough for Overlord to engage. They're finding their first mark. That's a Pikachu. Comfey Unite comes out. Nobody needs to be in the heels because nobody's taking damage. Big time as Espeon Unite comes through. This is their opportunity to convert, and they do. Trainer getting the KO onto Overlord is massive. They're going to be able to close that goal zone. So Amaterasu finding just a shimmer of light, and they go for it, and they get that goal zone down.
To be fair, even though they found that shimmer of light, we do have Luminosity just continuing to put points here into the top path right now. Rin felt like he was a little mad right there. That Buzzwole looked upset that he couldn't get those 10 points in. Just having to punch Pikachu, throw him into the air, say, fine, your Unite move, I guess it's going to stop me. Jeez.
Yeah, and the Pikachu Unite is one of the fastest Unite timers in the game, so they have a good opportunity to get this back in time for the Rayquaza fight, which is already 30 seconds away, Spraggles.
I can't believe it. There's just been so much action between these two teams. This match is flying by. Registeel getting chipped up right here in the bottom path, the secure there by the Espeon. Are you surprised? But they pick up a big KO as they are continuing this push. Amaterasu in a lot of trouble right here. The Urshifu looks like they are going down, and they are.
Yeah, look at these timers though. 20 seconds on Trainer, and now Luminosity kind of can do whatever they want. The Rayquaza hits the map, and it looks like they're going to try and eviscerate it. Roland's trying to make a play here using Sing, catching 2. No, not quite. Slash doesn't really get that 4th note to tick up, and they are KO'd very quickly. Overlord's looking for more, and we're going to see who they collapse on. Nudo, not really seeing a lot of opportunity. Electro Ball on Rin. Rin's at half HP. They've got an opportunity, but meanwhile, Overlord's just scoring, Spraggles.
Yeah, huge score there from Luminosity. They're up by over 200 points right now, meaning Amaterasu has to win a fight and take Rayquaza. There really is no other way for them to win this match. 5 members of Amaterasu all together here. Let's see if all 5 of them can join together and make a Megazord in this final fight.
Well, they tried to. 3 Unites come out consecutively, and it's Overlord trying to find their mark. They chase down Trainer. They get them in short order. Curios with the support, their Electro Ball on top of the Zoroark, and now the Comfey's loose. That's going to be 2 players out very quickly. Curios getting collapsed on. Do they get sung to sleep? No. Clefable getting credit for 2, but look at Slash way low on the backside. Can they collapse on them? The problem is Amaterasu needs this Rayquaza, and they need to start scoring points. Meanwhile, Rin's on the backside getting points in for themselves.
Yeah, even if they get this Rayquaza, they're still up by so much. They could mount a good defense against Amaterasu right here. However, this looks like it's definitely heading over to Amaterasu. The only chance we have is a massive Solar Beam coming out from Mew, and they're not able to get it. Amaterasu able to take this down. Big eject button into the Mew. Nice combo right there for Amaterasu as they are looking to start scoring. There is 100 points right there, and they're trying to even this game up, Doob Snacks.
Yeah, they need to find more points. It looks like some of the shields are already gone for Amaterasu as Overlord was able to just absolutely cut through them. Elo jumping on top of Overlord, looking for an opportunity to reset. Meanwhile, Amaterasu scrambled to score 140 points, separate these two teams. They need to make it happen here, and there's an opportunity. There's tons of 50 bangers in the pockets. If they get these in, those double up duck at time. Meanwhile, Luminosity still scoring in the gut goal zone. Nobody's getting any points, and can they make it happen? Not quite. Luminosity gonna hang on.
Ooh, incredible game right there, and that was the value of getting all of those points in early for Luminosity. They still lose Rayquaza, but they're able to win the match. Also, incredible defense there by Overlord, shutting down 3 of those Rayquaza shields. Beautiful.
Yeah, that was the key moment for me. Great defense is, was it the best defense is a good offense, and that was a great offense indeed. Overlord viscerating shields, really limiting the capacity of Amaterasu to score quickly because they had about 35 seconds to make it happen. So if their shields were maintaining with the amount of points they had in pocket, they could have easily overtaken LG.
Take a look at this scoreboard. This is what we were talking about earlier. You have the Rayquaza secured there by Amaterasu, but it does not matter. Luminosity still putting points on the board, breaking some of those scoring shields, and they're able to still take this game. That is the advantage of just putting so many points in early.
Absolutely. Getting it done here in game 1 is Luminosity one more game away from making it to the grand finals. Amaterasu, another consistent performance, but they need to make it to the grand finals again to keep that CP lead that they have. Good Lord, Overlord.
Yeah, no surprise. Overlord, almost 100,000 damage that game, obviously enabled by their buddy Elo on the Comfey. At the same time, you see Yeet Fan over there, 78,000 on the Espeon, and Nudo, 66,000 on the Pikachu. We saw the shut down Overlord composition from Amaterasu, and it almost got them the game win.
Almost, but not quite enough. As we mentioned, close is only useful in horseshoes and hand grenades here. Overlord, really, if I'm LG, I'm banning Slowbro out every single time, not giving it to my opponents, and, riding Overlord to victory here, just like we did in Season 1.
Here we go. Some big moments from that first game. We just see, with that Comfey collar, Overlord was basically enabled to do whatever they wanted in all of these fights. Pushing in towards Roland right here, trying to pick up a big KO, and they do, and continue putting points on the board. As we said, they just scored so much in this match.
Oh, an absolute metric ton. And Overlord just going in, enabling the Comfey to hop off as it sustains itself. And Amaterasu trying to make a reasonable push here, but we saw the Trevenant unite, the Espeon unite, on top of the Pikachu unite, and Amaterasu still could not bully Luminosity off of this goal zone here, and Rin actually getting the better of it.
Yeah, Rin looking pretty fantastic on that Buzzwole, and you saw them, in this moment. This is a nice fight for Amaterasu, but you have to realize that Luminosity is on purpose keeping 2 of its members away from this fight. So even though Amaterasu wins, gets a couple KOs and scores, all the while Luminosity still scoring in that top path. Our player of the game, Overlord on the Zoroark, 94,000 damage, 11 KOs, scoring 173 points.
Just a great game from Overlord, and this is reminiscent of the Overlord of old. I'm not saying that Overlord has ever been bad, of course, but there are times where Overlord just takes over the game, and I'm just glad to see it again this year because it was so exciting to watch last year, and Overlord feels like they're hitting a fever pitch right now, right at the right time.
Yeah, they're playing so incredibly well. Luminosity looking amazing here in game number 1. They would love to take Amaterasu down and head to the grand finals right now. I guess the real question is, can they do it? Can they beat them once again? I loved seeing the composition there from Amaterasu. It felt like a very strong counter to what they knew Luminosity was going to be throwing at them, but still they were not able to get the win.
Yeah, it felt like a good composition to counter, but it didn't feel like an Amaterasu composition, if that makes sense. Amaterasu plays a little out of pocket stuff, but it still has a vibe to it, and that didn't really check the Amaterasu boxes for me. You could see what they were trying to do. It didn't really work. It worked in theory, not in practice when they actually got into the game. So I want to see Amaterasu go back to some of that, Yeet Fan Decidueye type action. If Roland wants to be on Wigglytuff, fine, but they also play some other mean defenders as well. JL, get them on the Hoopa again. Get some of your key cornerstones and then build the goofiness off of that.
Yeah, I would love to see what they want to bring here to game number 2. To be fair to them, they had a great fight at the end. It's just possible, they were a little too far behind early. They couldn't make enough happen because in the end, they did wipe Luminosity off the map. They just weren't able to capitalize on it as much as they would have liked. So there were some big moments for them inside of that match, but the champs looking like the champs for sure. I love seeing, by the way, Rin on the Buzzwole. It's an interesting choice. It feels like a player that can honestly bring many different looks to the battlefield, and that was really powerful for them.
Yeah, we saw a little bit. We saw a little bit of that in AOS Cup, so it's good to see it back and hitting its stride. Let's take a look at some all-rounder stats. We've been seeing quite a bit of those in this event so far. So here's some numbers for the April Cup so far. Break it down for me, Spraggles.
Well, taking a look at Garchomp obviously being a massive damage dealer and very popular in EU. I haven't seen much Tyranitar in a while, but when it does come out, it looks like it's putting up some numbers. Charizard, who recently got some buffs, has seen some play by some of these top competitive teams. Urshifu obviously feels like it's a staple pick in pretty much any situation. And Zarina rounding out this last spot here. Honestly, this is a Pokemon that I think has fallen off pretty hard. I rarely see Zarinas, but someone out there is still playing it and putting up numbers. An all-rounder that's not on this list that obviously should be talked about is Buzzwole. I mean, it's kind of this very tanky support all-rounder that not only does a lot of damage, but is great early and helps the team reposition a lot of the enemies.
Yeah, that's really the only one for me that's currently missing on this list. Tyranitar, I'll give it a nod. It has been chosen in the AOS Cup from both NA and EU regions. It hasn't looked particularly great when we have seen it. However, it's still, when it's good, it is mighty good. And you can see that in those damage numbers that we're showing here right now. Buzzwole, of course, I'd like to give it the first off the bench 6th spot. Of course, as you mentioned, Buzzwole doing great work and looking phenomenal today specifically.
Yeah, Buzzwole is just a super strong Pokemon in a lot of these situations. When you're building a team composition in Pokemon Unite, it's not all about, well, let's pick every single Pokemon that does a lot of damage, because you have to have a lot of Pokemon that enable those damage dealers to really sing. Buzzwole is a big one. Garchomp as well, however. Even though it still does a lot of damage, that Dragon Claw combo with Dragon Rush, it really does set up some big catches for the team. As soon as you grab someone in that combo, they are just able to gobble them up.
Yeah, the thing that like Garchomp can do that a Tyranitar cannot is Garchomp can live in the top path, whereas Tyranitar really is very experience hungry. Garchomp is too, but it can sustain on its own far better than Tyranitar can in the early stages of the game, which is why we're seeing a little bit more Garchomp success, specifically in EU. We mentioned it before, EU loves their Garchomp, but you have like Potato and Klaus who just live in the top path for 6 minutes or whatever, and then roll down at level 13 and just start taking over the game. Tyranitar doesn't really have that ability to sustain in a path by itself, which is why Garchomp is really getting the nod right now.
Yeah, you're seeing a lot of teams. We're obviously not playing a 1-1-3, this meta that was very, very popular in season 1 of Pokemon Unite, but still there are many times where one Pokemon is left in the top path, and it has to be something that is very self-reliant, that is able to take wild Pokemon, get tons of KOs on them, tons of secures all by themselves. And for Tyranitar, it takes it so long to get online experience-wise, like you were saying, that I think it just struggles in that role for sure.
It does. It does. Taking just a last final thought, you know, back when we used to be 1-1-3, it was pretty easy to tell why your top path players would be the fastest scaling characters because they're getting all the experience for themselves, all the stacks for themselves. Something that's incredibly impressive and a difference maker for LG specifically is Overlord is still showing up at those higher levels, even though they're splitting the path with another character on their team, which is even more absurd. That means they're taking more KOs from the opposing team, taking the body, getting those knockouts, scoring the same amount of points, and still showing up at that very increased level.
Here we are, game number 2, Doob Snacks, of your winners finals. Luminosity versus Amaterasu. Very close game number 1. I can't wait to see what they decide to ban out right here. Maybe Luminosity banning out Espia. No, they're actually going to ban out the Comfey themselves right here. Slowbro with the first ban from Amaterasu. This does give them the possibility of picking up Espion, but they want that Zoroark.
Yeah, when Overlord says, I want this Pokemon, you just give Overlord that Pokemon, you build your team around. It doesn't really matter, right? That's pretty clear what LG's strategy is. Amaterasu going to have an option, and taking the Espeon is a great one. Yeet Fan does great on that Pokemon specifically, and of course Urshifu as well. Yeet Fan and Trainer really getting some good pocket picks.
Yeah, really strong choices here from Amaterasu. Rin, once again, they want that Buzzwole. And now we have Clefable on the side of Luminosity. So a little bit of a different choice for their sort of healer Pokemon. Interestingly enough, I feel like another very strong choice in this moment could have been a Blissey, but they are going with the Clefable.
Yeah, being able to heal up both Rin and Overlord simultaneously with Moonlight is definitely going to be the recipe for success. Roland going back to the Wigglytuff. JL picking up Blissey here, which means Hoopa is technically still available, but it doesn't look like either of these teams are going to lean towards it, as Nudo is going to have the last pick here, and we're going to see where they end up.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what Nudo wants to bring into this match. I mean, Pikachu did feel pretty solid in some of those moments here, but it looks like they're going possibly with another evolution here, bringing Sylveon into game number 2. Amaterasu is a must win right here, or they get knocked down to our losers bracket to deal with GT.
I'm taking a look. Amaterasu's lineup feels good. I just think Luminosity's got the better of it here, specifically with what they've got going on. I mean, that Clefable being able to heal Zoroark, Buzzwole, and Trevenant on the caliber of players that Slash, Rin, and Overlord are just seems incredibly stifling. And Trainer, if they go with the Rapid Strike Urshifu again, that gravity is going to gobble them up out of the Clefable.
Yeah, the gravity is a hard counter to that Rapid Strike Urshifu. So we might be seeing actually the Wicked Blow style of Urshifu make its way here into game number 2. It's going to be interesting to see how well Overlord is able to do without that Comfey hanging around their neck. You know, the Comfey collar is unbelievably powerful, and it really enables you to make some plays that you otherwise couldn't. I want to see how much Overlord is able to push without that advantage.
I think if we know Overlord's going to push that advantage, right? Overlord likes to go and make sure that Elo can keep up. Elo has always been able to keep up, and Slash, when they've been on the Blissey, of course, does awesome work on that Pokemon specifically. But Elo has never left Overlord out and hung them out to dry. Overlord has the support they need, and as long as that Clefable's in the right spot, they are going to be able to withstand in the pocket for a long time.
Yeah, I think that's the case as well, as we see Nudo heading up into the top path right here. The Cubfu taking all of the central area for the side of Amaterasu, a Pokemon that desperately needs its level 5 to get powerful right here. Yeet Fan, they're looking to feed as much experience as they can over to him. He will soon be a level 4 Espeon. That's just so incredibly difficult to deal with early.
Yeah, they're going to be able to put tons of pressure in the path, which they'll need to make sure that Roland hits Wigglytuff in short order. JL playing very out front, making sure that Nudo has the real estate they need to work. They're going to go back for it, but it's Rin taking all the experience. Rin on this Buzzwole has really shown that they've found themselves another solid Pokemon to hit the Theosky Ruins with. And look at that, Overlord just waiting for the opportunity to jump on someone.
Yeah, hiding in the tall grass right here as Pokemon opt to do. Trainer now looking to evolve, and we do have that Water Bear here. So it is going to be that Rapid Strike style that is countered pretty hard by Clefable. We're going to have to see what they're able to do here. Both teams moving in for the fight.
And immediately the Clefable takes out Blissey very quickly. Elo getting a KO on their support counterpart, but it's the Overlord show, never getting hung out to dry. Elo has Moonlight. They can keep them up, and they're just going to hit that, get a little shield as Trainer gets 2 KOs themselves, but is Overlord going to chase it down and get this KO? Trainer actually out-leveled Overlord, doing tons of damage in. JL giving them an egg to eat, and that's a good breakfast as Amaterasu was able to withstand the storm and turn it into their favor.
Wow, incredible stuff there from Trainer. You know, Overlord just barely missed their combo in that moment. It looked like Trainer was going down, but not able to take them down right here as we take a look at our bottom path. That is a level 6 Espeon as they are able to just take everything. Level 7 now. Wow. Highest level in the match in the bottom path.
Overlord getting in a lot of trouble here as Trainer seals an opportunity to get a KO. Elo, though, there for the support. Exactly what I was talking about. Not going to hang Overlord out to dry. There for the Moonlight, getting Overlord back on his feet here to keep them motoring.
Here we go. Luminosity down on score, down on experience right now. Not too far behind, but just looking a little different from game number 1. I was wondering if that Comfey was going to make a difference, and I think we are seeing some moments where they probably could have pushed a little harder had they had it.
Yeah, I think it's a matter of Elo getting with Overlord on those engagements. Not just being there when Overlord's backing out, but being there when Overlord's engaging. Making sure that they can stay there, keep their combos going, of course. Luminosity is behind, but not by much. But this is the type of thing that if you let this lead snowball, that it can put yourself in a real bad position later.
Here we have Yeetfan down in this bottom path, almost level 9 already, just able to secure so incredibly well. There it is. There's the level 9 here. So if Luminosity tries to take this, they know that Espeon is here and they know how difficult that is going to be. Looks like they did set up a situation where Regirock is going to leash, and Amaterasu taking the Reggie Alecki in the top path. So, I mean, now Luminosity is going to have to try to defend this. It looks like this could be a free Regirock.
Yeah, and Amaterasu might be looking to jump on a Rin. They do. Big time engagement by Trainer. They're going in deep. However, Overlord's on the backside. They weren't really able to stitch anybody up. Gravity's down. Hyper Voice comes through, shelling tons of damage on Rin. They get KO'd. I believe that was an Egg Bomb. Blissey sits right on top of the Sylveon as well. That's going to allow them to get a bunch of KOs upstairs. Amaterasu doing it. Putting to sleep is the Mew. Roland doing their job, spacing out Curios a little bit. Espeon Unite all over Slash as they keep pushing through and seal it up with a Psyshock. Now Slash is trying to Horn Leech push through and fight in the face of 2, but Amaterasu is a team playing energized right now, Spraggles.
What an incredible showing from Amaterasu, crashing into that top path goal, doing incredible work down here in the bottom path. Overlord coming down here to punish them a little bit for that, but Amaterasu is crushing game number 2 right now. 212 to 10, taking both objectives, dominating in these fights. Overlord in trouble once again. Just such incredible plays from Amaterasu.
Q Charm shut down Zoroark, made Overlord get lost in the middle of that feint attack, and they got KO'd quickly. Great move, and you're seeing why they're pivoting to this Wigglytuff. We saw it a little bit earlier today, but this is the first time where it's looked like it's actually delivering on what it's trying to do.
Little fact here, Trevenant has an 83% pick rate, highest in the game, but only a 44% win rate. Obviously, everybody wants themselves some Slowbro right now, even though Trevenant, very popular.
Without a doubt. I mean, we saw Yeetfan able to pot shot in onto Slash a little bit, and Nudo getting engaged on by Rin, tons of damage being shelled. Hyper Voice coming back through, forces out the Buzzwole Unite right into the Sylveon Unite, and now the opportunity is on Amaterasu to collapse on a Rin. They're trying to catch up. Buzzwole's got some pretty good movement speed, and they're going to get out of there as the siege is happening downstairs. Luminosity comes through, big Solar Beam from the Mew trying to happen. And they're pushing on. I think I said Solar Beam. Where am I coming from? It was Psyshock? That's what actually was. Amaterasu pushing forward. Words matter here, Spraggles. KO Streak 3 for Yeetfan. They were on the Espeon game 1, but they sure as heck have come alive here on game 2.
Jeez, this is just looking so incredible here from Amaterasu. It feels like they're just outputting so much damage. It might be a Solar Beam, a Seismic Slam, a Unite move from another Pokemon, maybe a Berry Belly Flop. They're just doing so much right now. I don't know if Luminosity knows what's hitting them.
Well, everything is hitting them right now as they're going to take another objective. Regirock goes. Yeet Fan gets credit for securing that objective. And this team is huge right now. They are all over the map and they can put pressure wherever they want.
Rin still looking pretty good here. Level 12 up here in this top path, doing what Rin is known for, getting insane amounts of XP and kind of dominating as a solo player up here. This is a great little fight for them as well. It looks like Overlord coming down to make sure that they can secure that double KO. Some signs of life here for Luminosity as they have just been getting worked throughout this match right here. Nice job. Another KO. Scoring right here. They're back in this game, but boy, it's been tough for them.
Yeah, Amaterasu was doing great there, but giving up 3 quick KOs in a goal zone didn't feel too awesome. And of course, Luminosity easily going to take this Regieleki, and it's going to go straight into the face of Amaterasu. Amaterasu needs to get more levels up and maintain other parts of the map simultaneously because they still have this tier 1 goal zone open.
Yeah, things are looking good for Amaterasu right now, but it's still close. This match is close. Experience-wise, we do see Overlord and Rin, the Zoroark and Buzzwole on the side of Luminosity are both level 13. So this game is still very, very close, even though Luminosity has been winning in a ton of the big engagements here.
Absolutely. I want to see Curios get more in the mix for LG. It looks like they haven't really had the opportunity to make an impact here, and they're going to need it in the last 25 seconds before Rayquaza.
Here we go. 20 seconds until Rayquaza. And you can see Amaterasu, they're ahead and they're positioning very well around this fight. They're just set up in a lot of different situations where they are able to see what Luminosity is doing. That information is incredibly valuable. We see Slash popping out of this tall grass right here, just seeing if they can get some positional advantage, if they can get some information on the side of Amaterasu. Amaterasu looking possibly to do a full flip in this central area. Rayquaza getting very low already.
Trevenant Unite on top of it, but it's Overlord for the save, darting right through. Buzzwole Unite collapses on top of the Sylveon, and they're going to make the short work of Trainer as well. Roland's trying to pick them up. Trainer flips it on a dime, though, takes out Overlord very quickly, but Luminosity is already on the score, Spraggles. Tons of points going in. Luminosity suddenly up by almost 150 points.
Extremely aggressive play there by Amaterasu. They used that Wigglytuff Unite move to make sure that they couldn't get stunned in that final moment right there. But we saw Overlord jump in with that Zoroark Unite move and got the secure right there. Really, I mean, bold play by Amaterasu, but unfortunately, it did not work.
No, they had a plan and they definitely tried to execute. Elo just getting chased down. Amaterasu just wants the courtesy KO here, as Yeet Fan might try and engage on Rin, who still has their shield, by the way. So this lead could actually theoretically grow if Rin wants to make that happen. Roland puts him to sleep. Yeet Fan on the chase. That power slam does not land as they keep moving forward. Electro Ball right in the face of Roland, and Amaterasu's going to make a push for it. They've got a chance. Why not? Your tournament's on the line. Sylveon picked up quickly, put back down in a vicious way. Roland trying to put everybody to sleep. Dazzling Gleam comes out. Espeon Unite right on top. Zoroark Unite right on top. They're coming back through. Can they get any points? And Jo going to get a quick 36 and 56 and keep pushing pressure on. They could get more points in, but meanwhile, Luminosity's still up by 200, and there's like, yeah, let's just rinse the whole team, scrub you down real clean, and send you home smelling good with a big old loss.
Incredible stuff there by Luminosity. Really bold, aggressive play by Amaterasu, but they are not able to get the secure. Luminosity taking game number 2. Amaterasu heading down to our losers bracket.
I mean, great play by Overlord again, coming through, making sure that Luminosity gets that Rayquaza, gets the win, and finds themselves in the grand finals for the first time in a long time. Amaterasu, though, they have to fight through the losers bracket now.
Yeah, tough moment there from Amaterasu. I think if you make that play that Amaterasu makes and it works, it feels like such a brilliant move, because there's no way Luminosity expects a full rip right in their face, right? And you have the Wigglytuff Unite move, so you're setting it up where you're not going to get knocked up by Rayquaza. There are just a lot of opportunities for you to secure that, especially by surprising the opponent's team right there. However, it did not work, and when it does not work, you get knocked down to the losers bracket, and that's a big loss.
It absolutely is. This game really felt like it was absolutely in Amaterasu's control here, as they went for the full flip, like you said. Luminosity sealing it up and really pushing that score line all the way to the top.
All right, we're going to take a look right here at some of the damage and recovery numbers here. Pretty close from both Clefable and Blissey as far as recovery is concerned. Damage-wise, Overlord still able to output a ton of damage right there, but you know, about 25,000 off from their last game or so. That's the Comfey difference.
It really is, but that damage number is nothing to be scoffed at, leading the charge for everyone in this particular game. LG winning in convincing fashion here, really stamping themselves as back. They're in the grand finals. Now they just need to deliver in this final set that they'll have ahead of them. But we've got to wade through the losers bracket first, and we got to send it over to Kellosaurus and Chris Heroes to break down the match we just saw. Throw it over to you.
Another spectacular match for the NA region, Chris, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, for sure. But I have to say, I'm not sure what the game plan there was by Amaterasu in the end. It felt like they were in such a control over the entire game, but looking at the highlights, they were again in control of the entire game. Almost they were doing so well in teamfights as well. Off that Urshifu from Trainer having an amazing game, and they just go for this Rayquaza flip without even having. I mean, they have very good secure, right? They had Espeon, they had the Bliss Assistance, but they're also still up against Zorok Unite move. They're up against Woodhammers. Clefable Unite can also roll into Hyper Beam or something, right? So it's a very interesting move by them, and I'm not quite sure if that's actually what they wanted to do, or someone was like, just go for it. But yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of it. But again, Amaterasu looking great, and they still have a second chance anyways.
You could just see Overlord on the slash and dash. I know obviously in game 2 they didn't have that pocket Comfey, but you know what? The next best thing, you have a pocket Clefable next to you, not only healing one teammate, but just the AoE healing across the board as well to just keep their team sustained.
Yeah, and we see the Zorok again having huge impact. I think, as you mentioned before, the tournament in North America, for sure, it was much more popular already as well before than in Europe. And again, it's just going to be another Pokemon that just dominates the game right now. Overlord had an amazing first game as well. He was completely destroying and running over Amaterasu. And Luminosity with a 2-0 now, heading towards the grand final with amazing defense as well right here. You still have to defend. It's still like 40 seconds to go. Make sure you defend correctly, and they did so.
Yes, and there we go. Player of the game is Rin on the buzz wall, and I must say it was swell. Having that attack weight on there, it got big, it got powerful, was able to do that super power and smackdown combo.
Oh yeah, I mean, Buzzwole is always a very interesting Pokemon, but if you played in a team, it feels much better, because then you have like frontline, you have people that, you know, help you as well to knock out those Pokemon together, and Rin obviously having an amazing game right here. Attack weight weakness policy, focusing heavily on that attack damage to make sure that Smackdown Superpower do as much damage as possible.
Yes, exactly. And that's the thing. You just want to wipe them out. That way you can get the secures. But let's have a look at where the bracket is so far. So obviously, Luminosity, they have sealed the deal. They are in the grand finals. They can relax for the time being. However, Amaterasu and GT, it is going to be their time very shortly, as they're going to have to battle it out. Are Amaterasu going to be able to battle it out against Luminosity, possibly make a comeback, or are GT going to have their opportunity to shine?
Yeah, for sure. I want to see GT honestly make it to the grand final. I just want to see that your team have a chance of also winning this tournament right here. But we're going to head to a break right now, and we'll be back with the loser final afterwards.
It's bench.
It's rough because Icles played it a lot in the first season.
Then I think we go with play.
Play, yes.
Okay, nice.
Okay,
It's very good.
Okay, that's the main.
It's my favorite Pokemon, actually.
I can give you the card.
Yeah, it's for you, bro.
I feel like bench or play, no? Not main.
Play.
I vote play.
Yeah, play.
Play, okay.
I'm a Mew one trick. We have to main it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
okay, that's fine.
Dragon Point. That's completely fine. We just bench it, no?
Yeah.
Gengar. Bench.
Actually,
I think it's bench.
I also asked.
I think it's play.
Yeah, play. No, it's play.
Reluctantly play Aldegos, I think.
Yeah, play too.
Very fun character. I guess we're maining D-Knight.
It might have to be a bench.
That's probably a bench.
I would say play, right?
Yeah, I play.
Play?
Yeah, because we are one game type thing, not a main.
One game, yeah.
Oh
Yes,
my gosh.
Nice.
We actually lined up.
everybody, we're back with the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series here, the April finals for the NA region, and Doobsnacks and I are on the analyst desk for this one. Should be pretty exciting, Doobsnacks.
Yep, time to evolve, Spraggles, into smart Doobsnacks. Ready to be an analyst. I'm shocked you don't have your glasses. Looks like I get to be the smart one this time around, and you get to be the regular one. Definitely not the dumb one, just the regular one. Amaterasu squaring up against GT in this absolute losers bracket barn burner here. Both of these teams looking to claw their way back to the grand finals.
Yeah, incredible stuff. Both incredible teams. We saw GT get a big win earlier against TTV. Amaterasu just took a pretty tough loss against Luminosity right here. But we're going to send this thing on over to Smart Chris Heroes and Smart Kelosaurus because they're always smart. Take it away, you two.
Thank you, Spraggles and Doobsnacks. And we're not the only ones that are smart. I know we don't have the glasses, but we are going to be taking it from here. So Amaterasu versus GT. We know that Amaterasu currently, they are at the top of the leaderboard. So GT, as we said, this is going to be their time to shine.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think GT they want to make this grand final. They were very close to it as well. And I think this time they have a very good chance. I feel like after beating TTV, I think they also have probably a very nice confidence boost going to the series. And now we're already heading into the draft. And again, I feel like I'm just talking about this the entire day. It's going to be another Zorok, but we have Train on the left side. He is probably the most well-known Zorok player we have in North America, up against Locoding, who's also been playing it in the series before. So it's going to be another battle of the Zorok.
Battle of the Zorok, or it might end up getting banned out completely. We would just have to wait and see. Here we go. The bans have been locked in, and it ends up being the Espeon and the Mew this time around.
So I wonder if he's going to see. We have Urshifu, Hooper, we have the Zorok all open, and of course the Slowbro as well. There's also a great counter towards the Zorok, right? Any point and click, just CC onto that Zorok. Is able to lock it down. Earlier we saw people try the Voltaic Pikachu as a counter to it, which is always like 50-50, because the full heal is up. It can be quite difficult. Now GT, they're going to pick up the Zorok. There we go.
There we go. We have the Battle of the Zorok alongside that Hooper. So we're going to have to see how this combo works out. We do have a Trainer switch it on through. Let's see who they're going to select. It looks like it's going to be the Urshifu. And the Comfey.
This is the classic duo. It is very difficult to play against. So much healing on the Urshifu. It's going to be another Surging Strikes as well. If you have seen Trainer in the last series play twice with a lot of success as well. Even though they lost, he was looking great on those Pokemon. And now GT have to kind of find a way of dealing with this Urshifu. And they're considering maybe a Pikachu. Oh, it's going to be a Charizard. Is his first Charizard today? I think it is.
This is going to be the first Charizard that we are witnessing today. So we know obviously recently getting that buff with that reduced Unite cooldown, I'm expecting a lot of fire breathing from this lizard.
I'm not sure if I'm the biggest fan of it, but I think they just want to make sure they have enough damage to go up against this Trainer Urshifu. And now we have Yeetfan going back to his classic Decidueye, and Nudo actually picking up the Dodrio. So low of mobility and very difficult to deal with, having Urshifu, Dodrio, Comfey, and then Decidueye from very far back. But he has to be very careful playing up against Zorok as well. And GT is going to run the team comp with a Delphox, just more damage, just very solid Pokemon. Not sure which build it's going to be. It can be either Fire Blast and Fire Spin, or it can also be the Flame Charge, Mystical Fire.
I think the big question here is, Chris, is two birds better than none? Are they going to make it work? I mean, they have four bird brains on the side of Amaterasu.
If you're talking about, Nons esports, I think that two birds are better than zero birds, because they have shown it earlier today that birds are apparently the way to go in this game currently. So the Dodrio and the Decidueye are probably looking quite good.
Now we'll just have to wait and see as they get in those final preparations. Amaterasu going up against GT in the losers final. This is going to be round one.
Oh yeah, heading into the match soon, Amaterasu GT. I'm very excited for this. Amaterasu, of course, they want to make another grand final, and GT is kind of just, they want to also make that final push happen. I'm not sure which team comp I like more. I think Amaterasu, I would give the edge for sure, with that Comfey and the Urshifu. I'm not sure if I believe in the Charizard. Do you believe in the Charizard?
Look, anything can happen in a game of Pokemon Unite, Chris. That's the thing. It's not about the Pokemon they pick up. It's about the players, how well they're able to utilize those movesets, and if they're able to, possibly get their picks, they might be able to come out on top.
That is very true. We have Train on the left side picking up that central area. Going to get to Urshifu as fast as possible. Make sure to get to level 5, and then you have smooth healing throughout the rest of the game. On the right side, the same for Zoroark. Both of those Pokemon just need level 5, and that literally turn into the best Pokemon for those early levels. But we have an invasion happening.
I know, this Hooper going up against that Kubfu, when we know from previous experience, Kubfu actually has quite a weak, secure early game. But we do have that Slowpoke coming on in for some backup, just trying to secure themselves that blue buff and scare that Hooper out of that central area.
And foolish Amanda right now is stuck alone on top path. This is the issue if you go for an invade play as well. You leave one of your lanes completely alone. And we can already see the Dodrio is almost level 5 already. Of course, the Hooper's buying a lot of time and also getting Slowpoke away from bot path. But in the end, is this really going to work out? Trying to go for this last survivor. Can he get it? And no, it goes actually over to the Slowpoke, able to secure both of those lasts. But thanks to the XP share, Urshifu is still getting all of it.
Yes, Urshifu has come online, but hello, Slowbro with buffs. That's somebody that you're going to have to watch out for as they are putting the pressure on this tier 1 pad. They are just leaving these Swablues and Altaria alone. You have Urshifu just putting on the pressure on this Hooper. It's trying to get that revenge for going into its area earlier on.
That's the classic Surging Strikes Urshifu on level 5. The enemy Flux Zone is also your Flux Zone. You just go into it, you keep on diving it, you keep on going, and just make sure you reset your Surging Strike with those basic attacks. We have another invade happening. Amaterasu very aggressive already. They're going to steal away a blue buff quite early on, unless Hooper can maybe steal it away. No, the Surging Strike's too much damage now, but the Hyperspace Portal is going to keep Hooper quite safe. And now we also have the Zoroark for the Self GT. But Amaterasu, they're looking quite good in this early game.
Yes, they are. That Urshifu just dishing out that medicine right back at them, taking that blue buff for themselves. They are now getting ready for those central area Swablues and Altaria, having them all to themselves to share with the Comfy.
And this Urshifu is already getting far ahead, and Zoroark goes down. Ludo with a nice 1v1 KO right here on top path. And if they can't keep this Urshifu and the Dodrio in check, I feel like it's going to be very difficult for GT to come back into this game already. Trevenant not even level 5 yet, and you can see Urshifu still going in onto Hooper now. There's the lash from Comfey as well, and Dodrio's going to take it down with the help of the rest of the team. They're going to score some more points right here, stack up those attack weight stacks, and GT, they have to find a way already. Only level 5 on Charmeleon, only level 6 on Zoroark. Another knockout for the Self Amaterasu.
Yes, and we do have a Decidueye that is online at level 8. It does have those Spirit Shackles, so able to dish out that damage from behind. And, oh my gosh, it just took down that Chameleon in 2 hits.
Yifan has to be the best Decidueye we have, probably, maybe in the entire world. I think he's the only player that actually plays it consistently as well. Trainer might be caught right here, but Surging Strikes to Shiva, so much mobility. One more kick. Does he have enough to get out? This would be a huge knockout for Self GT. That is some very good comeback experience as well. But now Nudo comes inside with the Drill Pick, with the Unite move. He's going to look for Zoroark. Or boost auto attack. Can he do it? The Hyperspace Portal can't save him. And now Nudo, but the others too do get out away from the Drill Pick just in time.
I must say, this Dodrio Comfey, you didn't think this bird was speedy enough. You attach a Comfey to it, and you have those magical leaps to just catch up. It's just circling around, just putting the pressure on as this Reggie Alecki is all at a quarter health. So the question is Dodrio and Comfey going to be able to get the steal? Or, no, there we go! Amaterasu secures it for themselves.
Of course, Nudo's able to secure. Another Drip Pick comes in. Trevenant also goes down. Wonderfully played by Nudo right here, putting his team on the back right now. The Regilecki's going to walk in, and he can score 40 points. The fun fact is that if Regilecki is in a goal, Dodrio can actually score his entire points in and doesn't have to split it up. So that's also a very nice feature that Dodrio has, so you don't just lose a lot of points right here.
right, taking a look here, we have Amaterasu, GT, and they are pushing forward right now. Amaterasu 168, GT 48 here at the halfway mark. This game has been pretty exciting so far. If you guys are surprised by my voice, I'm surprised by it as well. It's Jake, your resident content cowboy here, filling in for just a second right here as the Zoroark is pushing towards Nudo, one of the best Dodrio players out there, looking to pick up a KO right now as Yeet Fan moves towards this Registeel. Registeel getting ripped down right now by Amaterasu, and Nudo still putting pressure on the Zoroark in the central area right here. Espo, the Hoopa Unite coming in to bring the team down. Roland looking to get something done on this Registeel, and no, they are stunned out of the Spirit Shackle by Eggnoob. Nice secure there. Trevenant picking up a KO, and we're seeing what Trainer can do now as it jumps into this fight. Incredible stuff. Here we go. Comfey on to Roland. Lakota in the top path, scoring here. Finally, GT putting some points on the board as we're at the 4-minute mark right now. No one at this Regieleki. It's like me on a Friday night. Come on, I got a family. Where are they, anybody? Regieleki now being ripped apart here by this Zoroark, getting sent back to the hyperspace hole so they can get nice and healthy. We've got a Charizard in this match, by the way, which is so incredibly exciting. Take that, Charizard haters. It is back, it is buffed, it's ready to go. The Spirit Shackle not finding Espo right here. They actually look like they might be putting some pressure on, trying to push a little bit. Bottom path, however, looking pretty good for GT as they are scoring down there. The Jukes making sure they can't get caught by the Drill Peck, and they are heading home. Wow, Nudo almost picking up that KO. We just cut to Charizard mid-air, flying down here in the bottom path as GT is evening this thing up. 201 to 205. The Mystical Fire finding its mark right there, getting a nice double KO, and Charizard now eventually paying for this right here. Stockings needs to get out of this situation as the Spirit Shackle finds it. Double KO for the side of Amaterasu. We are 4 points separating these two teams, and the levels are also extremely close for these two squads right here. It looks like GT is going to need to charge up a Unite move here for Charizard before the final moments, but Charizard's Unite move just recently got an amazing buff, so it comes back extremely fast, meaning Charizard and Delphox are going to have a Unite at every single big battle that they come to. Right now, however, Amaterasu heading down to this bottom path, and so is GT. They can see this they can't see this hyperspace hole because it's actually up in this tall grass right there. Sneaky play. I like that as Eggnoob's in a little bit of trouble using the Horn Leech to pull on back, and they're able to head home. Registeel at half right now. GT deciding they need to peel away from it, while Amaterasu not only takes the bottom objective, but scores in the top path. They get the Registeel, giving them that big attack bonus, while at the same time, they're ahead on points, but not for much longer. Huge Hundo Burger in the top path, putting GT up by over 50. Right now, they are pushing towards this Charizard. It looks like they're not looking to use their Unite move just quite yet, as Zoroark is peeling back. And now we have Trainer just trying to do some work here in this top path. Big Unite move coming in. Here comes the Trevenant pushing the back right now. Trainer now moving forward. We have the Unite move back from the Trevenant, and we've got Chris Heroes and Kelosaurus coming back. I love you both.
Oh my goodness!
Right now, going for the wrap buff next, but Rayquaza's already low on HP, and they're just gonna get it with this Hitchwai. Just go for it. GT is all busy on the right side. Two of them are down, knocked out, and Amaterasu is gonna claim the Rayquaza shield right here. Gonna look for some scores as well. They're gonna get 100 in. Can they find another 100? Yes, they can on Dodrio. Now they're gonna look towards that main base as well.
Well, there's still a minute left. There's only 100 points difference currently between these two teams. Are they able to just widen that gap? Yes, it is 515 to 301. You can see the Urshifu is just trying to tackle down 3 members of GT. Here, Comfey ends up getting another 26 dunk.
And Amaterasu now, they lose 3 members right here, but it's gonna be probably fine. We have Slowbro still, Nudo still, the Rayquaza sheet on as well. He wants to score some more points. He's ready, he's Dodrio, and Hoopa has no way of stopping this. But GT is now looking for the push. They have 5 Pokemon currently up. 2 are currently in base though, and they're gonna look for this push right here. Slowbro is very tanky, so he can defend this goal quite easily. Maybe he can. Is he gonna give this up? Is he gonna jump? He's gonna stay on the main goal. I actually like this. They're just gonna give up this goal to make sure they don't lose anyone right here. And now GT is gonna push that final base.
Look, they knew that they had that lead, especially with the Dodrio getting in those extra dunks. The main priority is to protect this home base. Are they going to be able to do it? Are they going to be able to get the KOs? There we go, 2 KO streak for the side of Amaterasu. Decidueye getting another one, and look at that. Urshifu finishing it off with a 3 KO streak, and that is a team wipe.
What a great game by Trainer again. On that Urshifu, he's looking very good on it. I like it, even though he's just like, okay guys, I'm just gonna let them have Zorak, I'm gonna pick Urshifu, 11 KOs on it, 8 also on the Decidueye, Yeet again showing why he likes the Decidueye so much. Very good game by Amaterasu in the end. They were to secure the Rayquaza because Urshifu just got so much attention, right? GT put so many Pokemon of them onto that Urshifu that Decidueye just like, okay guys, I'm just gonna auto-take Rayquaza.
Yes, once that Urshifu gets online, it is going to be a hard Pokemon to take down, especially with a pocket Comfey around its belly there. But we can see that Rayquaza sealed the deal for them. They had those scoring shields, able to get in those quick dunks, and just zoomed on up.
For sure, very close game though. GT was able to come back quite well into this game. We have 90,000 damage on Trainer. Again, like coding doesn't really get the same work on Zorak as other players I feel like done sometimes. And then the Charizard, I asked you if you believed in the Charizard, because I personally didn't. But yeah, the Charizard sadly didn't seem to be the pick that was, you know, winning them the game this one time around.
No, it unfortunately didn't do it as much as we thought that it would. I mean, Slowbro was a great counter to it, being able to use that slow bean while it is up in the air with its Unite move. We can see even just the Dodrio Comfey being able to get these secures here. They just, you know, dominate the field.
Yeah, for sure. That's also a question. Why they actually picked the Charizard into the Slowbro? So Amaterasu just first picks Slowbro and GT kind of counters themselves. But again, was still a close game. GT for sure had the chance to come back and win this game for sure. But that Comfey Urshifu was just so difficult to deal with. GT was considering picking up a Comfey in that first rotation, decided up against it. And maybe it was a bit of me hurt them in the end. The Charizard was trying to maybe just focus down Urshifu, but it really just stood no chance in these fights.
No, it stood no chance because that Comfey was able to get in those stuns as well. Not only is it healing, but it's just the stuns that it provides. And I know it's either getting picked up or banned most of these matches along with that Slowbro.
Yeah, that's why Slowbro is still such a strong Pokemon as well. Able to just lock down a Pokemon completely. The final push as well. GT still tried at least, you know, always gonna try. They have Delphox with that Unite move, which reduces healing on the goal zone as well, but was not enough. Player of the game in the end is Decidueye. He had also an amazing game. Yichen was hitting Spirit Check after Spirit Checking. He was also very high level, very early on. He was like level 9, 3 minutes into the game as a lane Decidueye, which is very insane. Going for a Spirit Check and least of this game. Muscle Band floats on attack rate, very standard bit as well. And 8 KOs.
Yes, 8 KOs. And then, as you mentioned, you know, just the ability to stick in the backline. And I think it had such a good front line. You have that Slowbro, the Urshifu, and the Comfey just protecting it as it just dishes out those damage from the Spirit Shackle. I mean, even adding the Float Stone there just to, you know, let it zip around the map in the downtime and get that better positioning.
Also, Leaf Storm is interesting because Leaf Storm might just be a counter towards that Zorak, right? To make sure he's much safer because if Zorak jumps in, you Leaf Storm him one time, he might just be completely thrown off his game because you're not used to playing against Leaf Storm either, right? It's such a move that usually no one plays. So when you jump in, you're like, what did just hit me? Why did I get stunned? This happens at least to me sometimes when I play against, say, the Decidueye with, you know, that ability. And yeah, quite interesting pickup there by Yeetfan and wonderful Decidueye play.
No, as you mentioned, it's just to push away those members that might get in a little bit too close, especially that Zorak, and it ended up working out well for them as they were able to stick in the backline and get in that win for themselves. But you know what? It isn't over, Chris, because that is only round 1 of the losers final. We still have another match to spectate.
Oh yeah, for sure. And GT Amaterasu are not done yet. For sure not. And I feel like the bans were quite interesting. We had Espeon and Mew banned. I feel like in the series, that might not be the highest priority. Of course, we have an amazing Mew player on GT as well. But it was actually GT banning out the Mew. So yeah, we're going to see if they're going to keep those attacker bans in. I would like to see something else. The Urshifu maybe gone from Trainer. First pick that Zoroark and then see what Trainer plays afterwards.
Speaking of attackers, Chris, here we have the average attacker Pokemon and their stats for the North American region. And Decidueye, it is in that #1 spot. And you can see that the average damage dealt for this Pokemon is 67k and an average of 8 knockouts. That is massive.
Yeah, so much poke damage coming off the Spirit Jacket, and these players just hit them over and over again, right? It's not just easy damage. You have to hit those Spirit Jackets, but we see that, trainers like Fan, they're not missing those arrows. They're gonna hit them over and over and over again, and it even resolved into 8 knockouts, which is, for the Decidueye, especially in a tournament setting, very nice.
You know what is another Pokemon that can hit things over and over and over again? It's that Espeon, and we have seen what a securing powerhouse this evolution can be, taking that 2nd spot. And Delphox is another interesting attacker that we have seen a fair few times today. It has that movement with that Flame Charge, but also the CC with the Fire Spin, depending on which moveset it goes to.
Yeah, it's also very nice for drafting, so you don't know what you're playing against. It could be that complete damage dealer Mystic Fire Flame Charge, that hyper carry Delphox, or it could be that supporty damage dealer with Fire Spin and Fire Blast that can also catch you off guard. Fire Spin is a very annoying move. Like, it just tracks you down, it spins you around, and completely messes up your movement, and so it's just something you have to be scared of.
It's something that you should be scared of, and maybe we might end up seeing one of these Pokemon being picked up again. But first, we do have the bans. Now, last game, we had the Espeon being banned along with the Mew. So are these going to be let loose into Thea Sky Ruins, or are both of these teams going to stick with that and not let them enter at all?
I would not expect them to ban those Pokemon again. I really just want to see Urshifu banned from GT, and then maybe go into that Zoroark, but Slowbro is also totally fine. Slowbro banned means they're going to have a much easier time playing Comfey with either Dodrio or Zoroark or Urshifu themselves, right? Because that Slowbro is one of the best counters towards that. But no, they decide to actually go for that Espeon and just completely scrap away the Comfey.
Yeah, do you think this is a little bit of a respect ban onto Stockings there, banning the Mew? Yeah, for sure. But nonetheless, they have picked up the Espeon, another ranged attacker. But look at this, Trainer and JL picking up that slash and dash combo that we have witnessed. Zoroark and Comfey.
And Trainer so scary in this Pokemon is also great into Espeon, but GT probably knew this is coming, so they're going to consider Clefable, or they don't consider Clefable. The Gravity is a great counter towards Zoroark. You can't dash into it, you get stunned. They're going to pick up the Urshifu and a Trevenant. So still very solid Pokemon, of course, this time the Urshifu on the side of GT. But I feel like this is looking already great for Materasu. Having that Zoroark and the Comfey into Espeon is going to be very difficult to play for side of GT.
Yeah, well, I guess taking that Urshifu away from Amaterasu this time round, we're going to have to see whether they're going to be able to make it work for their team compositions. But a Pokemon that we don't, I guess, a defender you don't really see very often in this meta, we have seen it a few times, is the Snorlax. And we know that Heavy Slam and Block combo can be quite effective. And then you also have the Sylveon being picked up as well.
And we have a Sylveon for Amaterasu. I'm honestly quite surprised by this Pokemon. In this game, I expected something completely else, maybe again a Delphox or something. But GT, there's the Clefable, the Gravity counter towards Zoroark. They just wanted to. They knew they're going to get it, right? So just waiting a bit. Amaterasu with a Venusaur as well? Is that really going to be it? Oh no, I'm not quite sure about Amaterasu.
Look, if we have a look, we do have Sylveon and a Venusaur with those slick spoons. I think they're cooking up something. 2 spoons may be better than 1.
That is for sure true, but I feel like they just miss a bit of frontline now. I mean, Ludo does have Energy Amp and Spoon Focus Band with a full heal, so I still think it's going to be that Paladin's Giga Drain. I think he doesn't really like attack speed items. I remember in a past tournament he also played double stacking on the Paladin's Venusaur with Cookie and Special Specs, so maybe he just doesn't like attack speed items. Usually you play like Muscle Band and Rapid Fire Scarf for those boosted auto attacks when you run into the enemy team. But the Venusaur is quite interesting. Maybe it's just like another pick for the Comfey, because Zoroark is against Gravity now, so in case Zoroark gets Gravitied, you can just go into Venusaur, and Venusaur is like that second carry afterwards in case Zoroark can't really, engage into the fights.
No, and I think the goal would be to get that Venusaur to that level 13, and we know what a machine it can be once it does reach both of those plus movements. But I'm actually really curious to see whether it will actually be a pedal dance or whether we'll end up opting for that solar beam. Obviously, we do have that really great front line with Snorlax, Zoroark, Comfey, so it might end up being the sniper in the back line.
It could be, but then again, I've not seen someone play Solar Beam with a full heal before us, but maybe he still just wants full heal in case he gets like Trevor into Night Move, but he could also see Jack Button out of it. That's why I'm like thinking it's gonna be Pedal Dance, just because of that battle item choice. On the left side now, Shifu again taking over the central area with Clefairy, XP share. You're not gonna lose any experience on your Shifu thanks to how XP share works now, and he's gonna take the entire central area, and they're just trying to make sure that Snorlax can't invade.
No, and thankfully we do have 3 members of GT to answer the door and scare this Snorlax away. It is not able to get on in. I mean, it does have that experience. It ends up using that eject button to get over the wall. It is just wasting their time at the moment.
This guy is crazy, just eject buttons back into the enemy central area across the wall. He just doesn't care, but in the end, it's kind of unsuccessful. He just goes down anyways, and it's going to be first knockout of the game for GT. And luckily as well, they're going to secure their buffs as well, and though Shifu's going to get there. But there's the first gank as well. Trainer's going with a feint attack. One more slash, and he gets to find a feint attack, and he's going to hit both of them. He dashes from the one target back to Clefairy and gets a first double kill of the game.
2-for-1 deal for that Zoroark, and look at that, there's a lot of AOS energy on the floor. They're able to get in those attack weight stacks, and that is such a necessary thing to do early game. You want to do it before your pockets end up getting too filled with AOS energy.
It's the very fun part about Zoroark, that final feint attack slash can hit multiple targets, kind of like Blaze Kick of Syndace. You saw it there again. You can just dash from one to the other target with that final attack, and both of them are going to take damage. And now Trainer, I think it's going to be the Trainer show from this one, but we have Sivin actually invading, and we have the big blow for the South GT. And Zoroark again finding another KO onto the Clefable. They're going to try to at least take down Sylveon. The basic attacks are there. Big blow's going to this time get the knockout on Sylveon. A bit too aggressive, but it's still bought, you know, a lot of time for the South Amaterasu anyways.
Yeah, and it gave that time for that Shifu and the Comfey in the top path to get in those dunks. You do have the Snorlax engaging him on the Espeon, but it ends up turning around and shocking it back to Pad as it takes a quick nap.
Ivysaur to level 7 now. We have Pedal Dance and the Giga Drain, so it's going to be Pedal Dance. Yeah, we can see right here running around, and Nudo's going to be very fast. Venusaur and much tempo to take him down again. Trainer's just with that Comfey on. It's going to completely take over the game now, but at least Espeon's getting in the counter KO also on bot path for GT. So GT is currently making, you know, they're actually winning bot path. They're just winning top path they're losing it very hard on top.
The lesson here is don't ever doubt the big brain Chris there. They knew it. They called it Giga Drain and Pedal Dance, but you can see a little bit of an engagement here. We have Trevenant trying to make a quick escape away from that Sylveon, and 1 HP in a dream manages to make it back, grab a berry, and now it is almost at full HP and ready to be that front line once again.
And Trainer not joining his team on bot path. They're just going to leave the Ivysaur top path to make sure he gets the Venusaur. But they actually spotted out. Nice side shock's going to land on the Trainer. But Zoroark with that Comfey is going to stay quite healthy. Also, so much mobility, right? We have the feint attack and the Shadow Claw to get away quite easily. But GT now, they have Espeon and they have Big Blow Shifu. They can just go for this Reggie maybe, unless they go down to Trainer. There's a feint attack, but there's a Gravity, and this is the biggest issue for Zoroark in this game.
Yes, that is going to be an issue for it. You do not want to come against it. You can see that Zoroark and Comfey, they tried to make a move on that Reggie Rock, but unfortunately they just do not have the damage at the moment. Ends up getting caught out by the Psyshock of the Espeon, needing to just peel back, get some health before going in for the re-engage. Funnily enough, we do have that Machoke still in that top path, possibly getting in those stacks that it missed out earlier on.
2 big Unite moves coming out of Amaterasu, but they can't confirm any knockouts with it. Zoroark and Venusaur doing a lot of damage. The Amaterasu are trying to go for this. Can the big blow get in their time? But no, Zoroark's going to secure the first Reggie of the game for this South Amaterasu, and they're going to run them down. They get Espeon. They're going to get Trevenant as well. Nudo's also so strong already now. Level 9 on this Venusaur. He's going to be absolutely unkillable at this point. 40 points go in for the Venusaur, 16 for Sylveon, and another 19 for Snorlax. They're going to break the goal as well. 40 go in for Zoroark, and Amaterasu looking, they're like the big lead already.
Yes, that is a massive 35 overcap on that bottom path, and now the points are 80 to 194 in favor of Amaterasu. You can see just the power this Venusaur is bringing to the table. You did have Reggie Alecki go on in. Machamp ends up missing their barrage blow. Didn't end up successfully getting their punches in. Gets taken down, stabbed in the back by that Zoroark.
All the coding there, missing the Unite move. Then also the eject button was not in time anymore. He tried to redirect his Unite move with that eject button, but he just couldn't get in range and completely whiffs it, and that's going to be very bad for GT. Now, they also don't have it up for the next team fight now, and I think they need Machamp Unite to win those team fights. They need Machamp to get into that backline onto Venusaur, onto Sylveon, and make sure that he can just knock out someone in that Unite move, in those stuns, right? And now it's going to be very difficult for GT to take out this next fight.
I guess its job is just to farm on up and get that Unite back up. But up in the top path, we have Clefable and Urshifu going in for a sneaky dunk, leaving this top tier 1, top tier 2 pad on 35 points. But Zoroark, Sylveon, and Comfey are here to just make an Urshifu sandwich. Urshifu is taken down out of the playing field for 10 seconds.
Wonderful knockout there by Amaterasu again. They're looking for this top push. They're going to go for the top path goal, and they're going to break it with the Sylveon. 25 points going. But Trainer's not done yet. He's having so much fun this game. But you just have fun. If you have a Comfey on a Zoroark, you have so much healing. The only thing you have to really watch out if you press Illusion, but meanwhile we have also dive from bot. GT is trying to make something happen on the other side of the map again. They're going to get 15 points in, 25. Can they break the goal? That's the question. But there's 16 points left. And now we have Trainer on the flank. He's going to go for Trevenant first. Can he knock him out? There's a huge Trevenant miss hitting actually. Trainer still at full HP. Thanks to the Comfey. Looking for Machamp next. Lonex also just trying to buy time right here. The coding, popping the Night move, looking for the redirection. He's also going to miss it this time again. He can't quite anything, but Ludo still goes down in the end. They're also going to try to find some counter knockouts, but Amaterasu is not winning this team fight. Mystic Fire Sylveon is going to take down Urshifu next, but Trainer's still there at almost full HP. He takes down 2 by himself. 3 actually, going for the triple knockout. Look for Trevor next. Can he get the Quadra?
Oh, he's looking for it. He wants to get those stats in, but no, he has to make a quick retreat as Espeon has respawned and then now going to focus on the objective that is the Registeel, giving them the attack and special attack buff.
And that on the Zoroark is also very, very scary, right? They have 2 attacker Pokemon and a Speedster having extra damage on those Pokemon. It's only looking quite bad for GT, but actually surprisingly they're in head in points. So we all know what matters, right, in this game. Points matter still the most, but experience, these teams are still quite even.
Yes, exactly. I mean, if you can get enough of a point lead earlier on, hopefully, you know, securing the Ray won't make much of a difference. But we do have a Reggie Alecki being secured on the side of GT that is going to be marching its way down to that tier 2 pad. Now, we still have 2 minutes and 45 seconds left to go until that final stretch. So Amaterasu, they're able to deal with it. It's not able to make any impact. And you know what? Looking at the field, there's no wild Pokemon around to farm up anyway.
Also, Amaterasu, very nice defense. They're just leaving Snorlax on bot path to make sure GT can't just rotate there and finish off the goal while Regieleki is being defended. Got to be very aware of this because it's a very normal play, right? You have Regieleki pushing top path, so you just walk bot path to score there. But of course, Amaterasu, as currently the first team in North America, is obviously aware of those rotation and defend their goal quite well. And now we have Venus on level 13. We have a level 13 Venusaur, Pedidance Plus, and now GT really have to find a very good team fight.
Not only does it have Petal Dance Plus, but it has some additional petals attached to it, the Comfey. So it's just going to be a matter of keeping this Venusaur up. You can see the Snorlax is just standing its ground in that tall grass, just trying to get their eyes to see which pick they are able to get first.
GT needs a very explosive team fight. They need like a very big Trevenant Unite into Machamp flanking with its Unite move as well. I think that's the only way they can actually win this game right now, because at level 14, Venusaur with the Comfey on is looking just unstoppable, right? And now the fight is breaking out. There's a Yawn landing onto Trevenant. And can they deal with Nudo though? Venusaur just walking forward right now.
Yeah, look at this. It's just going straight into the chokehold, just zoning them out, not even letting him enter that rapier. But you do have the Urshifu coming into the backline, using that airborne fist to just take down the Zoroark. Ray is getting attacked. No, they're going in with some more Unite here. Fairy Frolic chucking Sylveon up into the air, seeing if it can dish out some damage with those mystical fires. And look, you get to see this Venusaur and Comfey duo. Look at the range of that Petal Dance Plus.
It's crazy. Venusaur still at full HP, but now GT is actually in good position to maybe just go for this Rayquaza. They stepped at Espeon and they think they're going to go for this at half HP. Ludo was doing a bit too much damage to it. It's going to actually turn into a Rayquaza flip right here. Espeon is looking for it. He's going to try to aim for it, and it's going to go to Venusaur. Ludo somehow able to secure it for the side of Amaterasu. Espeon misses the Psy Beam onto the Ray, and now they have to just try and score some points there. Amaterasu is now in the lead, and everyone is gone from GT. All of them are knocked out. It's a complete ace, complete team wipe, and Amaterasu, they're going to score points, and they're probably going to take this game.
Yes, and as the Spraggles would say, the Hundo Burgers are rolling on in dunk after dunk for the side of Amaterasu. You can see Zoroark turning into an Indeedee, just taunting GT there. That is going to be the end of this series, as Amaterasu have secured themselves the second win for this match, which means, Chris, they're headed on back into that grand final.
Straight back into the grand final against Luminous City Gaming. Amaterasu with a great game, but in the end I feel like it was quite risky of them doing this Rayquaza. It was for sure, I feel like Espeon's Rayquaza to lose, but Amaterasu knew in the end. And I did like what they did. So they had the Comfey for Zora to just take over the early and mid game, and then for the last 2 minutes where Zora actually becomes kind of much weaker of a Pokemon, they're just going to put Comfey onto the Venusaur, just farmed the entire game, and then they just have the next raid boss ready.
Yeah, exactly. And as you said, that Venusaur was unstoppable. Not only do you have the Comfort heals, but you have the Giga Drain to just suck the life out of those other opponents and regain that HP. But you can see these teams, they were neck and neck from the 6-minute mark. It was a close battle. It would have just had to be a battle for that Ray. Amaterasu were able to seal the deal once again with that Venusaur, the Pokemon that we have kept our eye on.
So yeah, these games are so close in points, right? 45% team damage on the side of Espeon just was not quite enough. On the side of Amaterasu, we have very balanced out damage. And then Urshifu on the left side again, falling but short, only 22,000 damage on that Urshifu. But again, Big Blow is not really meant to do a lot of damage right now. It's more meant to secure the objectives. Sadly, they couldn't quite use it for that as well. And Amaterasu just taking that 2-0. But yeah, GT still had a great game as well. And they were very close of winning this one too.
No, exactly. And you know what? To make it this far in the cup, in this competition, is an incredible feat. So they do get to walk away with some championship points nonetheless.
Yeah, top 3 finish for GT. I think they're still going to be very happy about it. Of course, they're also going to be sad missing out on the grand final, but all of those championship points are for sure going to be worth it if they want to still be a top 3 team that makes it to the World Championship instantly without having to win the regional finals. So it doesn't matter what this placing is. They're probably going to be happy about this placing, but they're going to look back at the series and be like, guys, if you just did this and this, you probably could have made it to the grand final.
Yeah, well, we are going to go chuck it over to the big brain Spraggles and Doopsacks to, I guess, give us the highlights of this set.
Thank you very much, you two. Very exciting series, Doob Snacks. I'm here with Smart Doob Snacks, which is very, very exciting. Smart Doob Snacks, I just need to test you really quick. What is the capital of the United States of America?
Washington, D.C.
Someone check if that's right. We actually have an exciting clip coming up from this last match. The last 2 minutes here where we got to watch this big Venusaur play right here. Nudo, level 14 here, Doopsnack, just running amok in this final fight. And there really wasn't much GT could do about this monster.
No, and just a little point of order here. I love how Comfey floats above Venusaur like a halo because it is doing angelic work out here, ripping through tons of damage and really facilitated because they had the Zoroark pick, as Chris pointed out, really focusing down and kind of the key to that success. Big time Unite move here coming through, all the damage getting shelled in and GT just falling like dominoes.
Yeah, GT now making a really nice play here. They decide to come back in and try to take this. Somehow, the Venusaur getting the secure right there over the Espeon. Pretty unbelievable, but that's what happened. It was just such a difficult Pokemon to fight, forcing GT into a scenario where they had to rip this objective down. Yet somehow Nudo still gets that secure. Really exciting matches from both of these teams, as Amaterasu is going to be heading back up to face off against Luminosity again in our grand finals. Our MVP trainer on the Zoroark, they just looked insane this match.
They looked great. I mean, and they looked good, and because of how great they played, they really helped Nudo on that Venusaur shine as well, giving a two-pronged attack here. 12 KOs, 69k damage. Nice score of 176. Trainer LGC going off, and their Zoroark has looked good all weekend long.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Trainer kind of known for their Zoroark. As we take a look at our April finals bracket, it's all come down to this. Luminosity, Amaterasu in the grand finals. Luminosity knocked Amaterasu down, but they're going to have to do it again. Amaterasu taking down GT, and now it's back at it in that grand finals. Cannot wait to see these matches. We are going to see what happens, how this all shapes up when we come back from a short break. I love you all.
Welcome back, trainers, to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. We are here today for the April Cup in the North American region. I'm Calosaurus, and joining me is Chris, and we have spectated some amazing matches today. But A match that we have, or two teams we have already seen come up battle against each other is Luminosity and Amaterasu. This is their time to run it back versus each other once again in the grand finals.
And Luminosity is looking great today, but so is Amaterasu again. Even in the just last best of 3 against GT, they looked on point again. So Luminosity, it's not just they're just going to win, it's going to be a very, very difficult road for them to be the champions for this today's cup.
I know everybody has their favorites. They are battling it out for those championship points. But I reckon we do not delay and bring these matches to you. Spraggles and Doopstacks, please do us the honor.
Boom, grand finals time here in North America. Luminosity versus Amaterasu. Are you ready, Doob Snacks?
I am ready. First thing I want to say is I'm a little bummed that I didn't get to be smart Doob Snacks for longer. I can already feel my intelligence waning with the glasses off, so I'm going to have to do my best here as regular or even potentially dumb Doob Snacks moving forward.
It always is difficult to take glasses off, as it does lower your intelligence considerably, but I don't think we need it for this. We're just along for the ride, as we are going to be watching two of the best teams in the world go at it. Amaterasu and Luminosity had some close games in our winners bracket, but Luminosity able to take them down in a 2-0 victory. The question is, can they do it again?
Well, they're certainly looking to. LG needs to get back on top. This is the reigning world champions right now, and they haven't been as dominant in their own region as they'd like to think. Amaterasu, on the other hand, the most consistent team in NA. They've been in the top 2 every single event since the beginning of season 2, and that's why they're on top of the leaderboard when it comes to championship points. Kicking off with these bands, Comfy and Slowbro, both getting nicked. And it looks like Amaterasu quickly picks up Espeon, a go-to pick for them.
Yeah, Yeet Fan's Espeon was unbelievable in those first 2 games. Rin and Overlord locking in the Urshifu and the Zoroark. Overlord Zoroark this tournament has been a thing of beauty. I can't wait to see what they bring here to game number 1. And stealing that Urshifu away from Amaterasu is a pretty big deal.
Yeah, absolutely. JL quickly locking in Clefable again, a nod to gravity and what it can do for Pokemon or against Pokemon like Urshifu and Zoroark. So that's a quick lock-in. Rolling Grab and Trevenant as well. Curious on Mew, Slash on Snorlax. I mean, we're kind of seeing the order of the day between these two teams, and it looks like Nudo might lock in a Wigglytuff for Roland here on the back end.
Interesting stuff here. If we have a Trevenant and a Wigglytuff moving into this game, Trainer on the Glaceon, and we do a couple of big old tanky Pokemon for Amaterasu, and then they've got the Clefable to heal them up there. Should be pretty exciting, as it looks like Elo locking in the Hoopa. So the recovery is going to be a little lower on the side of Luminosity. Nothing that you can really make happen in real time, but at the same time, the positioning that they get out of that Hoopa is going to be incredible.
Right. I mean, it's pretty easy for Elo to predict where this Zoroark and Urshifu engage to and where JL's gravity is going to be. So if the gravity goes down, Elo knows to put that hyperspace hole in the same spot so that those Pokemon can be blinked out before they get KO'd. I want to say how great of a pick this is for Elo. Getting a last pick Hoopa, a Pokemon they pretty much spent all of season 1 playing, is a great comfort pick for them, and they're going to be able to do tons of things, especially in the early game. One of the best early game astonishes that you see out of a player anywhere is Elo on Hoopa.
This is a really interesting draft, Doob Snacks. I feel like if you were to look at this draft, you would say Luminosity got everything that they wanted, but they got some big pickups on the side of Amaterasu as well. I'm just curious, outside of the Comfey, what else could they have wanted to pick? It feels like they got every Pokemon.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, Spraggles. I think they got everything they could have drummed up for themselves without a doubt. I mean, ASU really leaning into the Wigglytuff is a pick that LG has not shown any proclivity for, so that's something they never have to concern themselves with, right? So they get another high octane pick or something they prefer more that might be a little bit higher up on the, we'll call them the traditional tier list when it comes to these type of support defender Pokemon.
And here we are. If you're getting excited, it's because it's grand finals time, everybody. We've got Amaterasu, your purple team, and Luminosity, your orange team right here. They're splitting up that central area, giving a little bit to both of these EVs, making sure that Yeet Fan gets to walk down to the bottom path as a level 4 Espeon right away. Roland now moving into the central area right here and trying to get a nice steal, and they do.
Hit their evolution, which means they can sing down Rin, and they do get them. They're just shelling in damage. Poor Rin has to scramble away and give up their central area to the Wigglytuff. That's an amazing move by them. And on the backside here, we got tons of damage going in, and the K opener goes to the Phantom on top of the Zorua.
Jeez, look at this play here in this central area by Roland. I mean, just so incredible. Rin moving up to the top path, but he's just a little Cubfu. He can't do too much against these big, mean Pokemon.
No, and Trainer's waiting for an opportunity to pick one of these Pokemon off. Elo with a good Astonish, as I mentioned, kind of locking down Trainer and keeping them from engaging further. But a quick score by Roland's going to go in short order. And now it's just Overlord trying to hold it down with Elo. But there's 4 players from Amaterasu here. Yes, the Hyperspace Highway is open. Are people going to pour through from LG to give them support? Curios pulls through to have their HP chunked to half. Boosted Auto comes through, but it's the tree that eats it. And now the pressure's on, but the rest of Amaterasu peels back, and it's just the tree that Luminosity has in front of them.
Gosh, I gotta say, Amaterasu had a beautiful start right here. So impressive. It's a little possible that they almost took down Overlord, but the illusion right there saved it. That's really impressive. Breaking news, Smart Doob Snacks challenges UCS stats coordinator to a stat off. More to come. Why am I just hearing about this?
I am too, Spraggles. Smart Doob Snacks operates on a different level that I'm not even aware of at this point. Smacking them down, Mew taking tons of damage, forced to surf out, but that means all of the Swablu and Altaria in the middle are going to go to Trainer and Roland. Great exchange for them. Amaterasu is playing strong early in this grand finals match.
And take a look at Rin right here. Level 6 right now. Obviously, a lot slower than they would have wanted it at this point. They were really held back by Roland right there. The EXP share Wigglytuff, somehow the same level as the Urshifu. Nice big sleep, but not able to pick up the KO there. They're continuing this push, missing that Psyshock just barely.
4 players down for Luminosity. They're going to get all over the Swablu and try to engage. Overlord's going in. Tons of damage being shelled in on Yeet Fan. They're forced to retreat. Roland tried to do the Dazzling Gleam, but Curios takes them out in short order. Trainer keeps the pressure on with this Glaceon. They're trying to find a KO, but they don't quite lock it in. As the reset happens, Amaterasu is smothering this Registeel. Here comes Rin. They are the single strike Urshifu, so they can Wicked Blow this thing, and they're caught in the gravity. They can't close the gap. Do they get it anyways? No, it's Curios coming in for the save. Tons of damage being rained in. Heavy slam on top of Yeet Fan, and JL looking to peel back. They will get out, but not without the objective. As look at where Overlord is, in the middle of the central area for Amaterasu, taking all their stuff.
Really amazing plays there by Luminosity. I'm kind of shocked that they were able to get that secure, but it worked out for them. And then all the while, Overlord just looking for experience somewhere else on the map. Nice counter with that gravity, making sure that Overlord is not able to continue their combo. That's going to be a big counter to this Pokemon. We're going to have to see how well that works as this match continues right here. Scoreline pretty close, 66-47, and that first big objective going over to Luminosity. They needed it because they're behind.
Yeah, this scoreline's about to change here as it's just Roland coming in for the engage. Curios is getting points, and so is Slash. There's the Psyshock doing tons of damage. Rin engages back. Unite move comes through, grabs a berry, and punches that evolution through the solar plexus. KOs them in short order. Nudo coming in, uses their Trevenant Unite. They try to get a KO. They do in tandem with Trainer. Now it's Rin that's on the chopping block. They Wicked Blow back onto the tree, but it's a KO streak of 2 for Trainer. The pressure continues. These Swablu are up, but it's Overlord getting in the mix, and there's tons of players low now. They go for the engage, but actually pivot back to the birds. They get stunned down. They get KO'd by Nudo. The tree is looking robust, chucking Oak all over the place, and Luminosity's having some problems with it in the early sleddings.
Wow, incredible stuff. Brother of Professor Oak, chucking Oak down here. I mean, just amazing watching Nudo take that Trevenant and become sort of an all-rounder attacker here in this match. Amaterasu is looking really impressive in game number 1.
They're playing energized, and I think it all started with Roland getting across the map and really starving Rin of early experience. Amaterasu gets another KO here on top of Overlord. That's exactly the target they want. Rin gets caught on on the backside. That pain split comes through, and Nudo gets another KO for themselves. And now Amateratsu's all over this Regirock. Hoopa goes rings unbound, pulls the team through. We'll see who shows up. Elo's looking for some stuns with the fist. Little laser beam comes through. That's just to deal damage to Regirock. Amaterasu is forced to give this thing up. They go for a prayer shot. The side shock is way too late. Overlord takes the Regirock, and finally Trainer goes down. The push continues. Look at where Overlord is. They're on the backside. Roland gets the big butt. Call it the Rikishi stink face on that goal zone, and it's going to get shattered on them. They are squashed, and Luminosity saying, we got a little game with us too.
Incredible stuff from Luminosity. I gotta say, I mean, they have performed so well around these bottom objectives. Slash right there with an amazing block to make sure that Yifan could not secure that. It's been looking amazing for Luminosity in those moments. Other moments, however, when Amaterasu is all together, they are really putting on a clinic here, getting big KOs. Their level advantage still very, very strong, even though they are not picking up some of these objectives.
Overlord looking to bait to try and get on top of Trainer, but JL is there for to lay down the gravity, forcing out the Snorlax Unite, which is beautiful for them. That's not going to have a lot of value. They're still going to be able to chip in damage, and Slash is just forced to peel back and retreat. Overlord gets pain split. Nudo's looking for an opportunity to wood hammer down, and they are getting junked with the Trevenant Unite. Another KO to Nudo. We've seen 18 KO Nudo on an Absol, but this is a big tree racking up the numbers today.
I love to see this Trevenant played in such an aggressive way, and that's something that you can do when you have all of these defenders on the side of Amaterasu. You got two of them. JL actually turning right around using the Unite move, heading up into the sky. Big fly getting pushed around. I'm actually surprised they didn't just use that to leave, but it looks like they maybe want to fight. Slash in a lot of trouble as their buddies show up. JL said, yeah, I could have done that on my own, but thanks, guys.
JL on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire phoned a friend, knew the rest of the squad was pulling up, and that fly was to buy time. They got the KO they wanted on Slash in short order, and the whole squad makes it out.
Funny story, when I was on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, I used my phone a friend to call my dad and tell him I was about to lose. Here we go. 4 seconds left until we have this bottom Reggie spawning. It is Reggie Steel, and we have 4 members of each squad coming down here. It looks like 5 for Luminosity as they are pushing forward into the face of Amaterasu.
Great block, buying space by Slash on the rest of Amaterasu, but they do get to collapse in. Wicked Blow takes the Reggie Steel, and they're going to catch a reset. This is not the fight they want, I don't think. These teams just need to split up a little bit and focus. Slash is on the chase, though. They're going to get vision and potentially buy some time. Overlord going to catch a reset, and they're going to square up and get ready for this Rayquaza.
Here we go, heading up to this top path right now. Amaterasu just continuing to get some experience. There's no time for Regieleki. There's time for Rayquaza in 2 seconds right here. Amaterasu positioning at the top side of this Rayquaza pit, just putting a little damage out there, keeping the icy wind up, and seeing if they can get some nice little chip shot onto the Hoopa right there. Slash jumping over the wall. It looks like we possibly have a bit of an engage. Slash is in a lot of trouble right here. I don't know if anyone from LG is going to be able to come save them.
But that leashed rolling out, and the Trevenant Unite comes onto the Hoopa, but they catch the reset back in the middle after they lay down the rings unbound. Everybody pours back through full HP. Big stun on 3. Luminosity had an opportunity to pivot. Heavy Slam comes through. Is this the engage they want? Electro Ball comes in. Big block back the other way. They isolated Roland. Roland is getting isolated. Overlord is on top of him. Heavy Slam coming out, forcing out the Wigglytuff Unite from Roland back the other way. Snorlax Unite comes out, but nobody's around. They're going to catch a reset, and I think we're going to have to do this thing in the earnest because there is no one around here fighting. Come on, Spraggles. Let's get a reset.
It looks like we're getting a reset. Overlord just getting caught, almost getting KO'd. Doesn't make it back to the hyperspace hole. That is a huge catch, a 24-second timer right now, and they are on this Rayquaza looking to take this down. Yeet Fan looking for the secure with the side shock, being pushed out right there, and oh my gosh, not able to get it. It's the hyperspace hole from Hoopa. Oh, whoa.
Elo on something different. Roland focusing on Curios, which is exactly what they needed to do. Mew did definitely present the biggest threat, but now all these points are going in. Luminosity snatching this thing, snatching a win out of the jaws of defeat here as they are just buckling on Elo right now, and that's because that is to just grief them down. Elo still makes it out, comes back through. They're relentless. Slash still has pretty decently full pockets and a full Rayquaza shield. Heavy Slam comes through a block, and more points are going to be going in. Luminosity just won themselves a game 1 in these grand finals in the most ridiculous fashion. A hyperspace hole secure.
I don't care what the scoreboard says. I don't care who the MVP is. It's Slash. Slash's positioning in these fights, able to push around that Espeon, stopping it from securing all those moments like Slash had so many superstar heavy slam blocks. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable.
I mean, amazing. Absolutely great work by Elo and Slash, of course, the support and defender players for that team respectively, doing tons of work. And you see the numbers here. I mean, Nudo was on one. Their Trevenant looked fierce. They were moving through. Roland was engaging very well for the rest of the team. They found the KO that they wanted on Overlord, Spraggles, and it's a lowly Elo on a Hoopa that gets it done with a hyperspace hole.
Yeah, incredible stuff right there. I mean, what a finish from Luminosity. I am shocked. It looked like Amaterasu had that. Unbelievable, unbelievable, amazing match. And that's what you hope to see in your grand finals, are games like that. We're going to take a look at some of the KOs here and then some of the damage. Look at Yeet Fan on that Espeon, 84,000.
Yeah, you can't undersell Elo, 64K, the most on Luminosity by a wide margin.
Yeah,
and I'm kind of,
come on.
I'm thinking back on that. If it wasn't the hyperspace hole, it was an auto attack on that Rayquaza. I don't know how Elo got it done, but it was definitely fighting from underneath from an underdog type of position, and Elo sorted it out for Luminosity. 64K damage, Spraggles. I mean, look at JL's healing though, 90K. They really kept Amaterasu up and in this one, but it just didn't matter. Not in the face of an Elo Hoopa.
Yeah, take a look at this last minute and a half here, Dupesnacks, because it was incredible. There we have the Unite move from Snorlax, staying in this thing, the reset up by Hoopa. Amaterasu recognizing once that Urshifu is down, they might be able to start ripping this, and then they move around here and get this huge catch. Overlord somehow can't make it through the portal and goes down. Amaterasu now on the full rip.
Yeah, they're melting it down. The Glaceon Unite comes out. They keep throwing everything in the kitchen sink at it. I'm trying to keep a look at JL's in the middle. They lay a gravity down. It's that one thing. It was an auto attack, dude. It was an auto attack on the Rayquaza that took it down. The hyperspace hole went down early, and it literally stayed at like one hit for a whole second. It was an auto attack that came through and got it done for LG. You've got to be joking. Grand Finals, April Finals, delivering already.
Incredible stuff right there. I saw the hyperspace hole. I thought that had to be it. No, it was not. Slash, the MVP right there. I totally agree. I mean, did you see him push out that Espeon, making Yeet Fan throw a Psyshock that just wasn't going to be the secure? Unbelievable play right there. Unbelievable job of just staying around and staying as a presence in that final fight so that they could get the miraculous secure.
Let me ask you this, Spraggles. If Slowbro never gets played, that automatically bumps Snorlax from a bronze medal winner to a silver medalist here, and they are looking like a gold medalist in real time. That was great work from Slash, reminding us why Snorlax is always a great Pokemon.
Yeah, without question, especially against something like an Espeon. You know, you're able to dive in, heavy slam onto Espeon, and in that moment you break Espeon's passive so that you're able to move it around or stun it with something else. Of course, using block is a great way to reposition that Pokemon. It can't secure something if it just can't get close enough. Even though the range of Psyshock is unbelievable, Snorlax can actually get that job done and push it away from those objectives.
Yeah, what really facilitates that, like you mentioned, is the range of heavy slam and the knockup that goes into it. I mean, we even saw at the AOS Cup, Spraggles, a heavy slam yawn Snorlax being able to do work, because that's how it would engage on like a Dodrio or other, you know, very quick and fast maneuvering Pokemon. Heavy slam it up, hit it with a yawn so it goes to sleep, and then have your team collapse on top of it. And that's the same type of thing you're trying to do with Espeon, like you just mentioned. Chip it up, block it out, maybe pin it against a wall, and then focus fire it down. And Slash was all about it. It's really fun for me to see Slash play, because not only are they one of the best Blissies going, which you think more of a supporter type Pokemon, they're actually the tank player for this squad, and the fact that they switch back and forth so seamlessly is really why they're a prized possession for this team. Slash doing work.
Yeah, Slash is incredible. I mean, anything you throw them on. Obviously, their Blissey from last year was unbelievably insane, but this player has a deep roster. We've seen them on Trevenant, we've seen them on Slowbro, we've seen them now on Snorlax inside this match, just really doing some work. Amaterasu, I mean, that is a really tough moment for them. That match was just snatched away. They had this thing, yet somehow they don't come away with that secure.
Yeah, LG finding a way to win. I mean, you have to play to your outs in those moments. That's exactly what they did. They threw everything into the middle in the Rayquaza pit. You mentioned a good heavy slam and a nice block. The Snorlax Unite didn't hit anyone, but regaining all that HP so it could sustain in that fight became a critical moment. So every person doing what they needed to do to give themselves the best chance. And you know what? If you have a 5% chance, that's still a 5% chance. And they played to it and they got it. And they find themselves one step closer to winning the April Cup.
Yeah, incredible stuff. I mean, with every moment like that, there's still that 1%, 5%, that one time it can happen, and you can somehow secure Rayquaza with a basic attack. I mean, it's obviously such a long shot that something like that happens, but there were things that were put in place to make it possible. Again, the big heavy slam block pushing out Espeon. It just didn't have a chance to help its team secure that objective. Wild, wild final moments of game number 1 for sure.
That is without a doubt, and we're going to need to take a quick rest on that. But let's see how the Brazil region for the April finals shook out as we tune in there. 00 Nation taking the top spot, 1500 CP, and that's got to feel good for them making it back in the #1 slot.
Yeah, 00 Nation, definitely one of the most dominant teams inside of Pokemon Unite. I am forgetting which month that they did not take the top slot. Was it last month during the AOS Cup where they were not able to get first place?
I believe it was last month and February. There was February, March. I believe there was a couple teams scrapping in Brazil, but 00 Nation rallying back and getting on top of these standings here, and obviously in a great position CP wise. We see that they get 1500 for today's win, but when they haven't won, they've been in second or at worst third. So 00 Nation in a great spot to go to Yokohama right now.
Yeah, 00 Nation is just such an amazing team to watch. Obviously, they have superstar players like Mazo and things like that. So they're a really exciting team. I know Brazil is behind them. And I'm sure you remember last year at Worlds, the excitement that a Brazilian team brings to Worlds. The crowd was going nuts for them.
Best fans around their team, no question. If they were playing on the secondary stage, they didn't care what was going on the main stage. They were behind their team the whole time, and they were loud. They were loud. We were casting. We could hear them from across the hall where they were popping off for then it was She's. But of course, 00 Nation, the same team, rebranded a little bit, and they're looking to keep pushing. I'd love to see them in Japan personally and see their fans come with them.
Yeah, just such an exciting team to watch. And yeah, their fans, unbelievable. Almost as many fans as you and I had cheering us on the entire time. And since there's no footage to prove me wrong, we're just going to have to believe that that's true as we head into game number 2.
The Spraggles and Snacks fandom rolls deep from what I hear. Our fan club has a lot of memberships, is just what we're saying. As we roll into the ban phase here, Amaterasu needs to win 1, and they actually need to win 2, and then do it all over again because they are facing elimination here. LG 1 game away from winning the April finals of in these grand finals and taking their crown back, the one that they've missed since February.
That's right. The question obviously is, did Amaterasu get rattled by that performance, or is that one of those moments where you go, hey, unbelievably unlucky, we could have positioned ourselves better, let's get right back in there because we can beat them. We're gonna need to see what happens here at the start of game number 2.
I don't think Amaterasu is rattled. I think they're getting frustrated, and the reason I think they're getting frustrated is because if the one month they won, LG was eliminated way early, so you can maybe even asterisk that they didn't have to face everybody, air quotes, that is like a top tier team, but they found themselves in second, losing to different teams every time, and that has to be frustrating, especially when the games you lose are this close. It's like the smallest margins. You must be asking yourself, what can we do to just get those couple extra percentage points of favorability into our corner? So for them, don't change anything, focus up and find those small mistakes that you can correct throughout the span of a 10-minute game to turn the tides in your favor.
Take a look at this. Roland not picking up that Wigglytuff that they've been playing a lot of. I think they don't want to deal with Slash on this Snorlax because it's just been so incredibly good. Kyrios grabbing the Mew. Slash on the Trevenant right now. We've got Hoopa on the side of Amaterasu. JL, one of the best Hoopas in the game for sure. And Nudo hovering this Pikachu. We've actually seen a decent amount of Pikachu in North America.
More than I would have anticipated. If you would have asked me before today started, I would have said 0, but it looks like that is not the correct answer as we get a quick swap over to Blastoise, which is something we are certainly familiar with here. Just rapid spin with the Hydro Pump. Great combination of abilities.
You also could see a Surf Hydro Pump build out of this Blastoise. It's definitely something that a lot of players could pick up right here. But we've got the choice specs. We've got the muscle band without the rapid fire scarf. I think we are going to be seeing that rapid spin. We're just going to have to see when we head into this match. Amaterasu obviously needs this one badly or they are going home.
Without a doubt, having some players on some comfort picks is important. Trainer, Yeetfan, and JL all on Pokemon they're incredibly familiar with, and that'll be kind of the bedrock of what they're going to try and build on. Roland, obviously no stranger to Snorlax. They've been the tank player for this team for quite some time. We see that green emblem on the Snorlax themselves. The X factor here for me, going to be Nudo on that Blastoise.
Yeah, that's going to be really interesting to see inside this match. Yeetfan is such a force to be reckoned with on Amaterasu. Luminosity able to shut them down last game, even though they still did insane damage and were incredibly impactful. We're going to have to see if they're able to shut them down here in game number 2. If you can stop that Espeon from securing objectives and KOs, it really does feel like Amaterasu's in a lot of trouble.
Well, here we go. This could be the last 10-minute match of the April finals if LG can win this one. Amaterasu looking to play deeper into the night. 8 p.m. EST, and they want to push it further. Amaterasu had a great start and a great game 1. Saw it slip between their fingers in the final moments. LG looking to make sure that that doesn't repeat itself.
We got Overlord. Looks like they're diving in on them right there, trying to do some damage, but they actually are going to head back to their goal zone. If we take a look in our central area here, we have the Snorlax for Amaterasu trying to make their way in and see if they can steal a little bit of this blue buff. Luminosity feels like they know that. They are not starting this right here, waiting until both Kyrios and Rin are around to see if they can get this secure. However, Roland pushing forward might get a KO on the Mew right now. Mew barely making it out.
But the Mew making it out allowed them to seal up the Aselgor and get that blue buff for themselves. Meanwhile, Nudo's just up top, just trying to grind it out themselves. Yeetfan getting the meanest Electro Ball. No need for Pikachu when you've got Mew who's packing that. They get it done right there in short order. The K opener goes to Luminosity. They're going for the follow-up on Rin. Can they get it? Roland is keeping the pressure on, but it's Slash on the Phantom getting the KO on JL. Or excuse me, Roland.
So incredibly close right there. Wow, going down here. Overlord in some trouble in the top path. Elo having to run right now. We got the reset on Nudo. Can't wait to see what kind of Blastoise we're going to have in this match. Obviously, we've got the Hydro Pump starting this thing off, able to push all of the experience over to their side. Yeetfan now, level 5, able to secure a lot of experience for themselves.
Well, Overlord is getting dove on here. A lot of damage being shelled in. Nudo, JL, and Trainer trying to buy the space. Astonish goes a little wide, but what it does do is buy some good time. Tons of points going in. Amaterasu up 71 early in this one as they get Yeetfan down very quickly, does Kyrios, and they're collapsing on this goal zone. Just Roland left to babysit. Hyperspace Highway open. JL pours through for the support.
Look at Trainer right here, already level 8, almost level 9 on the side of Amaterasu. Coming on in here, trying to pick up another KO on Elo, able to get it done. Overlord now in some trouble. There is the Surf Blastoise. We got the Surf Hydro Pump, and they're looking to pick up another one. Blastoise with the big secure there. Nudo taking down Overlord in the top path. Things are going pretty well for Amaterasu at the start of this one, 71-0, and they're picking up all the KOs.
Yeah, the Surf Stoise makes sense. We know Buzzwole can actually pick up a Rapid Spin Blastoise out of that spin, so might as well buy some space with the Surf, be able to poach wild Pokemon, be able to push players from Luminosity around, specifically when Buzzwole, when Overlord or Rin try to engage, you can really surf them out to get space for your ranged, Espeon, Yeetfan to do damage there. So I like that choice.
Yeah, I like that choice as well. I gotta say, you know, even in practice mode, Hydro Pump Surf Blastoise is a menace. Now put it in the hands of one of the best players out there. It's gonna be really difficult to deal with. Yeet Fan looking to take down Slash right here as Reg Ice is already being chipped down and Luminosity not really here for the secure. We've got Curios sneaking in for the Solar Beam, but able to get zoned out by Roland.
Great job. Of course, that let Slash unimpeded there. They got some points in, maybe getting some stacks in, but the follow-up is going to be there as long, I was just about to say, as long as Yifan doesn't get Horn Leech, but forcing out the Unite move, trying to follow up the side shock. They're trying to convert onto this. Side beam goes wide as well, and somehow Slash is still standing, being an absolute menace.
Overlord now getting their level 9. We've got a Unite move here from the Buzzwole. Looks like they're able to put some points in the top and bottom pass. They're getting a little bit closer right now, but it also picking up a big KO on Zoroark. Very nice stuff here for Luminosity.
Yeah, Overlord jumping on Trainer there was massive. A good little engage here by Amaterasu. They force Overlord out. The Surf closes the distance very quickly. Getting knocked up is the Blastoise, getting more space for Overlord so they can retreat. Roland's trying to give the support, and that would have been a huge KO if they could have gotten it, but Overlord looks to make it out just by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, absolutely. As we have this Regieleki just being taken down by Amaterasu. No one from Luminosity is here. They are playing a little Pac-Man, finding all those yellow dots on their side of the map and KOing them. Those are wild Pokemon. They give you all the experience that you need inside of a match of Pokemon Unite, and they're going to look to defend here at this tier 2.
Putting some pressure on here. Good little zone by Amaterasu, kind of forming a horseshoe around this Regieleki, forcing Luminosity to step up and take the Regieleki. Big time Surf pushes Slash out. The Hoopa is unbound, and they are bringing them through. JL wants the squad here. They're putting the pressure on Clefable, taking out the Snorlax, but the pressure continues. Tons of stuns coming through. Big time Unite as well. All the Rapid Spike Urshifu is racking up with 12 hits there. Nudo's on the backside. They try to surf out of danger. The Regieleki hits. They have a great opportunity for some overcap if they can get somebody standing into that goal zone, but Amaterasu's forced to peel back. Just Yeet Fan picking up points. Overlord's on the search. They're trying to get the KO, and just a quick punch to the side of the head sorts them out quickly.
Jeez, what a fight there from Amaterasu. Really impressive stuff. Finally, JL is going down there, and that goal must be left at almost nothing in the top path. We have Slash making their way down to Regice, but they're all alone. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to rip it. However, no one from Amaterasu is here yet.
No, and just the defense of this goal zone is up to Nudo here, who's getting picked on by Overlord. Here comes Trainer for the support. Can they turn this into KOs for Amaterasu? That's the big question. Curios takes out the Blastoise very, very quickly. Nudo finds themselves in the respawn point, but that's a phenomenal engage by Trainer on top of Overlord. They dart right through the gravity. Clefable kicks them up. Elo's on the retreat, but the engage continues. Trainer wants this one, forces out the Unite move, gets a KO trick 2 on Curios. Finally, Rin puts an end to that, gets a KO for themselves, and sorts that out as... Wait. Do we have the Snorlax Heavy Slam Yawn?
We've got the Heavy Slam Yawn. We just saw it right there in that top path fight. Very cool to see. A different build than what you would expect, but you've got, you know, you've got a different strategy rather than block, trying to push people around, trying to set up encounters that way. You have that big stun from Yawn looking to take out single targets.
Oh, the Mew trying to come through with their Unite move and use the Electro Ball boosted auto combo to get that done under the shade of fog, but that doesn't quite sort itself out as Amaterasu gets that objective, but poor JL getting snuffed out by Overlord very quickly. And now Trainer darts out from under the wood hammers, not going to get served up today. Roland looking to cut off the tree as Slash is still making their way down to Trainer, who's collapsing onto their own goal zone. Big time question mark. What is Luminosity going to do here? Where do they want to push? They are in fact really struggling on the scoreboard.
Yeah, Luminosity is behind here by over 100. That means they're going to need to make something happen here. 2 minutes 50 seconds. Rayquaza hits the map very, very soon, and it could be the last one of the day if Luminosity is able to shut this thing down. Amaterasu must win this match or it's all over for them. The world champs will be back on top.
Amaterasu quickly going to look at this Regieleki. There's less than 30 seconds till Rayquaza, and all of Amaterasu is up here except for JL, who is just scoring. They're going to get snuffed out, and their respawn timer is going to be going here. But look at all the distraction that he is doing. All the movement might have paid off. Regieleki is waiting. They closed the door on it, and now the engagements are going to happen. 10 seconds till Rayquaza, but they've got kind of a fight going on here. They're going after each other pretty heavy. A block. The Clefable Unite tries to poach Trainer, but that doesn't quite happen. The Hydro Type Typhoon comes out. Big Time Surf pushes too. And Rin uses their Unite back the other way. Espion's on top of it. Trevenant Unite hits Nudo. Slash is going for the follow-up. The Wood Hammers are out. Big Time Surf kicks back the other way. Curios takes out Trainer. 2 players down for Amaterasu. Luminosity taking the fight they wanted, and they are cashing in on it in a quick way. JL getting Buzzwole united by Overlord. They want the KO. Forces out their Unite. Now the rings are unbound, but who's going to show up for the fight? That's the big time question mark. Overlord still putting tons of pressure on, and they're trying to stun him down with a fist back the other way. Overlord finally getting the KO on Hoopa. Yeet Fan eating hammers to the face, getting sandwiched real quick. Luminosity shredding through this thing. Who's sitting in the middle with the Snorlax? They keep pushing. The pressure's on. Trainers bubbling out Curios, but who's in the middle? This Rayquaza is at 25%. Spriggles, where are we going to go with it? We're going to keep on rolling. Luminosity sits in the middle. Roland's going for a hero play. Trainers starting through. Buzzwole takes it. Overlord takes it for Luminosity. The pressure is on. The goal zones are open. 3 players out for Amaterasu. They got to get some Hundo Burgers in. They got to get this lead in now. 1 minute left, so there's a good opportunity for a counter push, but the score's going in. The shields aren't melted. Luminosity's on top by over 100 Spraggles. They're getting it done in April.
Luminosity scoring another 100 points, 585 to 317. Amaterasu trying to push in the bottom path, but it looks like it might be too little too late. An amazing play from Amaterasu. They actually got to push that Regieleki into the main base of Luminosity, but Luminosity picked up enough KOs and were able to position Amaterasu in such a way where they could not score with it. They basically unlocked a Zapdos, but were not able to put any points on the board. I love the play from Amaterasu, but it looks like they are going to lose this thing. Luminosity back on top here. More points raining in, another 56 as we start the countdown. The last 10 seconds before Luminosity is once again a champion. Your grand finals champions here in April, Luminosity.
Listen, the most electrifying 2 minutes in all of sports might be the Kentucky Derby, but the most electrifying 2 minutes in esports certainly comes in Pokemon Unite, and Luminosity showing why, taking the body, taking the win, taking the April Cup, and winning in a big way. LG, your world champs, back on top.
Incredible stuff right here from Luminosity, taking down Amaterasu twice. 2-2-0s as they beat them in the winners finals, beat them once again in the grand finals to be the top team in North America.
Look at this. What a performance. What a bounce back by LG. They found their footing. And I mean, Amaterasu is right there. Spraggles, they are right there. They are a very good team. And for some reason, when people think of the top teams in NA, the first team out of their mouth is not Amaterasu, but they are the ones sitting on top of the leaderboard and championship points. But ultimately, the champions today here in the April Cup at the April Finals was Luminosity Gaming. Overlord taking over the game in a big way. And look at Trainer. Nothing to scoff at. 91K, 88K respectively. These players were putting their teams on their back and going to war.
Yeah, incredible stuff here from both of these squads. Amaterasu, without question, one of the best teams out there, but they ran into the champs today, and the champs were once again looking like the champions. Really incredible stuff from Luminosity. Doob Snacks, some final thoughts from you, my friend.
Yeah, it's nice to see our first 2-time winner here in NA for Season 2, LG Luminosity Gaming, winning the first one in February, taking down this one after some pretty shaky results in the middle. But what does that do? It sets a phenomenal pace car for NA for the next 2 events. The May Cup is right around the corner. Regional finals are way important now. CP matters. Your result in that event matters, and everything is on the line. It's heating up in NA, and I'm here for it. I'm all for it. Thanks again to everybody. Peace, love, and hugs. For those of you at home, thanks for letting me be your eyes in the sky on AO Silence. Spraggles, I think I'm finally done. I'm going to breathe.
Oh, finally, you can breathe, Doob Snacks. It's an absolute privilege to bring you all these games. I love you all so much. This has been fantastic, and the games have been amazing. North America is such an exciting scene to cast, so this has been a real treat, and I really appreciate everyone saying I need a raise in the chat. I can't believe people won't stop saying that Spraggles deserves a raise in the chat. Unbelievable, but I don't control them. Let's throw this thing back over to 2 of the greatest of all time, Kalosaurus and Chris Heroes. Take it away, you two.
Thank you so much, Spraggles and Doob Snacks. I know that was such an amazing final match that we just witnessed for the grand final. And I must say, it was some pretty amazing casting coming from Spraggles and Doob Snacks. Please take a breather, Doob, because I don't know how you got through that in that last final stretch.
Yeah, those last 2 minutes were just absolutely insane, just back and forth over and over again. It all started with that Regieleki up top head, then we went into this insanely long Rayquaza fight. And the fun thing about Buzzwole in this game right here, you can't throw unstoppable targets, but you can steal the damage with them. And that's how Overlord was able to secure Rayquaza. He grabs Rayquaza and flips his character back and forth, and he still does damage with it and is able to secure the win for his team. Amazingly played by Overlord. You can see it happening in a second right here. Snorlax is trying, but he's going to pick up Rayquaza and smacks it back down on top of Rayquaza. He's pretty much smacks Rayquaza on top of itself, and they're gonna take the win out of this. Amazing Buzzwole secure.
No, you could see that the Zoroark, it was just running back and forwards with that feint attack, hoping to get the last hit. But as you mentioned, the Buzzwole, it was just able to do it to secure themselves those Ray Shields and get in those Hundo Burgers.
This was an amazing game Amaterasu. They were kind of full control, and they also had a very nice Regieleki play. We had Hooper actually finish off like 1 point goal with a 1 score, so that the Regieleki are walking towards the end base, but LG was just like, okay guys, sure, Regieleki walks towards our base, we're just going to fight you. And this is what won them the game in the end, being very decisive, and play of the game, the guy who secures Rayquaza, of course, Overlord. Who else?
Yes, I know Overlord was previously known as a Lord of the Sword, but we have seen quite the Pokemon picks from him today. Not only the Zoroark, but the Buzzwole as well. You can see that it was running that Smackdown, a superpower moveset, along with that attack weight to dish out that damage. 65k damage taken. It was actually quite a tank, but you know what? Dishing out 88k damage on the side. For the side of Amaterasu.
So impressive for Pokemon that like is always very questionable if it's actually a good Pokemon or a bad Pokemon. And then we look at these best players in the world playing this Pokemon and suddenly like, wow, he's actually Buzzwole is so strong, right? It's always like so surprising because it's not considered one of the top best Pokemon, but these players just really show the potential Buzzwole actually has in these games.
No, I know Spraggles did dub it the 6th place on the all-rounder average damage, or the average overall for those stats. And I think it deserves a place higher up, don't you reckon?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure. Especially in Europe, we also see it a lot. In North America, we see it from time to time. And it really always shows that why this Pokemon is very valuable pick for a lot of teams.
Yeah, and not only is it powerful, I must say, it is actually quite fun to play as well. It's always such a funny thing to see it just picking up, you know, either your opponents or even wild Pokemon to get the secures and get the clash.
It's very fun when you just smack down someone, they're on low HP, and they just fly around, and you just walk away, they land, and they get knocked out. I think it's one of the most fun things for sure. And just throwing enemy Pokemon around over and over again is, yeah, this Pokemon is for sure very, very, very fun to play.
A lot of the Pokemon I think are pretty fun to play, and I do hope that these teams that have participated in the April Cup had a lot of fun. Obviously, that is the end of the journey, so congratulations to Luminosity for getting the win for the April Cup.
Amazing winner bracket run for them. This time, not dropping to the loser bracket, just straight up winning. And this is how we're used to from last year for the World Championship, right? They're the World Champions still, and it's exactly how they want to be. I think it's going to be a very good boost for them when it comes to just confidence, right? They have to finally win a tournament much more clean as well. They don't have to struggle through it. But Amaterasu, of course, made them still sweat, right? Those were close games.
They were very, very close games indeed. But as we were saying, defending their title, we do have the highest defending Pokemon currently. And you know what? It is no surprise that Slowbro is at the top here. The average damage taken for this tanky Pokemon is 111k. That is actually insane.
Yeah, this Pokemon just doesn't, it just never goes down. It's incredible how much this Pokemon can tank. Amnesia, so much healing coming out from that, hitting those serves over and over again. The highest damage taken for Slowbro, 111,000. It's just a crazy number, because when we look at the attacker Pokemon, they don't even come close to dealing this much damage.
Yeah, but you know what? We can also see the other Pokemon Trevenant. We know that this has been a really popular pick for the North American region, and you can see why it is able to take 91k damage taken on average. I think what's really interesting here, though, Chris, is to see Goodra. Now, this is the newest Pokemon that has entered the competitive scene, already hitting the board. And I know earlier we were talking about it. Not only is it able to take that damage, but it's also able to deal the damage as well.
Yeah, Goodra is an amazing Pokemon, especially in those team fights. You press Unite move and you just take damage and damage and damage. And if you have like a healing Pokemon together on your side, a Comfey, a Blissey, a Clefable, you just take more and more damage and you just don't go down Muddy Water, stacking up your defense and special defense stats over and over again. Goodra just becomes it just doesn't go down. It is so tanky. It is so hard to just do actually damage against it, and it for sure survives a long time.
I guess that's where that Unite move comes in handy to heal it on up. But as you said, the passive move as well to heal it in that tall grass. Let's have a squiz though at the completed bracket, the journey that we have taken today. So we can see that Amaterasu, they held their own in the winners bracket, but ended up getting taken down by Luminosity after getting knocked down into the losers bracket.
Yeah, TTV in loser semis, they won the Eos Cup. This time they don't make top 3. Very close games against GT. GT trying to go into the grand final, but Amaterasu was like, no guys, we're going back to the grand finals. We're going to change Luminosity again. But again, Luminosity was just on top today. They only lost one entire map against Team YouTube, actually. They went 2-0 against TTV, twice 2-0 against Amaterasu. So Team YouTube, actually, the only team take a map of Luminosity today.
There's a lot of Game 3 situations happening on this bracket as well, I must say. It has been a long day for these teams. And you know what? At this point in the competition, you don't expect anything less. Like, it's neck and neck between these teams.
Looking at how many CP these teams earned, Luminosity of course taking home 1,500 points, Amaterasu 1,200, and it's going to be so important for them because the top 4 or 5 teams of NA are actually quite close, so any point is going to matter if you want to directly qualify for Japan. I'm going to look at the region standings now as well. Amaterasu now is still with a solid lead after getting second place, but Luminosity now very close to actually taking over TTV as well.
Yeah, so we can see that those top 3 teams, they haven't moved. Amaterasu, TTV, Luminosity. But a team that you can actually see has made it on the leaderboard is Rogue in 5th place now.
Yeah, very impressive, and they're very close, just behind GT as well. They have a good chance of making the top 3 as well still, and GT with that 4th place or 3rd place position today, also getting a lot of points. Beating out TTV is going to be very important for them, because I think that's what they're aiming for.
Well, exactly. There is the 3 spots there, but also the spot that you can earn during the regional finals. But that is going to be it for today. I guess, are there any highlights, things that stood out to you for you today, Chris?
Well, the Zoroark, I think that's for sure the highlight of the day, at least. But just how many close games we had, right? Those top teams of both regions, even though again we had, Luminosity and Nouns Esports, the old guard winning now again, just showing that every team can win these. It's very close at the top. There's so many 2-1s we had, and it's just, I'm so looking forward to the next tournaments.
No, I completely agree. Like in a 10-minute span, really anything can happen. A team can be leading for that first 8 minutes, and then during that final stretch, it can just be completely flipped on over, and the game ends up having a different result. And I feel like we ended up witnessing a few of those today. But that is going to be the end of the April Cup for today. So congratulations to Luminosity once again for taking the title for the April finals for the NA region for the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. Thank you everybody who did tune in to support these teams, and also a big thank you once again to Spraggles, Tube Sacks, and of course you, Chris. It was an absolute pleasure. But we do have the May Cup right around the corner, and registration is open at battlefight.com Pokemon Unite if you do want to sign on up. Otherwise, that is going to be us signing off. Ta-ta for now, but not forever.